Hello there. Oh my goodness. There we are. Good morning. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. Behind the scenes, yes. Whoop! You caught me there. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I had my camera on. Welcome in, everybody. We are waiting for the trial of Carlos Reales Dominguez to start. It is California time, so we have to wait at least 3 hours. They're scheduled to start around 9:30. So right now it's 6:30 their time. So around 12:30 or so, we'll know if we're going to have a stream today or not, or if they actually found a jury. So in the meantime, we'll continue to do our pre-trial prep, our deep dive. We are still on cross-examination of Carlos from yesterday. So get comfortable, settle in, and let's get started. All right. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How is everybody doing today? Let's see who we have with us. Kimbers and Good Vibes Only. Welcome in. Hey, Deviant. Good to see you. Snap. Good morning to you. Denisha. YT Hazel. Good to see you. Hey, Camilla. Good morning. Good morning. Richard in the kitchen. Good to see you. Aussie Gardner. Hello. Molly. Good morning to you. Carol, good to see you. Willow Johnson, got ketchup, scrambled eggs and ketchup. Actually, I love everything with ketchup. That's like my sister. At one point, she put ketchup on everything, including oatmeal. Hey, Jeff, good morning from Norwich. Surfing Selena, good to see you. Allison, good morning. Welcome in. JMS, good to see you. Eva Renee, good morning. Hail Ryder, good to see you. Kelsey, hello. Glee Roll, good morning. Hey, Margaret, good to see you. All right, Camilla, good morning. It's going to be warm in Michigan today. Get out and enjoy it, right? Hey, Heidi, good to see you. Jane Dixon, good to see you. Lisa, good morning. Elaine, hello. Hey, Holly, good to see you. Okay, Willow. This guy was not guilty of the two and hung jury on the attempted. Yes. Did the incident occur all at the same time frame over a period of time? It occurred over 3 days. So we can show you that. So it was April 27th was David, and then April 29th was Karim. Both of them passed away, and then May 1st was Kimberlee, and she survived. So it happened over well, it was three different incidences, and what's that, 5 days or so? Because there's 31. Let's see, January, February, March, April. Yeah, so 4 days, 4 or 5 days. So I hope that answers your question. Hey, William, good morning. Little Lulu, good to see you. Thank you guys for joining us. Surfing Selena, good to see you. Green-eyed Cat, hello. Hey, Auntie Ree, how are you? Tash saying hello. Sparkling Princess, good to see you. JPC, hey. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Fran Fitzgerald, good morning. Edwadi, yes, good morning from Bangkok. I remember you were with us the first time we watched this trial, I remember. Hey, Florida PI Sam, hope you're doing well. Iowa Backyard. Are we ready for some football? Alice, good to see you. Welcome in. The Pretty Chick, hello, hello. Brown-Eyed Girl, good to see you. Kathy, good morning. Did we watch the... Yes, I hope. Well, we watched the first trial here. Jenny G, good morning to you. Yes, Snap, reminding everybody to hit the like button. If you don't mind, please hit the like button. Richard in the kitchen, hello, hello. Barry Adams, good morning. Yes, let's remember to take care of ourselves and each other and breathe. Good advice there, good advice. Valcourt, good to see you. My lips are sealed. Good morning to you. Appreciate you joining us. Nosy Rosie. Let's see. Just to be clear, no one can clean up their story to get guilty because they are locked into their previous testimony, correct? Theoretically, yeah, because then then that would be impeachment. If anybody changes their testimony from a deposition to court, that's grounds for impeachment. And then if they change their testimony again, yeah, they could be impeached. All right. Radioactive, good to see you. Hey, Stella, good to see you. I think I got everybody. Just Stephanie, hello, hello. Horse Welfare, there you are. Crunchy Frog, good morning. Just Stephanie, all right. Stacy NYC, good to see you. All right, I think I got everybody. All right, so we left off yesterday with Cross. And trial, we're hoping trial starts, well, They brought in a jury last Monday, and then they were going to start voir dire on Thursday, a couple days ago, and with the expectation that they were going to have opening statements today. The questionnaire, I believe, was 150 questions, and I think they brought in 100. I believe that they brought in 100, and the questionnaire was 150 questions. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think those were the numbers. So they figured it was going to take like at least an hour, hour and a half, to answer all those questions. So they were going to begin voir dire on Thursday. So that only gave them Thursday and Friday to find a jury. So with the expectation that they were starting, that's what Judge McAdam was anticipating, that they would start opening statements today. So we'll see. I'm going to call the 150 questions. Yes, I'm going to call the courthouse around 9 just to see, and they may use part of this day for more voir dire and jury selection, and then all of a sudden just start. So we'll have to keep our eyes open and our eyes out for any kind of if a stream just all of a sudden kicks in. So that's the expectation. So until then, we're going to continue our deep dive, and we're going to go back to Carlos on the stand and his cross. So we left off yesterday. Let me put myself up here. We left off yesterday with let me just cover that because that's me from before. Because we're using our stream because there is no other stream out there. It's interesting. All right, so this is cross of Carlos Dominguez. He's been on the stand for 2 days. So again, this is from June. This is June 3rd of 2025. So Carlos on the stand from June 3rd of 2025. So let me just pin that for you guys. All right. Hey, Scent Bunny, good to see you. All right. CJ says, all right, yeah, just a reminder to just be kind to each other. That's all we ask. Respect each other. We have difference of opinions, which is fine. But you guys know the deal. Just respect each other. Hey, Denisha, let's get back to cross.
Okay, let's go on the record that the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, and all parties are present. Mr. Reales Dominguez is on the witness stand. He's subject to cross-examination. I want to say good afternoon to our jury. Thank you for your patience. I had a few minutes of extra work I needed to do on the case with the lawyers, and we're ready to get back to work now, so thank you. All right, so Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When we were talking before the break, we were talking about what was found in your room. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was found in your house generally, right?
Yes.
And what was from the bathroom sink and the tub draining were not blood, correct?
Objection, outside scope. Foundation.
Foundation, sustained.
And what was on your computer was in fact blood, correct?
I don't know.
All right. But you testified earlier about cutting your hand near your computer, correct?
Yes.
And so it would make sense that there was in fact blood on your computer?
Yes.
And you testified that that cut happened to your hand, and you said something about it being between your fingers. Where specifically was the cut on your hand that was between your fingers?
It was between the thumb and the index finger.
And this happened in your room by your computer?
Yes.
And so I have here People's 49. From People's 49, I'm going to show you 7055. You able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so, of the cuts on your hand, which is the one where you cut yourself in your room, causing blood on your computer?
Objection, this states testimony.
Or possibly causing the blood on your computer?
The one on the left?
All right, and using a laser pointer, can you show us which, or where on your left hand that injury is?
Right here.
Understood. So, on your right hand, it looks like you have some scrapes or cuts or something on your knuckles, as well as some injuries to the back of your hand. Do you see those?
Yes.
Where are those from?
I'm not sure.
If you were to use a knife to stab something, would you be using your right or your left hand?
My right hand, I think.
And so, I understand your testimony is that you didn't remember stabbing people, or in two cases you don't remember the stabbing, and in the third one you don't believe that you had a knife in your hand or don't remember having a knife in your hand. If you had done such a stabbing, would it have been with your right hand?
Objection, speculation.
It's sustained.
Do you throw a ball with your right hand?
Yes.
And do you write with your right hand?
Yes.
And are you just generally right-handed?
Yes.
Do you do any tasks with your left hand?
No.
I want to back up just a little bit. We talked about Sycamore Park. We talked about this person with the flashlight. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did they make any threats to you?
No.
Did they make any gestures to you?
No.
Were they laughing at you?
No.
And then you talked about riding Karim's bike away and then ditching the bike and then proceeding on foot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was there any part of you that thought to do that as a ruse to make it look like you went one way and then go another?
No.
When you carry the knife in your pocket, do you carry it with the point up or the point down?
With the point down.
And so the sharp tip of the knife would be down at the bottom of your pocket?
Yes.
And so you were living in Tracy at this time?
Yes.
And is there public transit from Tracy up to Davis?
Can you repeat that?
Take like an Amtrak bus from Tracy to Davis?
No.
So I want to advance a little bit. I want to talk to you about Kimberlee Guillory.
Okay.
Why was it that you left your home that night?
I think it was to get rid of the whispers.
And these are the whispers that getting fresh air helps you with,
Yes.
and that listening to music helps you with.
Yes.
Did you bring your music with you?
I don't think so.
And why is it that you left your phone at home?
I don't know.
And there was some discussion about what routes you take and to get different places in that area of town. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how you would cut through the train tracks to get to Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
And the log that you would go to, you've been there on prior occasions, correct?
Yes.
Is that the same route that you would take to get to the log, where you would cut through the fence, or would you just take the city streets to the log?
I don't remember.
I'm not asking about any specific occasion. Do you remember from any time that you went to the log what route you took?
Yes.
And what route would you take?
I would take either the train tracks or through the city to downtown Davis.
Okay, so sometimes you would do, they would change?
Yes.
And on the night that you stabbed Kimberlee Guillory, which route did you take?
I don't remember.
So I have here what's been marked as Defense Exhibit CC. So there's 4 files. I'm going to go to file. Yeah, file 1. Now, do you remember the video showing you riding through downtown Davis at 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And so this video here from Davis Glass at just after 11 p.m., starting at 11 p.m. and 30 seconds, you see that there is a bicyclist in this video.
Yes.
Is that you?
I don't know.
I'm going to switch videos. I'm going to go to People's 26A. This is the video from 2nd and F. And you remember this video, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and you see this bike that's coming through with the kind of spinning reflectors on it?
Yes.
Just a second. Is that you?
I don't know.
When you would go to the log, would you go straight there, or would you ride around for a while or anything like that?
Objection, Vegas, the time.
Okay, sustained charge.
When you were going to the log, would you just go straight to the log on any occasion? Would you go straight to the log, or would you wander around?
I think a couple of times I wandered around, but for most of the time I would just go straight there.
What about on the night that you stabbed Kimberlee?
I don't remember.
Okay, I have People's Exhibit 26C. This is a video from 320 K Street. Video, I'm going to advance it to 2 minutes after 11. Pause there. Are you able to see this, sir?
No.
Oh. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
I think we did the license briefing. So I paused it now at 11. No, I didn't pause it. At 11, or 2 minutes after 11, some 19 seconds or so, a bicycle came onto the scene. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So, sorry, computer crashed. Alright, so I'm playing it again now, and we're at 12 seconds after 2 minutes after 11.
You got it up on the screen?
Oh. Sorry. And so, a couple seconds after 11, we had that bicyclist going by Davis Glass, and then 2 minutes after 11 and 17 seconds or so, we see this bicycle that went up and then went back again. Did you see that?
Yes.
Is that you?
I'm not sure.
That bicyclist, it went down 3rd Street, almost made L, turned around and went back, right?
I just seen it go straight.
Okay, bring it up again. After the hour now. Can we dim the lights, please? These lights right in front of
You can put the blinds down if you think it might help. We haven't done this yet, but let's see. Hold on. Put the blackouts. Let's do that. And you got one more light, right? Or is this as dark as it gets?
Without turning the whole light.
No, don't turn it off. All right, we're doing the best we can. It's contrasted.
All right, are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And you saw the bike end of the frame and start going down 3rd Street?
Yes.
And you now see it turn around and go back the way it came?
Yes.
And you see the 2 reflectors on those wheels?
Yes.
And those reflectors look like the same reflectors on your bike?
They do.
Is that you?
I'm not sure.
Because prior to the night that you saw Kimberlee, you've been to that log before, right?
Yes.
And so if you wanted to go straight to the log, you would be able to get there, right?
Yes.
And so there'd be no reason for you to be going up and down the street checking out the area, right?
Correct.
Were you going through that area so that you could look for somebody that you could stab?
No.
After you parked your bike, or strike that, where did you park your bike?
I just had it next to the log.
And then you left your bike unattended there?
Yes.
And you walked for several blocks away from your bike?
No.
Someone pull out an exhibit. People's Exhibit 25A. On 25A, do you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so 3rd and L Street here, the log would be right over here at 2nd and K, right?
Somewhere around there.
And the thrift shop is all the way over here at I and 3rd, right?
Yes.
So that's a couple blocks, right?
Yes.
And so you left your bike unattended as you walked a couple blocks over to the SPCA Goodwill?
I don't remember walking there.
But you testified on direct that you walk around sometimes when you go to the log?
Yes.
You just don't remember this particular walk?
No.
And, I mean, why is it that you would leave a nice bike like that unattended in an area where, you know, you're at the railroad tracks, you don't know who might be coming in?
No, I didn't. I thought it would be okay just being there.
And you heard testimony that there are other areas where unhoused people stay in this couple blocks, right?
No.
Were Jose and Aya testifying, or the officer testifying that you found Jose and Aya at the encampment by the car wash over here, or set up by the car wash?
Yeah.
And so there are other areas around here where unhoused people stay, right?
Yes.
And if you had ridden your bike either down 3rd Street or down the railroad tracks to get to the area by 2nd and H, why is it you would then leave your bike, go on foot, and go over by the SPCA thrift shop?
I just remember there was walking on the sidewalk, or when I would walk there, there would be like trees like hanging over it, and I just found that cool to walk through it. So when I would go on my walks, I would walk through there.
Were you walking there because you were looking for someone to stab?
No.
Because you came down the tracks or you came down downtown at 11, right?
Yes.
And you're walking by the SPCA thrift shop at 11:12, right?
Objection, lack of foundation, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Well, did you see the video from the thrift shop and the testimony about its timestamp being for 11/12?
I remember seeing the video.
All right. Do you have any reason to doubt? So, I have here from Defense Exhibit CC. Put that on the overhead. Video 2. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And you can see the timestamp on this video is 11/12, right?
Yes.
And that there is a car or van going down the street, and then a sedan type car 5 seconds or so later.
Yes.
And then going to People's Exhibit. I got it. 26D. If we go to 26D and we pull up the video from the timestamp 2:12 p.m. or 2:12 a.m., which is adjusted 3 hours to 11:12. That video. Towards the end, we see an individual walking into the scene. Did you see that?
Yes.
Was that you?
I'm not sure.
Are those the clothes you were wearing?
I don't remember.
Go to the next video in the sequence. Sorry. The next video in the sequence, which starts with you outside of the thrift shop. Do you see that? And with the Adidas pants and the white shoes.
I can't really see that.
Okay, and I'll play forward from here. So did you see yourself turn around and walk back the other way?
Yes.
And if we play forward, you can see a car or van,
Yes.
followed by another car about 5 seconds-ish later.
Yes.
Okay, so we have first a shot from David's glass, and then from the thrift shop, showing that this is right about the correct time, right?
Yes.
And that you're there by the thrift shop 12 minutes after you went through downtown Davis, right?
Yes.
And you have the knife with you?
I don't remember.
Well, at this point, the sheath had been lost, right?
Yes.
How were you carrying it?
Without the sheath?
Was it still in your pants pocket, or was it in a different pocket?
I don't recall exactly for that night, but I think it was in my pocket, my pants pocket.
I mean, wouldn't there be extra difficulty in having a knife in your pants pocket when you're riding a bicycle?
Not really.
When you're riding your bicycle when your pockets are full?
Just my wallet and phone.
Okay, and when you're bicycling, your legs are moving up and down, right?
Yes.
And so, if you're moving your leg up and down and you have the knife in your pocket, does that increase the risk that you're going to cut a hole in your pants?
Yes.
And were you taking any kind of special precautions there to keep it from cutting your pants pocket?
No.
And so, after you left the thrift shop, where did you go?
I don't remember going near the thrift shop.
Okay. What's the next thing you do remember?
Objection vague as to from when.
Sustained.
And so you got there to the log, right?
Yes.
What do you remember after that?
I just remember being at the log, and then I got up to walk, and I made a left turn towards 2nd and L. And when I was at the corner of the street, I made another left turn.
All right. And how far into your walk were you?
Objection vague as to
How far, yeah.
So you're at the log.
Yes.
Start to walk from your log.
Yes.
How far were you along in your walk when you had issues with shadows?
I think like 10 seconds or 5.
And so pretty quick then?
Yes.
And describe that for me, what happened.
I seen a shadow inside the tent, reaching out with his hand, telling me to come near it, or that's what I took it as. And I started to approach it, and when I was a couple inches away, the arm kind of came out at me through the tent, and that's when I flinched backwards and I threw my hand in front of me.
Okay, and you just signaled that you and so, do you remember testimony of Mr. Chessman?
Somewhat.
Do you remember the discussion about cut tent line?
The what, sorry?
Say again?
The what, sorry?
The cut rope or tent line?
I don't understand.
Should you remember Mr. Chessman talking about how he had a tarp over his tent and that he was in his tent and he heard the line being cut or somehow perceived the line being cut?
Yes.
And did you cut Mr. Chessman's line?
No.
And when you were at the tent, you had to step off of the sidewalk, right?
I don't remember.
Well, do you remember how you got to that location that you were right in front of the tent so that you could do that punching motion?
I remember it was because the shadow was telling me to come near it, or it was signaling me to come near it.
All right, and so you went to the shadow?
Yes.
Aren't the shadows scary?
Yes.
I mean, in one instance, you had to run 50 feet out of the shadow in order to stab it, right?
I don't remember.
Well, at Central Park, you said that you saw some shadow figure and you...
Objection asked and answered.
He said he didn't remember, so you can refresh his memory.
Do you remember testifying that you were at Central Park and that you saw a shadow and that you ran towards it from the other bench that was about 50 feet away?
Yes.
Okay, so in that instance, you ran towards the shadow because you thought there was some kind of aggressive action taking place, right?
I don't know why I ran towards the shadow.
And with your other descriptions of running into shadows, one on a bike near Sycamore Park and one in Sycamore Park, you described a gaping void and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
And those are scary things, right?
Yes.
So shadows are scary, right?
Yes.
So if the shadows are scary, why are you going to the shadow?
I don't know. I kind of was just doing what the shadow was telling me to do.
But isn't that the whole reason why you had to act in the other two instances, to stop the shadows from doing things to you?
Well, this one was a different shadow.
How's that?
The other shadows, or at least the shadows near Sycamore Park, they were like shape-shifting and riding a bicycle. And then this one, it was just telling me, or what I thought to be a hand telling me to come near it.
So this one wasn't scary.
It was so scary.
So then why did you go to it?
I just did. I don't know why.
So after you follow what the shadow is telling you what to do, what happens next?
Then I was a couple inches away, and that's when the shadow's hand came at me through the tent, and that's when I like backed up and my hand flinched towards the shadow.
And you described that earlier in your testimony just now as his hand, correct?
Or the shadow's hand.
So when you react, can you show us what it is that you did?
Yeah, so when it came at me, I backed up, and then with my other hand, I kind of put it in front of me.
And so you're making a fist with your knuckles forward, and then you're moving your hand forward with your knuckles leading the way, correct?
Yes.
And if you had a knife in your hand, the knife would be to the side, right?
Yes.
And so that could cut someone, but not a stab, right?
Yes.
And so, and there was only one?
Yeah.
At what height?
I don't remember.
Were you standing?
Yeah.
Were you kneeling?
No.
Were you bent over?
I don't think so.
You remember the testimony about Kimberlee Guillory, right?
Yes.
And how she testified that she was in her tent sitting down on her electronic device?
I remember that she was on the electronic device.
And she was up against the wall of the tent?
Yes.
Sitting?
Yes.
And that you remember the medical testimony about where her injuries are, right?
Yes.
One is down by her buttocks and one is her kidney.
Yes.
So she's sitting in the tent and then she gets those stab wounds from you. Those are really low down to the ground, right?
Projection foundation.
Overall, based on the setup, you can answer.
Yes.
And so that would be very inconsistent with you being frightened and then suddenly punching something. That would require you to bend over or get down to a lower level in order to administer those blows, correct?
Correct.
Is that what happened?
I don't remember.
And you stabbed her twice, right?
I don't remember, but according to the evidence, yeah.
And you thought it was a punch, right?
Yes.
And you heard Kimberlee also describe that as a punch, right?
I don't remember.
But she described that she was getting punched and didn't realize that she was being stabbed?
I think so.
And so your testimony is also that you thought you were bringing a punch and didn't know that you were stabbing.
Yes.
What happened next?
Next, I heard a scream, and I got scared, and I went to my bike and started to bike home.
So you went back around the building to your bike and you started to go home?
Yes.
Now, do shadows scream?
I don't know.
And in this instance, as in the prior stabbing, as soon as help was responding, you fled, right?
I don't.
Foundation is the help responding.
It's sustained.
So in Sycamore Park, when Dr. Massey showed up, you fled. And in this case, when you hear a scream and there starts to be other people moving about in response to the scream, you flee, right?
I just remember the scream.
Okay? And so this is because you knew you were stabbing somebody and you knew that other people were going to intervene and you needed to get away, correct?
No.
And if you knew that you were at risk of getting caught because you had been screamed and you'd been detected, correct?
No.
In both instances, as soon as you were detected, that's when you fled, right?
No.
Now, when you went back to your bike, you took the knife with you?
I think it was still with me.
And where did it go?
I don't know.
Did you put it in your pocket?
I'm not sure.
And so you got back on your bike and you rode over to 3rd Street and rode down?
Yes.
And when you were on 8th Street, you talked about almost getting hit by a car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you cut through that block there between H and G?
I don't know what block that is.
So, going back to the map, and this is people's 25A. So you came down 3rd Street and then turned onto H, right?
Yes.
And then you thought you almost got hit by a car, right?
Yes.
And then did you cut through the block here to get to G Street?
I don't remember.
Okay, so going to the video from Ace Hardware. What is the CCTV stack? Ace Hardware, we're going to advance to about 11:45. Just saw you ride on the bicycle down the street, right?
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, back up just a moment. Did you see that?
Yes.
As you riding your bicycle down H Street?
I'm not sure.
Well, you saw the shot from Davis Glass, like going down, right?
If I seen the bike or a person.
The person on the bike.
I remember it was going towards 2nd and L.
All right, this is the route you took though, right?
Yeah.
And so if this happened at exactly 11:45 according to the timestamp, and we play forward from there, there's a car coming northbound. Do you see that?
Yes.
About 15 seconds, 14 seconds after the hour. And there's this van coming about 25 seconds after the 11:45. You see that?
Yes.
Was it the vehicle coming northbound that you thought almost hit you, or the van coming southbound?
I thought it was a van that was coming towards me, but yeah.
What were you doing in that block for the next 5 minutes?
I'm not sure.
Did you have any issues with your bike?
Yes.
What issues did you have with your bike?
I remember when the car almost hit me, I moved out the way, and I kind of almost hit a wall. I don't know if it was a wall or a pole, and I stumbled back. I almost fell off my bike, and then I tried to ride it again, but I noticed the chain was off.
And you spent about 5 minutes then working on your bike, right?
I don't know what I was doing.
All right. No issues with shadows during that time?
No.
And eventually, we were able to see that you came back out on the G Street at 2nd, right?
Yeah.
And that was after about 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
And so from the time of the stabbing, it's taken a minute or maybe less than a minute for you to get to your bike. And then it takes a little bit for you to get on your bike and ride up to 3rd Street, ride over to 8th Street, and ride down, right?
Yeah.
And then you're hiding, or you're located in that block for about 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
And so total time from the stabbing at this point is something like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, something in that area?
According to what you're saying, yes.
All right, and do you remember the testimony or the exhibit showing when the 911 calls came out?
I don't remember exact time, but I do remember seeing the calls.
All right, so the 911 calls are going to the dispatch center right around the same period of time, right?
Yes.
Section foundation. Wood strike.
Grant.
Do you remember that?
I just remember the calls, but not the exact time.
Okay. Why is it that if your bike still wasn't working, you left that area?
I just wanted to get home.
Was it because of the sirens?
No, I didn't hear any sirens.
You didn't hear the police responding, anything like that?
No.
When you went further down, you went into UC Davis, you stopped to work on your bike again, right?
Yes.
So why is it okay to work on your bike at UC Davis, but not here at this location?
Objection argumentative.
No, I'll allow it. Overruled.
I didn't really know another spot besides where I started to fix the chain, or I tried to fix the chain.
What was wrong with the spot that you were already in for fixing the chain?
I just remember being at Memorial Union.
Right, so, but when you first almost got hit by the car, hit the pole, had issues with your bike, what was wrong with that spot for fixing the chain?
I couldn't fix the chain. I was unsuccessful.
And so why did you just keep working on it there? Why did you then take it and move it all the way over to Memorial Union and then try and fix it there?
I don't know.
Is it because you wanted to get away?
No.
Because you were afraid of getting caught?
No.
Because you heard a person scream, and at the very least you knew the police would be coming sometime soon?
No, I didn't realize that.
And then you went to the Memorial Union. What was going on there when you got to Memorial Union, you went northbound, and then you turned around and started coming back?
I don't remember.
And when you went into that cubby or that little lighted area, why did you go there to work on your bike?
I don't know.
I mean, there was other very well lit areas that you could go to, right?
I don't know.
I mean, the ATM was right there, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that was an extremely well lit ATM, right?
Yes.
And if you were just trying to fix your bike and not trying to get out of the normal line of sight at all, you could have just fixed your bike at the ATM, right?
Yes.
Well, why did you do that?
I think because I didn't know that spot well, so I went to a spot that I knew, and that's where I started to try to fix the chain.
Why did you know the worker entrance spot better?
Well, I just knew the Memorial Union better,
But the ATMs are also at Memorial Union, right?
but not like where the main building.
Abou, you can finish your answer. Thank you.
Not where the main building is at.
So the ATMs were right next to the little alcove where you were working on your bike. They are like right next to each other. Why not the ATMs? Why not out in the open? Why are you in that little recess?
I don't know.
Because you wanted to get out of the normal line of sight, right?
No.
Because you were afraid of getting caught, right?
No.
Why is it that after that you went to Memorial Union and started checking the doors there?
Objection, mistakes, evidence.
Checking doors?
Yeah.
I don't recall that testimony. So rephrase it.
Okay, so after you left the cubby, you remember the video showing that you
Cubby. What's that cubby? I'm sorry, I don't know that term.
the little employee entrance area.
Okay.
When you left the employee entrance area, you went down around the corner to the doors of Memorial Union, right?
I don't remember that.
All right. And do you remember seeing the video of it?
From the video, it looked like I just went to like the corner of where the trash was at, and that's where I started to fix my chain.
Okay. And then after that, where'd you go?
I don't remember.
You went around the south side of Memorial Union, right?
I think I went through it,
Through the building?
or like through Memorial Union.
Right.
Like there's a building and then there's a field. I think I went through where you usually, or like where students would usually go through.
Did you go through the field or did you go through the building?
I went through the pathway that goes in between the field and the building.
All right. So if we look at the map, this is 25A. When we look at Memorial Union, when we zoom in here, you came past Down Hall to East Quad and then northbound past Memorial Union, turned around, came back, went past the ATM, and went into that little employee area, right?
Yes.
And from that area, you went down south, you went here, kind of towards the doors, possibly checking these doors, and then out of sight,
Objection,
right?
mistakes, testimony.
Well, we're back to the door checking. I'm sorry, and I apologize, I missed that. So
Well, let me just start. Did you check any doors?
Not that I remember.
All right. So you went by the doors, right?
Which doors?
So these doors on the south side of Memorial Union, did you go by them?
I don't remember.
And so from here, you went where?
I went,
East Laser Point?
yeah. I went across Memorial Union through here.
And where'd you go from there?
Then I think I went up here. And yeah, I don't remember after that.
So in the posse here, you're at the ATMs and that little employee entrance area working on your bike, right?
Yes.
Why go south at all when your house is north?
I don't know.
Is there somewhere other than your house that you were going? Why not if you're just going home and you're not worried about anything, why don't you just take the fastest route back to your house?
I'm not sure.
So I want to talk to you about what happened after this, what happened on May 3rd. On May 3rd, you went on your computer and you accessed the UC Davis website, correct?
I don't remember that.
You remember making an advising appointment?
No.
You remember logging into your student profile?
No.
You remember going to Schedule Builder?
No.
But prior to this point, you weren't aware that you had been kicked out of school, right?
No.
Because you hadn't read that email, right?
Correct.
And so having not read this email, this would have been the time where you log into your student profile and see that you're not in your classes anymore, right?
I don't know.
And the reason you went in the Schedule Builder is to try and add back into classes, right?
I don't remember going checking Schedule Builder.
Did you see the testimony from Mr. Chase indicating that you visited Schedule Builder?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you did go to Schedule Builder?
No.
And so that is on the morning of the 3rd, right?
I'm not sure.
And so it's after that that you then go to Sycamore Park where you're spotted by Justin Schaefer, right?
I don't remember going to Sycamore Park.
Say again?
I don't remember going to Sycamore Park.
Okay, do you remember the testimony about Sycamore Park and Justin Schaefer?
Yes.
Okay, but you do remember that you wanted to go to the store for bread, right?
Yes.
And specifically that there was a hole in your bread bag, right?
Yes.
So this defense VV. So I have defense exhibit VV. And you remember talking about this on direct?
About the bread?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, pause for just a second. I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me. And while that was fun having the blackouts down, let's take the blackouts up. We'll keep the shade.
All right, while they're taking a stretch break, I just want to pull this up real quick. So they were scheduled to start today. Let me see, image 2. They were scheduled to start today. Name's already taken. Hold on. Name. Let me get my thoughts together. All right, so they started jury selection last Monday. They had 150 questions to go through, with the thought that they would have a jury selected. They were going to start voir dire on Thursday, so that only gave them 2 days. Right, not a lot of time. So here's where it stands. Aaron found this. So matter is set for further jury trial on Tuesday, May 26th. So they're, oh, Carol, thank you so much for your $25. Thank you, Carol. Really appreciate that. Thank you. So they started voir dire on Thursday. So it's Thursday and Friday. That only gave them 2 days, with the expectation that they were going to have a jury ready today. So right now, as it stands right now, jury has not been selected. Now it's still like 7:30 there, so they may have a jury by lunchtime. They're scheduled to go there at 9:30. They may have 8, 9, 10 jurors already. We don't know. So we'll keep rewatching 10 testimony from the previous trial. Just kind of keep getting our getting used to the background, the back history, and there's lots of really good testimony that we can play while we wait. But anyway, so there you see his charges, and he's got murder, and elements of attempted murder. Then he's got those enhancements, use of deadly weapon. So he was found not guilty on the first degree, and then they were hung on the second degree. So that's where we stand. So right now, further jury trial is set for today. So we're still waiting. And again, it's early there. Like I said, it's only 7:30 there. Fanny, thank you for that gift. You guys are so sweet. Appreciate it, you guys. So all right. So let's get back to his cross. And Mr. Fritz van Hoek, I believe his last name is not going to. He's not on the team. Mr. Demora is, but van der Hoek is not. So he's not. This attorney right now asking these questions on cross will not be on the trial.
On the bread. You able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Using your laser pointer, show us where the hole was.
From what I can see, I think it was right here. And
On the left side of the photo?
Yeah, and then one right here.
Well, this one in the center of the bread, that's just the crinkles outside the bread clasp, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
But on the left side is where your testimony was that there was holes?
Yes.
Okay. Where are the holes?
There's one right here,
Okay.
but from what I remember, there was one like a bigger hole on the side of the bread back.
Which side?
The left side.
Okay, so right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And so from this photo one, looking at the left is where the holes are.
Yes.
And this is the reason why you had to go out to the store, right?
Or yeah, that's when I thought to myself that I need more bread.
Okay. Now you had already 2 loaves of bread there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to approach you with the mark for identification purposes equals 101. The mark for identification purposes equals 101. I'm going to show you 2 photos, one ending in 089 and one ending in 090. Are you able to see both these photos?
Not the first one. Yeah.
Okay, are you able to see them both?
Yeah.
All right, are these photos of your desk and the bread and there?
Yes.
Publish.
Okay.
We're going to start with photo 89. This is a photo of your desk showing the bread, right?
Yes.
If we did light space. And this photo was not a photo that was included on Defense VB, right?
I don't think so.
And so from this photo, we can see that there's the loaf of bread we've been talking about and then like a partially consumed loaf of bread next to it, right?
Yes.
And if we zoom in here, we can see this entire left side of this loaf of bread, right?
Yes.
Where are the holes?
I don't see them.
There is no holes, right?
No.
And so there is no holes in this loaf of bread.
Objection, this state's evidence.
Okay.
Okay, you said the holes were on the left side. We're looking at the left side. Where are the holes?
Objection, this state's testimony.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to DB. from BB, we have this loaf of bread. Show us again from BB where these holes are.
Objection, compound. He's spreading holes.
Right.
Can you show us any area where there's a hole?
Objection asked and answered. He's already identified that.
Well, that's all right. You can do it again. One more time.
So I think there's a hole right here. And from what I remember, there were more there was like a bigger hole towards the left of one of the bread bags.
All right, and when you say the left, you're talking about the left side of this photo, right?
Yes.
Correct. So, when we go back to People's 101, and we go to photo 89, it's the same loaf of bread, correct?
Yes.
And the side that is facing us in this photo is the same side that you previously referred to as the left side, correct?
Yes.
And that is the side that should have holes. Or is there some other side?
No, I remember it being on the left side.
Okay. Okay. Is there any holes in the bread bag in the photo that you can identify for us?
Not that I could see.
And in fact, you have a full loaf of bread and a partially consumed loaf of bread, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't actually need bread, correct?
I thought I did.
And what actually happened was that you'd seen that you got kicked out of UC Davis, and so you got your knife and went back to Sycamore Park, correct?
No.
Well, why go to Sycamore Park with nothing but a knife?
I don't remember that.
Because if you were shopping for bread, you would bring things like a wallet to pay for bread, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you didn't bring your phone, right?
I don't think so.
So it wasn't for listening, you weren't listening to music or anything like that, right?
Right.
And so, in fact, you had no watch, no phone, no wallet, no keys.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Isn't that correct?
That I didn't have any of those?
Correct.
Yeah.
You just had the bag and the knife, correct?
I remember the bag.
And you had the bag so that you could carry the knife because it was sharp and difficult to carry, right?
I don't know if it was that specific reason.
The knife was in the bag, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so after visiting the website and going to Schedule Builder, you went to Sycamore Park, correct?
I don't remember going to Sycamore Park.
And when you were in Sycamore Park, it was there because you were looking for another way to assault someone, correct?
No.
Because you didn't need bread. This thing about bread is not accurate, correct?
I thought I needed bread.
There's no holes in the bread.
Objection, misstates evidence.
We're done with the bread questions.
Okay.
Yeah, move on.
Did you see? Okay. So from the photos we see, we can't see any holes in the bread.
Objections, misstates.
Sustain. Move off the bread. Come on.
All right. So when you were in Sycamore Park, you brought your knife, right?
I don't remember being in Sycamore Park.
And you weren't carving or throwing knife, right? You were just sitting.
I don't remember being there at all.
The reason why you might have your knife there is to carve and throw, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't engaged in any of that, right?
I don't remember.
And you didn't leave the park until Justin Schaefer spotted you and you made eye contact, right?
I don't remember.
When you left the park, what route did you take?
I just remember being on Pine, I think it's called Pine Street or Pine Road, and going north on it.
And you remember taking kind of a roundabout way to get to the grocery store?
What do you mean by roundabout way?
So do you remember Justin Schaefer testifying?
Yes, a little bit.
And you remember him drawing out the route that you took after he spotted you at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And do you remember taking a different route, or is that the route that you remember taking?
I remember just going on Pine Street and going north.
So I actually have people's 65 and 66. So starting with 65, do you have any memory that would contradict this being the route that you took to exit Sycamore Park after being spotted by Justin Schaefer?
Objection, asked and answered. He's already testified he doesn't remember.
Several times.
Okay, so after you left Sycamore Park, you remember being on Pine, right?
Yes, on Pine Road or Pine Street.
All right, do you remember taking this particular route when you left Sycamore Park? Or after being in that area?
Yes, I think that's the route that I took to go to Safeway.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I think that's the route I took to go to Safeway.
Why don't you go out, down Bucknell, up Pine, and then left on Villanova, and then north on Sycamore? Why would you take kind of three sides around that square instead of just taking the short path?
I don't know.
Was it because you've been spotted by Justin Schaefer and you're trying to walk away from him?
No, I didn't know he was following me.
And you went over to Safeway, right?
Yes.
And you had no money, right?
I thought I paid with cash, but I don't really remember.
All right, and then after Sycamore Park is when you were contacted by officers, correct?
Yes.
The state's testimony.
Right, so you went to Safeway, got the bread, got the apple, got the other things that are there, and then you were contacted by officers, correct?
Yes, a little or when I was on Pine Street again, walking south.
And you remember speaking with the officers?
Just about them taking me to the police department.
So I have here people's 33D, Officer Story body camera. Are you able to see this, sir? Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And so, play forward from the 1 second mark.
Oh, careful. Do you have an ID or anything on you?
No.
Okay.
All right, can I pause at the 11 second mark? Are you able to see that so far, sir?
Yes.
So during this contact, you knew you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
No shadows?
No.
No supernatural beings?
No.
What's your name, bro? John. John? What's your last name, John?
Thomas?
Sorry?
Thomas.
Sorry.
So I paused at the 23-second mark. Were you able to hear that, sir?
Yes.
Did you tell the officer Jonas?
Yes.
Why Jonas?
I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that you'd used the false name John Joas during a prior police contact. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
In that prior contact, did you use Joas or Jonas?
I believe it was Joas.
And so why did it say Jonas here?
I don't know.
And here, you knew you had a knife in this bag, right?
I don't know.
Okay, play a little forward from here.
You got something to write with? No, like a notepad. Yeah. How do you spell your name? J-O-H-N? H-N? Your last name? Uh-huh. J-O-A-S?
Yeah.
And
All right, so you've given the officers the false name, correct?
Yes.
And you knew what your real name was, right?
Yes.
And why give them the false name?
I don't know exactly why, but I think I thought the same thing was gonna happen when I had the first encounter with the police and I gave them John Joas. I thought they would just say that I could go.
And so was this paranoia kicking in?
I think so.
Did you give this false name to the officers because you were paranoid?
I'm not fully sure of that.
Have you previously stated that you gave the false name to the officers because you were paranoid?
I don't remember.
Paranoia was a theme for you during this time, right? You were feeling a lot of paranoia?
Yeah.
Did you believe the police were going to hurt you?
No.
Did you believe that you were in any kind of danger?
I don't think so.
If you didn't think that you were in any danger, I mean, what's the source of the paranoia here?
It's just like the feeling that I started to get.
Just a bad feeling?
Yeah.
Now, was this a mistake to give the officers the false name, or did you know at the time that you were giving them a false name?
I don't think I knew.
Did you think your name was actually John Joas?
To some extent, but not my actual name.
Now, when you spoke with Dr. Ree, you told her, "That's when police stopped me. I was paranoid to tell them my real name. I thought they were against me. I didn't want to give them the real name." Correct?
I don't remember what was specifically said, but I remember speaking with them.
Okay. You don't remember telling Dr. Ree that?
No.
That you were paranoid and that you didn't want to give the officers your real name?
No.
Is that the case, that you just didn't want to give your officers the real name despite knowing what your actual name is?
I think I thought that the same thing was going to happen with the prior incident where the police stopped me by Central Park. I thought they were just going to say that I was able to go.
And you wanted to go because you knew you killed 2 people and attempted to kill a third, and that you needed to get out of it, right?
No.
In fact, during the contact, you talked with the officers about the reason for the stop, right?
I don't remember.
All right, I'm gonna put it back on the screen. It's 33D.
Your date of birth?
1999. 10.
10 of 99? Okay.
Is there a reason you're collecting my information, or?
So, the reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
The whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and stuff? So,
Okay, so stop at 123. When you were talking with the officers, you told them you knew what was going on about the homicides, right?
I think Officer Story said the homicides.
Right, and you replied in the affirmative, correct?
Yeah, I think I said something about Davis.
I'll go back in 10 seconds.
so the reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
The whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and stuff? So people are calling all kinds.
So you said the homicides and stuff, and you replied, yeah, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're acknowledging to Officer Story, you do in fact know that there's been homicides going on in the city of Davis.
I was referring to the crime alerts that I had seen.
Okay, and what were the crime alerts that you'd seen?
It was just a notification that popped up, and I kind of just took a glance at it.
All right, and what did they tell you?
I just seen the crime alert, or that's what I read.
Were the crime alerts specific to homicides?
I didn't know.
All right, but when Officer Story asked specifically about homicides, you said, yeah, correct?
Yes.
Objection. This state's video speaks for itself.
Yes, it does.
The reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
The whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and stuff? So people are calling in all kinds of stuff. They're calling in anybody and everybody that if
Okay, so pause at 128. Did you see yourself looking down inside the bag during the video?
Yeah, I think when I almost dropped it.
Okay, and were you, and you had a knife in the bag, right?
I think at that point I didn't know.
And so you're looking down in the bag to see if the knife is visible in the bag, to see if the knife is going to be detected while it's in the bag, correct?
I don't think so.
matches, potentially matches the description of that person. And so we're not saying that you are that guy or anything. We're responding out, making contact, saying like, hey, this is what's going on. We're having to investigate every possible lead that we have, Do you live nearby here?
Yeah.
Where at?
It's a few blocks.
A few blocks? Okay. Are you a university student?
Yeah.
Okay. What year are you?
Registration? 2024.
2024? Okay. Where are you from originally?
Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Can I get all systems on one by yours? Last of John Ocean, Sam, first of John with an H, 10 of 99. What do you have in your bag, man? Can I look real quick? Can I just see?
Okay, so I saw it at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Did you see that?
Yes.
And so you are physically looking down in your bag and moving contents of the bag around with your hand, right?
I think I was just looking in my bag.
Okay. And you're seeing the knife in the bag, right?
I don't think so.
And you're acting as if there is no knife in the bag, correct?
I think at that point I didn't know there was a knife there.
I mean, at some point, did you believe the knife was in your pocket, or where did you think the knife was?
I don't know.
come from the grocery store?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any weapons or anything on you?
No.
Any knives or guns or anything against it? Do you mind, now I'm asking permission, do you mind if I check really quick?
I do.
You do mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some big.
Okay, we're not trying to keep you from what you're doing or anything.
I'm kind of running late too.
Okay.
I don't want to like bother you guys or anything.
Do you have a driver's license or an ID card in the state of California?
Not a driver's license.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the proper spelling of your name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I see your hand? You know, it looks like old cuts and scratches.
Oh yeah. This has been going over a while.
I paused at 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And the officer's asking about cuts and scratches on your hands, correct?
Yes.
And you almost put the bag down on the ground, right?
Yes.
Why not put it down on the ground if you don't know that there's a knife in it?
I don't know.
Because if you hadn't put it on the ground, they'd be able to see the knife in there and you'd be caught, right?
I think I did put it down at one point.
You're holding onto the bag and showing them your hands with the bag still in your hands because you know that if you put that knife down, you're going to get caught. Or if you put that bag down, they'll see the knife and you'll get caught, right?
No.
Because you know there's a knife in that bag.
I don't think I knew.
Stress.
A lot of stress.
Yeah.
How'd you get those?
Myself.
Yourself?
Okay, so here at 404, you're telling the officers that the injury on your hands were self-inflicted, right?
Yes.
So we found out the one that was in your room, in the area of your computer. Were the other ones also self-inflicted?
I don't remember the other ones being self-inflicted.
Where'd you get
Thank you.
them from?
Let's stop there. Hold your question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you can return to council's table. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay,
We got
thank you.
more questions on the backside of the break.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen. Great, we've got our afternoon break, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break, and remember the three-part admonition. Okay, let's go back on the record after our afternoon break, and Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez is in the witness stand. He's subject to cross-examination. Mr. Vanderbilt.
So, sir, I'm going to put on the screen Officer Gonzalez's body camera. Looks like people's 30 Picking up from the 5-minute, 49-second mark. This is the part that we talked about with you looking in your bag. Do you remember that?
Can I see? That one looks fresh. The one in your left hand?
Yeah. It was
And he's asking about the injuries on your hand, and the bag is slipping in your hands for a couple times. Is that right? You're having a little difficulty holding on to it?
I don't remember that part of the video.
Okay. Why don't you put the bag down?
I don't know.
personal problems.
Personal problems?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to cut right here? You want to cut right here on the back side?
Well, I don't know how we can probably, maybe doesn't have a license in the license. Do you have like a school ID or anything on you?
No.
If we check you out through the university database, are you a registered student?
I'm registered.
With UC Davis?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have your address in case we need to follow up with you?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? Is it a house or an apartment? Hawthorne? 782 Hawthorne? How long have you been living here? 2 years. Do you live with anyone else? Just you by yourself? The whole house, just all yourself? You have roommates? But there's other people in the house. Yeah, okay. You don't talk to them? Okay. All right, can you just hang tight for me really quick, John?
I'd like to get Henry unit out here and talk to us. Yes. Can you do me a favor? Can you put that bag down for me? Yeah. Yes, I'm going to search it for it. It's okay. I know you. I'm going to search it for it. Let's put the bag down, please. Drop the bag.
Okay, so I've stopped at 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so you talked earlier about putting the bag down. The only time you put the bag down was when the officer was already going to grab your arm and make physical contact with you, correct?
I don't remember that.
Now, you testified that earlier when you gave officers the name John Joas back in March or so, that they let you go, and that's why you did it again this time, because you wanted to get let go again, correct?
Yes.
And when they didn't let you go, did that make you nervous?
I don't remember.
You were feeling paranoid at the time, and you didn't want to be there, correct?
I don't remember.
And after the handcuffs were placed on you, that's when you really understood that you'd been caught, right?
I just remember being in handcuffs in the curb.
Do you remember watching the video of Detective Muscardini interviewing you at the scene?
No, I don't remember.
Is there a reason why your demeanor or how you're speaking would change between Officer Soria-Gonzalez and Officer Muscardini, other than the fact that you were placed in handcuffs for a while there?
I don't know.
So when they took you down to the station, you asked to have your bag go with you, right?
I don't remember.
And you wanted the bag with you because you knew there was a knife in there, and you're still holding out that the officers would find the knife, correct?
I don't remember.
And when you got to the station, why is it that you remember specifically that it was Steve Ramos that was at the station with you?
I just remember him having I think he tried having a conversation with me, but then we just walked into the police department.
So that part you have a very specific memory of.
Just that it was Steve, or I think it was Steve Ramos that walked up to me.
And so, do you think it was Steve Ramos, or was it Steve Ramos?
I think it was Steve Ramos.
And so you have a good memory of that.
Yeah.
But your memory about everything that happened before that was less clear, or just some parts?
I just remember, I think, some parts.
All right, so I understand that your testimony is that you don't remember stabbing people. Just based on your knowledge of your body and how you do things and how you move around and that sort of thing, if you were to stab somebody, how would you hold them?
Objection, speculation, 352.
Sustained.
Have you ever stabbed anything with a knife before?
No.
Like yourself on there. Sir, you testified on direct about this carving in the tree at Sycamore Park. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How big was that?
It wasn't that big, but you could see what it was.
How big is not that big?
I think it was like 6 inches of length and 6 inches of width.
Understood. So I have here what's been marked for identification purposes people's bond 4. It's a USB containing a single photo. Can I approach?
Okay.
See people's bond 4?
Yeah.
Is that the tree with the face?
Yes.
Can I publish?
Okay.
Can you see this, sir?
Yes.
Can you use the laser pointer to show us where the face is on this?
Have to zoom in.
Well, are you able to see it without zooming in?
Yeah, I can see it a little bit.
Where's it at?
I think it's right here.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in on that area. Is that the face that you're talking about?
Yes.
And you see these leaves and branches here?
Yes.
Seeing this photo in this context, do you still think that it's 6 inches big?
No, it's probably smaller.
Yeah. Based on this photo, how big do you think that is?
Like 4 inches maybe.
And so this face, what image were you trying to make when you carved that?
Just like the features of a face, so the eyes, the nose, and the mouth.
Any particular face?
No.
Were you trying to draw a devil or anything of that nature?
No.
And this is right at the exit for Sycamore Park.
Yes.
And this is right before the bridge that you crossed on a bicycle of Karim's that we'd seen, right?
I don't remember crossing it. I just remember leaving it in the bush.
Other than this face, did you carve any other things into the trees in Sycamore Park between December of 2022 and May of 2023?
No.
No additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That was cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Reales Dominguez, thank you for your testimony. You can return to counsel's table.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes his testimony. Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, he's two completely different people, right? So he was 108 pounds. Sorry, Kimberlee, don't mean to cover you there. You know. So completely different looking person for sure. Kind of looks like George Harrison a little bit. 1969, 70, circa George Harrison, circa 1969 or 70. So anyway. All right. So as I read earlier, the jury is coming back today. Prospective jurors, I should say. They were being voir dire Thursday and Friday of last week. They have not found a complete jury. They still haven't found a complete jury, so they're going to be working on it today at 9:30 local time, which is Pacific, West Coast. So East Coast time, that's 12:30. So they may seat a jury by lunchtime, their local time. We don't know. So until we get a jury, we'll just keep playing clips. I want to play his girlfriend. Here, let's watch this. I know you guys have been asking this. Let's check this out. I'm gonna put myself back over here. Let's check out. Sorry, David. Let us check this out. This is the state wanted to remove Judge McAdam, and I don't know why. I thought he was pretty cool. All right, so let's get this going.
Comes to order. Superior Court Department 14 is now in session. Honorable Samuel T. McAdam, Judge presiding, you may be seated.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is Department 14 Yellow Superior Court, and we have a criminal law and motion calendar today. Let's go on the record in case CR 23-1391, the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. Prosecutor DeMora, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Defense Attorney Hutchinson with Mr. Dominguez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so Mr. DeMora, an attorney in your office filed a statement of disqualification December 16th, correct?
Correct.
All right, so based on that, there's a procedure set forth in CCP 170.3, sets forth various different ways that the statement of disqualification is resolved, and I haven't taken a close look at the papers yet, so I'll review those and follow the procedure set forth in CCP 170.3. Okay?
Understood.
And then under CCP 170.4, the case, in effect, there'll be no action until that process has played out. And what I'd like to do is set this matter over until January 22nd. I think that's the fourth Thursday. That gives us time for the process to play out. There's a timeline set forth in section 170.3. And January 22nd in Department 14 at 1:30 would be a trial setting conference. And that's pretty much where we're at. Mr. DeMora, any questions regarding that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes. Prior to this being filed, Mr. DeMora and I had discussed trial dates, and we were going to propose March 2nd, but I'm assuming now that is not a realistic possibility given that we're setting a new trial setting January 22nd.
Well, under 170.4, I'll just look at the statute. That controls what a judge can do when there's a statement of disqualification. And it does say under subsection A5 that the court can set the actual trial. The reason that may not be prudent to do today is the statement can play out a whole variety of different ways. So, but if the parties, March 2nd would work for the court, and I'm willing to set that, it can always be vacated. So I don't know, Mr. DeMora, do you want to be heard on that? Since you agreed to the date, it's really up to, if I have a stipulation today on the calendar, I'd be glad to set that.
I got one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could I confirm, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, sure, off the record.
Via vote, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Betts, is that you?
That is me. I haven't seen Mr. Voivoda just.
All right. I think that's pretty much it for that. They were just talking about Judge McAdam being removed, which of course he denied. All right, here is it's being. So let me just let me play this, and we can go back to watching some testimony. Hi,
well, the second trial of.
All right.
The man accused in a series of deadly stabbings in Davis is underway. Jury selection started Friday, with the trial expected to start this week. Carlos Dominguez is charged with second-degree murder and attempted murder in a stabbing spree that rocked the city of Davis more than 3 years ago. How did we get here, and what about that mistrial in this case? Here's Ashley Sharp.
On the quiet streets of this Northern California college town.
I couldn't believe this happened in this peaceful town.
Davis in 2023, gripped by a series of stabbings, each overnight and 2 days apart. Many asking if a serial killer was on the loose.
And it seems random, and that makes it kind of scary.
April 27th, 2023, the first victim, David Breaux, a beloved man known as Davis's compassion guy. He slept on a bench in Central Park where he was found stabbed to death.
We miss him. We miss his presence.
Next, on April 29th, UC Davis student Karim Abou Najm, just days from graduating, was stabbed more than 50 times while riding his bike through Sycamore Park. His dad, desperate for answers and an arrest.
Please capture this individual. Let's bring closure to this.
Then the third and final stabbing on May 1st of a homeless woman, Kimberlee Guillory, as she slept in her tent in Davis. She was hurt but survived. She told me exclusively in her only sit-down interview that she lived because her friends heard her screams and chased Dominguez away.
He would not have stopped. He'd have kept stabbing me like he did the other two. Unfortunately, we can't bring them back, but I'm going to make sure that, if I can, that he doesn't ever get a chance to do it again.
3 days later, after the Davis community flooded police lines with tips and sightings, Dominguez was spotted and arrested. Investigators say he had a large knife in his bag near Sycamore Park, where Karim was killed. The suspect's closest friends were stunned.
Shocked and disappointed.
In my opinion, it just makes me question, like, what does it take to make a murderer?
Dominguez was charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder in the 3 stabbings, along with a host of lesser charges. Still, it took months for Dominguez to be declared mentally competent to stand trial. After his arrest, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and in court came many unexpected moments.
I want to say I'm guilty.
But still, Dominguez pleaded not guilty to the deadly stabbing spree by reason of insanity. On May 5th, 2025, almost 2 years exactly to the day of his arrest, Dominguez's high-profile 5-week trial began. And testimony poured in.
The person that I had initially dated would have never done something like that.
Dominguez admitted when he took the stand that he did it, but said he did not remember, and that after being treated for schizophrenia in state custody, he says only then he realized what he had done. In his own words of the first fatal stabbing of David Breaux,
that's when I started to hear voices clearly saying, you won't go up to him, you won't go, you won't. And I started to get paranoid and started to look around. And that's when I seen a shadow figure on the bench next to me.
Dominguez testified he thought he was killing demons or supernatural beings when he allegedly stabbed his 3 victims.
What did you come to recognize?
I started to realize that the people that I thought were shadow shapeshifters that I had stabbed were actual people.
After more than a month in court, a verdict. The jury found Dominguez not guilty of first-degree murder, but then, quickly after, we learned there was that hung jury on the second-degree murder charge, which of course is what led to the judge declaring a mistrial in this case. Mistrial, as the jury was deadlocked on the next charges before them.
Today is stab number 53. Thank you.
The families of the victims in disbelief. For Karim's parents,
only people who lost dear ones will understand our pain.
Is it discouraging to you to think to have to go through a trial like this again?
Absolutely. It was a nightmare. And the fact that we will have to pass through it again is unbearable.
Now, a year later, the stage is set to start over on a brand new trial with a new jury. David Breaux's sister Maria remains optimistic.
So I think justice continues to be served.
That there's light at the end of this tunnel. Closure for David, Karim, Kimberlee, and all of Davis.
And Dominguez cannot be tried again on first-degree murder since he was found not guilty on that count. Jury selection in his retrial started Friday, and his trial is scheduled to begin this week. The trial is estimated to take 10 weeks.
All right, so yeah, court hasn't even opened yet. What's it, 8:30? Yeah, it's 8:30 local time. So jury still hasn't been selected. They're still doing voir dire. They may have a jury today. They may or they may not. So we still have plenty of coverage to give you guys. So let's go back to rewatch, and this is Kaylee. We saw a little clip of Kaylee. This is his girlfriend. I thought you guys might want to be might be interested in watching this. So this is Kaylee. So she testified before him. Defense. Hold on a sec. I think she was third. I think she testified third. Yeah, it was his dad and then his sister and then Kaylee. So she was the third. She was the third to testify.
State of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, KCR 23-1391. Prosecutors DeMora and Vanderhook present, the defendants present with Attorney Hutchinson. 17 members of our jury are present this Tuesday, May 20th. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And we're going to go ahead and get started. We've got Kaylee Gallardo here, and let's get her back in the witness stand. Good morning, Ms. Gallardo.
Good morning.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Thank you for being here again. And I want to check in with you on the oath. You recall yesterday you took an oath under penalty of perjury. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Oop, I guess I got the wrong day. Because she's coming back. I thought that was the right day, but clearly not. So that was incorrect. Hold on a sec. Let me see if this...
Really had many phone calls, but yeah, mostly just kind of really had many.
All right. She did come back. Okay. She was at the end of the day and then she came back. All right. Here's the, okay. Here she is. All right. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. So this is from May 19th. Okay. So okay, so this is May 19th, 2023. All right. They had that out of order. I should have just used our stream instead of somebody else's, instead of a news station. Anyway. All right, so here's Kaylee from May 19th.
And Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
I'm going to sit because I saw the photos. After the two of you gained your COVID snacking weight, at least for a period, did the two of you work out together, you and Mr. Reales Dominguez?
For a little bit, yes.
And by working out, what would you do?
We would typically go to the, I can't remember what the name it was, but it was just the on-campus gym.
Was this in the spring of your freshman year after you gained the snacking weight?
Yes, around that time.
The ARC?
The ARC, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And would you and Mr. Reales Dominguez work out together, use the same equipment or equipment right next to each other?
Yes.
So did you have an opportunity to see how he ran, how he moved?
Even this is not right. This is not her first time testifying. Where the heck is her first? All right, you know what? I'm just going to, hang on. This is just so annoying. Sorry, you guys. I should know better. So we want day... Yeah, I know. Day 11. Hold on. Because she says a lot of really important things. I think we need to watch that. So let me just find this for you. Let me get her coming up to the stand and talking. So it was day 11. Day 11, and she's third. There she is. Okay. Here we go. Now we're cooking with gas. This one should be the winner. right, there's his sister. And then there she is. Okay, here we go. And this has closed captioning too. So that's a win. That's a win for everybody. All right. Not sure why that's not. Oh, hold on a sec. Why is that not expanding? Oh, there we go. Okay. Now I think I've got it sorted out. There we go. All right. And this one has closed captioning. So it's a win for everybody.
State your first and last name for the record. Let's call them both.
Kaylee Gallardo, CALEYGALLARDO.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gallardo. And what do you do for a living?
I work at a veterinary hospital.
And what type of position do you have?
I'm a veterinary technician.
And prior to beginning your job, did you attend college?
Yes.
What college did you attend?
I went to UC Davis.
When did you begin UC Davis the year after you graduated from high school?
Yes.
When did you begin UC Davis?
In 2020, fall of 2020.
Fall of 2020. Was that during COVID?
Yes.
Can you explain how COVID affected what would normally be a typical freshman year? Did you live in the dorms?
Yes.
Due to COVID, did students have roommates?
No.
What type of rooms were the students put in?
So you either got a single, double, or triple, but for example, I had a double, but I had no roommate, so it was just me inside of a double room, so like 2 beds and everything like that.
Was that difficult starting college and wanting to meet people and everyone's in a single room?
Yes.
How did you attend classes? Again, your freshman quarter. Were they in person? Were they online? What were they?
They were mainly online through Zoom.
So would you sit in your room with no roommates and attend classes on Zoom? Is that how it works?
Yes.
When you were dreaming about going to college, was that the freshman experience you were anticipating?
No.
Was that difficult for you to start college under those circumstances?
Yes.
Why was it difficult?
Mainly because, at least for me, I moved away from my family. I didn't know anyone in the Davis area or anything like that, so it was kind of hard leaving my family, not really having any friends or anything like that up there, and kind of just being thrown into a whole new world.
So, given that you didn't have roommates and you attended classes on Zoom, how would freshmen that year meet other freshmen?
It was honestly very difficult. A majority of it, the only time you could actually really see anyone else was typically outdoors, and even if it was outdoors, there was very strict protocols of staying 6 feet apart and things like that.
Did you have to make an effort to meet people?
Yes.
Did you meet people your freshman quarter?
Yes.
How did you go about meeting people?
It was either people through your Zoom classes, sometimes other people in your dorm building if you happen to just see them in passing. We had just like a group chat that was made initially before we moved in with everyone in my my dorm hall.
At some point, did you meet another freshman named Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
I met him through a mutual friend of ours.
And what mutual friend was that?
That was Nathan.
Do you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court today?
Yes.
See the young man seated to my left?
Yes.
By Nathan, what is Nathan's last name?
I believe it's Riego de Dios.
How did you meet Nathan?
He was actually someone who was in my dorm hall, so I believe he might have been a part of that like group chat that we had initially moving in once we all figured out what our dorm hall was.
And through Nathan, did you ultimately meet Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you recall when you met Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Not necessarily the specific moment, but...
Was it early in your freshman year?
Yes.
At some point after you met, did the two of you start dating?
Eventually, in around about January, yes.
Prior to dating, did you spend time with him?
Prior to dating, did you say? Yes.
And did the two of you become boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes.
Approximately when did the two of you become boyfriend and girlfriend?
That was in January of 2021.
Did you date for some months before you said, okay, officially we're boyfriend and girlfriend?
I honestly can't really recall. I mean, we were talking and we were friends, but...
Talking means different things.
Yeah.
The generation you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
When you said talking, is that just you're talking like you would talk with your parents, or was it more than just talking when you use that phrase?
I guess more than just talking, but that mainly kind of started like end of December, January time.
Was there anything specific that you two had in common that caused you to bond or connect?
Both of us were definitely interested in going in the medical field. We both had a pretty big drive towards our futures, our goals, and things like that. And he was also very family-oriented, which was something that I also valued as well.
And would you take pictures on your phone when you were spending time with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And do you still have pictures of Mr. Reales Dominguez on your phone?
Yes.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit O. There's 14 photos. I'm going to bring my computer up. I'm going to have you scroll through them, and when you're done, just stop and I'll ask you some questions. Okay?
Okay.
So there's the arrow up there.
Okay.
So just scroll through them, and when you're done, let me know.
Okay. Okay, I've scrolled through them all.
Do you recognize all those photos?
Yes.
And are they pictures of you, Mr. Reales? What are they, in general, what are the pictures of?
Either pictures of him and I, pictures of him and his cat, or just pictures of himself.
And Do both of those photos indicate the date and time they're taken?
Yes.
And the ones that don't, are you familiar with the date and time that they were taken? Or the date that they were taken?
I think all of them, I'm pretty sure, had the date on it. Off the top of my head, I don't think I'd be able to remember that much.
I'm going to get to the photos in a moment.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk to you about, describe Mr. Reales Dominguez's personality when you first met him. This would be in the fall quarter. What was his personality like?
In general, he was kind of always more of a bit of like a quiet and reserved person, but he definitely, I feel like, gave me a lot of attention and things like that. So we, majority of the time, spent a lot of time talking, and I feel like over time we just bonded.
And you mentioned going away to college to a new town, we don't know anyone. That was difficult for you?
Yes.
Based on your personal observation, did it seem difficult for Mr. Reales Dominguez as well?
Potentially, I don't think there was anything that I necessarily saw where I was like, oh, I think he's really struggling with this as well. He definitely seemed a little bit more independent. But I mean, again, for everyone, it was pretty difficult, so.
What do you mean that he seemed more independent? What do you mean by that?
I feel like just in the sense where I think kind of like I was saying before, he was always more quiet and reserved. He kept to himself a little bit more, so it didn't seem like it had as much of an effect on him. I guess that's kind of what I meant by independent a bit more.
Did he live in the dorms?
Yes.
Did he have a single dorm by himself?
Yes.
Did, like you, he attended classes online Zoom?
Correct.
So even though he was a little more on the quieter side, would you see him show emotion?
Yes.
Would you see him laugh?
Yes.
Would you see him smile?
Yes.
Would you see him joke around?
Yes.
And would you observe him when he was interacting with both you and in larger groups of people?
Yes.
Did he appear to enjoy being around people? We're talking about freshman fall.
Yes.
And how would you describe his physical appearance, his physical build when you first met him? Once again, this is in the fall.
I mean, I would say a pretty normal and typical build, maybe potentially on the heavier side, if anything, but not by much.
Did you know that he was a former high school athlete?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you notice about his hygiene when you first met him?
Definitely, like, pristine hygiene, I would say.
What do you mean by pristine hygiene? I mean, kind of basic hygiene is a shower once a day, brush your teeth at least twice a day.
Yeah.
What about Carlos's hygiene caused you to describe it as pristine?
I feel like just in the sense, very much so, like, always kind of clean shaven, definitely always like showering and things like that, never really any sort of body odor or anything like that at least I had noticed.
And I'd like to show you some photos. Just a moment. You mentioned Nathan. Did you become friends with Nathan before you met Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 01.
Publishing.
Yes, please. Scarrow, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And who is depicted in this photograph?
Carlos is on the left and Nathan is on the right.
And do you recall where this photograph was taken?
I believe it was at a pho place in downtown Davis, from my best recollection.
A pho place?
Yes.
That's a type of cuisine?
Yeah, like a soup kind of situation.
Did you take this photograph?
I believe either I did or another one of our friends did.
Were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
You see a date of October 21st, 2020. Is that appear to be an accurate date based on your memory?
Yes, I believe so.
When, if you recall, did the UC Davis fall quarter begin? Like, when did you move in to the dorms, approximately?
I believe it was either end of September or beginning of October, but I'm not 100% sure.
So this photo, was it taken probably within a month of starting school?
Most likely, yes.
Showing what's been marked Defense Exhibit 02. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It's him and I. We are at the pavilion parking structure at Davis, UC Davis.
What is the pavilion parking structure?
It's a parking structure at UC Davis. I mean, a lot of the times people would just kind of like hang out on the top floor. I believe we were watching the sunset that night.
If you know, was this always a hangout or was it kind of a COVID hangout because it was out in the open?
I'm honestly not too sure.
And who is depicted, the gentleman on the left, is that Carlos Reales?
Yes.
And the young lady on the right, who is that?
That is me.
If you zoom in, it appears Carlos had some earrings.
Yes.
And a necklace?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In terms, you said he had pristine hygiene. How did he dress? Was that important to him?
Yes, I would say so.
Were you, this is on November 7th, were you dating at this time, just friends? What would you describe it?
We were just friends at that point.
Did you believe that Carlos was interested in being more than friends?
At that time, I think so, but I can't 100% remember.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 03. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It's of him and I and then two of our other friends.
There's 4 individuals in this photograph?
Correct.
The person in the white shirt, who is that?
That is Carlos.
And the male in the black shirt with the glasses, who is that?
That's Nathan.
Nathan Rio de Dios?
Correct.
And Nathan appears to be hugging a woman, who is that?
That was another one of our friends, Miranda.
Was Nathan dating Miranda, or were they just friends?
I believe at that time they were either dating or in a talking stage, but they pretty much eventually ended up at that point.
And this young lady in the dress, who is that?
That is me.
Now, you notice, it's kind of hard to see with the lights, but when Carlos would smile for pictures, was he one of the people who had the big teeth smile, or did he kind of have didn't show teeth?
Usually not with teeth.
Was that just how Carlos smiled?
Yeah.
Would you see him on other occasions, though, laugh and smile, a bigger type smile?
Yes.
Now, let's go. This photograph says November 16th, 2020 at 5:50 a.m. Were you up at the parking structure at 5:50 a.m.?
No.
So when was this photograph actually taken?
I believe it might have been taken the night before. One of our other friends had a professional camera and she took the pictures, so it took her a second to upload those photos then onto her phone and then send them to us. So I think that's most likely where the date and time came from for that picture.
So what date do you believe this photo was actually taken?
Most likely November 15th of 2020.
Were the 4 of you going to an event?
I think we were celebrating Nathan's birthday. I I believe so. I can't remember 100%, but we were definitely dressing up. I think it was to go to a Korean barbecue or something along those lines.
Going to Defense Exhibit 04, is this photograph taken the same, this says it's November 18th. Is that the correct date?
No.
Is this taken the same night that the photograph with Nathan and your other friend Miranda taken?
Yes.
And is this, even though he's dressed, it looks like he has his shirt unbuttoned a little bit, showing a little chest.
Yes.
Was this an event where you were trying to dress up for?
Yes.
Do you recall what the four of you did at this event?
I believe we went and got Korean barbecue. Yeah.
Do you remember it being a fun event?
Yes.
Did Carlos appear to have fun?
Yes.
And this is in November. Are you dating yet, or is it still just kind of friends?
No, we were not dating at this point.
I'm going to go to Defense Exhibit 05. Do you recognize what this photo depicts?
Yes.
What is this?
At that time, Carlos and I and two of our other friends, I believe it was Nathan and Miranda, we might have potentially had one more friend with us. We went to Lake Tahoe.
Where? South Lake Tahoe?
Yes.
What did you do when you got there?
I can't honestly remember specifically what we did. I know we did get a hotel room for the night, but I can't remember the specifics of what was done on that trip.
Is this photograph a selfie?
I think so.
Now, it appears Mr. Reales has his right arm around you. Your heads are close to each other. At this point, are the two of you dating?
I still think at this point we weren't officially dating, but definitely talking, kind of as you were saying earlier.
At this point, did it appear to you that Mr. Reales Dominguez liked you?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that he was romantically interested in you?
Yes.
Was he continuing to give you a lot of attention?
Yes.
When, if you recall, did you start, what you said it was in January when you officially became a couple?
I believe so.
Did his pristine hygiene continue after you became a couple during your freshman year?
Yes.
So it wasn't like a bait and switch?
No.
How did his, you described his physical build as normal, maybe a little bit heavier. Did it change at all during the second half of your freshman year?
Yes.
How did it change?
At that point, I think he gained a little bit of weight.
Was there a reason why you think he gained weight second part of your freshman year?
I think a lot of it honestly had to do with COVID. We were pretty much indoors all the time, just snacking and things like that.
Were you snacking as well?
Yes.
Did you gain any weight?
Yes.
Did the two of you continue to do things as a couple and with groups of friends?
Yes.
Did you ever recall taking a trip to the American River in April of 2021?
We went to a river. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
Was it a river in the Sacramento area? Was it greater Sacramento area?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Let me go back. That's Exhibit 06. This, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It was Nathan and Carlos. They're on a bridge. I think they were going to jump into the water.
And this states North Fork of the American River, April 18th of 2021?
Correct.
Do you remember this trip?
Yes.
In addition to yourself, Mr. Reales Dominguez, and Mr. Rego de Dios, do you know who else went on this trip?
I can't remember specifically who else was there. I know there were other people, but I don't remember who.
Describe what we're seeing in this photo. The gentleman in the black shorts appears to have a little bit of a belly. Who is that?
That's Carlos.
Was this photo taken during the period where he had gained some weight due to your COVID snacking?
Yes.
And what is Carlos, if you recall, getting ready to do in this photo?
They were going to jump off the bridge into the water.
Okay. Did you jump off the bridge?
No.
Did Nathan jump off the bridge?
I believe so.
Okay. In this photo, is Nathan trying to convince Carlos to jump into the water, if you recall?
I can't specifically recall, possibly.
Did Carlos ultimately jump?
Yes.
Was it a fun trip?
Yes.
Let me stop you there. Okay, Ms. Gallardo, we have to take an afternoon break for 15 minutes. So we've got a few more questions for you on the other side, okay?
Sounds good.
I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please indulge me for a second. And if we could just cut the live stream and no media for a second, I wanted to address the jury off point.
Depicted in this photograph?
Time like playing.
Kid, he's still a baby at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Kaylee Gallardo is on the witness stand, and she's been answering questions. And Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Okay, I'm going to sit because I saw the photos. After the two of you gained your COVID snacking weight, at least for a period, did you two of you work out together, you and Mr. Reales Dominguez?
For a little bit, yes.
And by working out, what would you do?
We would typically go to the, I can't remember what the name it was, but it was just the on-campus gym.
Was this in the spring of your freshman year after you gained the snacking weight?
Yes, around that time.
The ARC?
The ARC, yes.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
thank you.
And would you and Mr. Reales Dominguez work out together, use the same equipment or equipment right next to each other?
Yes.
So did you have an opportunity to see how he ran, how he moved, how he carried himself?
Yes, not as much running, but yeah.
Was there anything about the way Mr. Reales Dominguez walked, stood, or carried himself that you thought was unusual?
No.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez, by the end of the freshman year, lose some of his COVID snacking weight?
I can't remember.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit 07. Do you recognize this photo, Ms. Gallardo?
Yes.
Scroll out. And this photo, when does it indicate this photo was taken?
June 10th of 2021.
Okay. And do you recognize the individuals in this photo?
Yes.
Let me scroll, zoom in a little bit more. Starting left to right, who's this woman right here on the far left of the photo?
Cynthia.
And was she a mutual friend?
Yes.
Who is this gentleman right here with the maybe Yankee shirt and jeans and a gray sweatshirt?
Calvin.
What's Calvin's last name, if you recall?
I believe Din.
And this gentleman here with the White Sox hat, who is that?
Nathan.
And the gentleman here with the black, who is that?
Carlos.
And the woman on the far right, who is that?
Me.
Do both of you appear to have lost your COVID snacking weight in this photo?
Yes.
And I'm showing what's been marked Defense Exhibit 808. Is this just a close-up of you and Carlos?
Correct.
And you see your smile, you're showing the pearly whites. Carlos kind of has the mouth closed smile. Was that his typical camera smile?
Yes.
No. Let me back up. After, do you recall when your spring term ended approximately in June? Was it early June, mid-June?
I believe mid-June.
After that ended, did you take a trip with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to Las Vegas.
How did you get to Las Vegas?
We were with his parents. I believe they drove us.
Had you met his parents prior to this, or was this the first time you'd met his parents?
I can't remember.
Do you recall that? Do you recall any of the details of that trip?
A little bit.
What do you recall doing?
I know that we walked along like the main strip area. We went to the hotel pool.
I'm showing what's been marked, excuse me. Defense Exhibit 09. Zoom in. And this dated June 29th, 2021, Las Vegas. Is that consistent with your memory of when this trip happened?
Yes.
And where is this photograph taken, if you recall?
Somewhere in Las Vegas. I don't really know the specific area or name. I think it's around the strip.
How would you describe what type of haircut did Mr. Reales Dominguez have in this photograph?
His hair was shorter. I don't really know the names of different haircuts as much.
Does it appear to be what's considered a fade haircut?
I believe so. Yeah.
And how was his build? How would you describe his build in this photograph?
He definitely lost weight, potentially a bit more muscular.
Does he look healthy?
Yes.
And at this point, you are officially boyfriend and girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
Now, after that Vegas trip, did you go home to your parents' house for the rest of the summer?
I can't remember. I believe so. That's typically what I would do, but I can't remember dates or anything like that when I went back.
I don't want the specific address, but where were your parents living in terms of town in the summer of 2021?
In Orange County.
And if you know, where was Carlos's parents living in the summer of 2021? You recall what town?
In Tracy.
Did Carlos have a driver's license?
I can't remember.
What contact did you have, if any, with Carlos after you got back from the Vegas trip until when school started again in September of 2021.
What specifically do you mean by what kind of contact?
Did you speak on the phone?
Yes.
Did you text?
Yes.
Did you see each other in person?
I can't remember.
Do you ever have a memory of driving? Did you have a driver's license at this time?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of driving from Orange County to Tracy to see Carlos that summer?
I can't remember.
Do you have any memory of him coming down to Orange County that summer?
I don't remember which summer specifically it was, but he did come down to visit my family and I.
Would that have been while you were still together as a couple?
Yes.
Do you recall when in the summer of the... So would that have been the summer of 2021 when you were still a couple?
Yeah, most likely. Oh, yeah.
Do you recall what date it was by reference to 4th of July or anything like that?
No.
How did he get down there?
We drove.
And how long was he stayed with you in Orange County, if you recall?
I can't remember how long it was.
How did he get back to Tracy?
We drove back together. I don't know if he went straight to Tracy or not. I can't remember where we went from there.
Other than Las Vegas and when you visited in Orange County, did you have any face-to-face contact with Carlos prior to returning to school in September of 21?
I don't believe so.
So, in September, did you live in the dorms again?
No.
Where did you move to?
I lived at another apartment complex called Ryder on Olive.
Ryder on Olive?
Correct.
And did you have any roommates?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, ma'am, what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit A. This is a satellite image of Davis. Do you recognize the area depicted in the satellite image? I can zoom in for you if you like.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
So just by reference, right here is 2nd Street. Over here is Olive Drive. Here are the railroad tracks.
Yes, I believe so. I think if that white building right next to 2nd Street with the pool, is that Ryder on Olive? Or is that a separate?
Look at this apartment complex right here, or these buildings. Do you recognize, this being Olive Drive right here, do you recognize what those apartments are?
If that is Ryder on Olive, then yes, but it looks a bit different, so I'm not 100% sure.
Did the Ryder apartments, were they on Olive Drive?
Yes, I believe so.
Did it have a pool?
Yes.
If you looked out the windows on the north side of the Ryder apartments, could you see railroad tracks?
Yes.
So based on what you see in this satellite image, does this appear to be the location of the Ryder apartments?
Yes, I believe so. If it's also like in and out to the left, I'm not that great with street names, unfortunately.
When you would go to and from the Ryder apartments, it wasn't from the satellite view.
Yeah.
Where did Mr. Reales Dominguez live when you moved into the Ryder apartments?
He lived at, I believe it was called Parkside Apartments.
And do you know where the Parkside, generally, if you know where the Parkside apartments are located?
Not by street name, no, but I can imagine where they are.
If you were to see a satellite image, do you think you would potentially recognize it?
Yeah.
Actually, I may not have marked it yet. You may have to get back to that. marked yet? Oh. I thought I had it marked in the exhibit, but I did. So I'm going to show you what, well, I'm going to come up and show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit P. Take a look at that, and then when you're done, just let me know.
Okay. Okay.
Now, looking at the streets, what does that appear to be?
The Parkside apartment complex where he lived.
Okay. And do you recognize that satellite image as the area of the Parkside apartments?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to visit Mr. Reales Dominguez at the Parkside apartments?
Yes.
For a point of reference, we're at the start of sophomore year.
Start of sophomore year, yes. So when on the Ryder apartments, did you have roommates?
Yes.
How many roommates did you have?
I had one at the beginning of the year, and then we had a transfer student who also moved in kind of a little bit later on in the year, so pretty much 2.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez have roommates at the Parkside apartments?
Yes.
Do you remember the names of those roommates?
Yes.
Who were his roommates?
Calvin, Nathan, and Jared.
By Nathan, are you referring to Nathan Riego de Dios?
Correct.
Was that the gentleman in the photograph by the American River?
Yes.
And by Calvin, do you remember Calvin's last name?
I believe it's Din.
Was he the same Calvin we saw in the photo in June at the end of your freshman year?
Yes.
And what about Jared? What was Jared's last name, if you remember?
I can't remember.
Were Nathan and Calvin part of your same friend group?
Yes.
What about Jared?
Not initially when they moved in, no.
So I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit P. And this area right here, it's bordered by F Street, H Street, and the bike path. Is that the Parkside Apartments?
Correct.
If you recall, do you remember is this a large apartment complex?
Yes.
A lot of students live there.
I don't really know the demographic of who was living there.
Do you remember the general area where Mr. Reales Dominguez's apartment was located?
Yes.
Where on this map is the general location of his apartment?
It was more to the right.
Do you have a pointer here on it by any chance?
Do I have it?
Yeah, there should be one.
Is it this one?
Yes. And there's a button on it, and it's a laser pointer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I know it was definitely on this side of the apartment complex. You could pretty much see the parking lot from his apartment. So somewhere around in this area, I would say. I remember he was also on the second floor.
So you're pointing to the south area of the apartment complex?
Yeah, around here, I believe.
Now, zooming in, if you recall if there were railroad tracks just east of the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
And are these railroad tracks visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the railroad tracks that run north and south through downtown Davis?
Yes.
Are these a portion of those railroad tracks?
Yes.
Now, did you have a car your sophomore year?
Yes.
So when you would visit Mr. Reales Dominguez at his apartment, would you drive?
Yes.
When Mr. Reales Dominguez would, on his own, come to your apartment, what was his general mode of transportation?
Typically by bike.
Now, would you ever, are you familiar with the general route that you would take when you drove from the Ryder Apartments to the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
Would you go through downtown Davis?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit Q. I'll have you look at this map, or man, and just, you can zoom in if you'd like, and just let me know when you're done looking if you're familiar with the streets depicted. If you don't recognize it, that's fine.
I definitely recognize the area. Again, unfortunately, street name wise and things like that, I'm not the best, but I can recognize the different, I guess, locations and things like that that are on there based off of like Ace Hardware and things like that.
Can you see the general location of the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
Can you see the general location of the Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
And do you see other landmarks that you recognize?
Yes.
In addition to Ace Hardware, do you see the Jack in the Box?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Jack in the Box, Davis?
Yes.
Permission to publish it?
Granted.
Now, Ms. Gallardo, do you see up here kind of the middle left area I'm circling? Is that where the Parkside Apartments are?
Yes.
And down here on the middle right, you see an area where I'm circling. Does that appear to be where the Ryder Apartments are?
Yes.
And if you know, if one were to follow the railroad tracks south through Davis, do those railroad tracks split and then basically turn into tracks heading east along 2nd Street? If you recall.
I can't remember specifically where all the railroad tracks and things like that were located and where they split and things like that.
But when your apartment, when you looked, were you on the north side or the south side of the Ryder Apartments?
I was looking out, I believe, towards the railroad tracks.
So when you looked out your window, could you see railroad tracks?
I believe so. Prior to the start of your sophomore year, did you see any changes in Carlos in terms of his behavior or physical appearance that caused you concern? And I mean, prior to September of 2021. Not that I can remember.
At some point after you began your sophomore year, did you see changes in Carlos that caused you concern?
Yes.
Approximately when did you first start noticing those changes?
I can't necessarily remember an exact date or anything like that, but I would say a bit closer towards the latter half of our sophomore year.
When you began your sophomore year, had Carlos lost any weight at that point, or was he still about the same as he'd been during the Vegas trip?
I can't remember.
Were you fostering any animals in the beginning of your sophomore year?
I did foster a cat. I can't remember specifically timeline-wise when it was.
How did you come to foster a cat?
My roommate, Miranda, at the time, I don't really know how honestly she came about it, but she found a foster program through Front Street Animal Shelter, and she just asked me if I wanted to do it, and I agreed.
Okay. And was it a kitten or a cat?
It was a kitten.
Did you take the kitten to the Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
At some point, did you keep that kitten, or did you give it to somebody?
We adopted it out to someone.
Who did you adopt it out to?
To Carlos.
What was that kitten's name?
Ember.
How did it come about that the kitten was adopted out to Carlos?
I mean, at that time, we hung out a lot, and so whenever he was at my apartment complex, he would also see the kitten, and he pretty much over time just became very fond of the kitten.
On your phone today, how many pictures of Carlos with the cat do you have on your phone, approximately?
I can't remember an exact number, but I mean a handful or so.
Just based on your own observations, did Carlos bond with this kitten?
Yes.
How so?
What specifically do you mean, like, how so? Did he...
Well, describe how you would see him. This is, again, in the fall of 2021. How would he interact with the kitten? He's still a baby at this point.
He was very gentle with the kitten. The kitten was also very fond of him as well, so they would spend a lot of time like playing together and things like that.
And did you take pictures of Carlos with the kitten?
Yes.
I'd like to show you I'm showing what's been marked Defense Exhibit 10. O10, excuse me, O10. Okay. And, ma'am, what is depicted in this photograph?
Carlos and the kitten.
And when and where was this photograph taken?
It was taken on October 15th of 2021 at the Ryder Apartments.
And who took this photograph?
I believe I did.
Describe when he first got the kitten. Describe how Carlos cared for the kitten. Let me ask you this, did he do things that you would expect a responsible cat owner to do, at least initially?
Yes.
When he first got the kitten, was there anything about how he cared for the kitten that caused you any concern?
No.
At some point over sophomore year, did Carlos did you notice any change in his desire to go out and do things that are social?
Yes.
What did you notice?
We just ended up spending a lot more time at his apartment complex and mainly just in his room all day.
Did he want to go out?
No.
What sort of things would he want to do in his room? I'm not talking about intimate acts. I'm just, when you're just hanging out in his room, what would he do?
Typically either drawing or making music.
Was Carlos, during the sophomore year, into songwriting, writing songs?
Yes.
How frequently would he write songs?
Typically almost every day.
Do you recall if he also wrote poetry?
I don't think I remember poetry specifically.
Did he ever write you a song?
Yes.
Was it any good?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Carlos about why he didn't want to go out and do anything social?
Not really.
Did you ever notice any change in his approach to his schoolwork? You talked about how you'd bonded over the importance of school. Did you see any change in that?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A majority of it was just skipping class more often, not really turning in assignments and things like that on time.
What about change in his physical appearance or eating habits? Did you notice anything about that?
He started to eat less, kind of skip meals and things like that a bit more.
Did you notice any change in his weight?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He had just lost weight.
Now, you testified about his pristine personal hygiene over your freshman year. Did you notice a change in his personal hygiene?
Yes.
What did you notice?
Mainly just hair being a bit more unkept, not as clean shaven. I don't believe showering as often.
Now, when Carlos didn't shave, was he a person who had like a full beard come in, or would he just have a mustache and some hair on his chin?
Usually just a mustache and hair on chin.
When you'd known him freshman year, had he been clean shaven?
Yes.
Over the course of the freshman year, did you notice any change in how he interacted with other people other than you, his roommates, his other friends?
Yes.
What did you notice?
Mainly he just wasn't really interacting with them much at all.
Just a moment. Your question was loaded with freshman year.
I meant sophomore year, I apologize.
Okay. And I think she took it that way. That's the way I...
Yeah, by sophomore, sorry.
Okay, I apologize, I misspoke. During your sophomore year, in comparison to the freshman year, did you see a change in how he interacted with his friends and roommates?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He mainly just wasn't talking to them as often, not really interacting much with them.
Also, toward the end of the sophomore year, did you see any change in how he cared for Ember?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A lot of it was just being kind of more negligent with things like cleaning the litter box, feeding him, making sure he had water, things like that.
Did you ever witness occasions where Mr. Reales Dominguez, this again sophomore year, would be staring off into space or just staring at a wall?
A little bit.
What do you recall seeing?
Kind of just that. I mean, sometimes he would just kind of stare at a wall off into space, nothing really more specific than that.
Ma'am, on the occasions when you did go out with Mr. Reales Dominguez again sophomore year, did you ever personally witness incidents where he believed people were saying things when nothing had been said?
Yes.
What do you remember observing?
It was typically, we would just kind of be walking around, things like that, and we would pass a couple people, a group of people or whatnot, and then he would say something under his breath, and I would kind of ask him about it because I initially thought he was talking to me, and then we kind of dropped it from there.
Would he indicate whether he believed these people had said things about him?
Yes.
And were you present at the time he believed people had said things about him?
Yes.
Based on your observations, were people saying things about him?
No.
Were these people engaged in their own conversations, not based on what you observed?
Typically, yes.
Were there occasions when Mr. Reales Dominguez thought people were saying things about him and they hadn't said a word?
I believe so.
How many times, if you can give, did you witness these incidents where you were in public and Carlos believed people were saying things about him and nothing had been said. How many times did you witness that?
I can't remember a specific amount, specifically when he thought people were saying things but no one was saying anything at all was definitely less than when other people were actually talking and he assumed it was about him.
In total, how many times did he believe people were talking about him when they were either clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said anything? Can you give any sort of approximation? Or is it too many times to estimate?
I would say about too many times to estimate.
When you saw this, did this cause you any concern?
Yes.
Why did it cause you concern?
I was just worried because, again, no one was really saying anything, so I wasn't really too sure where he kind of got that concept from, but at the end of the day, ultimately just thought maybe he thought he heard something that I didn't hear, so I kind of left it at that. When you were observing, once your sophomore year, you're observing this change in Carlos's behavior, had you ever heard of schizophrenia? I had heard of it, yes.
Did you know the specific symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
Did you start to have concern that Carlos may be suffering from some type of mental illness?
Yes.
Did you also witness incidents where Carlos appeared to be talking to someone who wasn't there?
Yes.
What do you recall observing?
I guess it's pretty much kind of as clear as that, just the sense where he was kind of like sitting there and I would kind of hear him say something under his breath, or again, sounded like he was talking, but either I wasn't speaking to him and it was just him and I, so there wasn't really anyone he was speaking to that I could see.
Did you ever talk to Carlos at any point, express your concern about the changes you were observing during the sophomore year?
Yes.
How did he respond to that?
Not very well. He thought that he was okay and that I was being overdramatic.
Now, ma'am, this is a little bit of a change in question, but are you a college sports fan by any chance?
Not specifically.
Are you familiar with how some colleges and at least one NHL hockey team have mascots that are the image of a devil, supernatural devil figure with horns and a tail? Are you familiar with that sort of mascot?
I don't think I've ever necessarily seen one before.
You familiar with the Arizona State Sun Devils?
Yes.
Can you visualize the Sun Devil mascot in your head?
Relatively, yes.
Are you familiar with the Duke Blue Devils?
No.
Okay. How about the New Jersey Devils hockey NHL team?
No.
But the image of a devil figure with horns and a tail, are you familiar with that sort of image?
Yes.
During your sophomore year, did Carlos ever make statements to you about having a devil figure talk to him?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He had mentioned that the devil had spoken to him in his dreams. I never really got any specifics as to what it was that they talked about.
And did he, beyond just mentioning a devil talking to him in his dreams, did he give you any other details about that?
No.
Did you ever ask him to describe what this devil looked like?
No.
When you heard him, do you recall when in the sophomore year that he first mentioned hearing a devil talk to him?
Possibly the middle of sophomore year.
And it's at this point, this is at the time you're seeing all these symptoms that cause you concern?
Yes.
Did you ever consider reaching out to Carlos's parents and explaining your concern to them?
I considered it, but I didn't feel that it would be effective.
Why not?
At that time, they didn't seem the most present in his life, and at the end of the day, it was him and his own mental health, so I kind of let him deal with it the way that he wanted to.
So, based on your observations, his parents did not appear to be very present in his life?
Not from what I could see.
What about his relationship with his siblings, based on what you could see? What was his relationship with his siblings? Let's start with freshman year.
They were very close. I know that they texted and things like that pretty often.
Okay. Based on your observations, did he appear to be, were his siblings a very present part of his life?
Yes.
Would you ever be present when he would call or text his siblings?
Yes.
Did that change at all his sophomore year, his frequency that he contacted his siblings?
Yes.
Okay. How did you notice that?
It just seemed like he was reaching out to them a lot less in general. I mean, I didn't really hear him talking about them as much, or they weren't really FaceTiming as often, or talking on the phone, texting.
Given that Carlos was not receptive to what you were telling him, and given that you did not think it would be effective to reach out to his parents, did you consider reaching out to anyone else about your concern that Carlos may have a mental illness?
No.
Why not?
Sorry, I just have to think for a second.
Let me ask another question. When did you, so at the start of your sophomore year, how old were you?
Start of my sophomore? It was 2021.
How old were you when you began college, your freshman year? So September of 2020, how old were you?
I was 18 or 19.
Well, which one were you? Do you remember?
I honestly can't remember specifically. I believe 18. I'm trying to think. I was born July 2nd of 2002, if that helps. But
so that would mean if you were born July 2nd of 2002.
So 19.
And when you started, you would be 18 years old.
Mm-hmm. I believe so.
Were you one of the younger ones in your high school class?
Yeah, typically.
So did you turn 18 right before you started college?
I believe so.
And so you would turn 19, that would have been the summer after your freshman year?
Yes.
So during your sophomore year, when you are observing all this change in behavior in college, you're 19 years old.
Correct.
Although you're technically an adult, did you consider yourself an adult?
Not fully.
Okay. Did you know, when at 19 years old, what steps you could take to try to get help for someone who you thought was suffering from mental illness?
Not really.
At some point, did you end your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Approximately when did you end that relationship?
It was around near about the middle to the end of sophomore year, around I want to say April or May of 2022.
Had you been thinking about ending the relationship for some time before you ultimately did it?
Yes.
Okay. What factors led you to consider ending the relationship?
Mainly near kind of the tail end of our relationship, we spent a lot of times just indoors, in the dark, in his room, and I like to be around other people. I like the sunshine, so I honestly felt myself even going into a bit of a depressive episode or whatnot myself, so I ultimately decided that the best way for even my own mental health, that I needed to get myself out of that situation.
What if anything caused you to delay breaking up with Carlos?
I was concerned for him and his own well-being. Again, I knew based on my knowledge, he didn't really have many other people in his corner at all, so I knew he wasn't doing well mentally, so I didn't really want to leave him on his own. I was just I was worried.
Was there an incident that happened at the Ryder Apartments with another couple was there an incident that you observed that made you realize you had to finally end a relationship? That contributed to your decision to end a relationship?
Yes.
What did you observe?
So I believe it was around nighttime. Carlos and I don't remember where we were coming from. We were coming into the Ryder apartment complex to go up to my apartment. There was another guy, I believe he was in college as well, and a girl who came in. At that time, Carlos had believed that the guy had said something about him in a negative way, negative light, something along those lines.
Let me stop you there. Where are you and Carlos walking to at the apartments? Where are you at?
We're walking into the apartment complex to go up the elevator to my apartment.
And where is this other couple in relation to you?
We were pretty much, I would say, almost to the elevator, and they had maybe gotten a few steps from the door.
Coming into the apartment?
Correct.
So they were coming from behind you?
Yes.
What happened next?
After that, when he had believed that the other guy had said something about him, Carlos turned around and he, I guess, he basically turned around, he tried to talk to the other guy and was pretty much just saying, hey, what did you say about me? The other guy, he was very confused. He let him know that we didn't say anything about you, we weren't talking about you, everything like that.
Let me stop you there. Before Carlos turned around, had you heard this other man say anything at all?
I can't remember if I heard him say anything at all, but I do know that they definitely didn't say anything about him.
So, did Carlos just spin around suddenly? Describe how he turned around. What happened?
I believe that he might have mentioned something under his breath, just kind of like, oh, like, what are you guys talking about? And then it was pretty sudden after that he spun around and went towards the other guy.
What happened next?
After that, things had gone a little bit physical between them. The other guy, he was very much so not receptive to it at all. He didn't want to throw any hands on Carlos or anything like that, but Carlos kind of kept pushing him a little bit more. I don't really remember what happened in between, but I know at one point we ended up going into the elevator because I was just pretty much trying to take Carlos away from the situation so nothing worse would happen.
Let me stop you. Did Carlos appear to view this man as a threat in some way?
Yes.
Had the man done anything that you would interpret it as threatening?
No.
Did Carlos try to tackle the man at all?
Yes.
What specifically did you see Carlos try to do?
He kind of tried to push him and then pretty much tackle him.
By tackle, you mean take him to the ground?
Yes.
Was Carlos successful in taking this man to the ground?
I don't believe so.
Did you get involved to separate them at all?
I tried to verbally separate them in a bit. I believe I might have tried to get in between them for a second. Again, I was just trying to take him upstairs to my apartment complex. I just let Carlos know they weren't saying anything about you. It's okay. Let's just let it go and, just go upstairs.
Were you able to get, at some point, did they separate?
Yes.
What happened then?
At that point, the other guy, he was concerned about my own safety. So when we were in the elevator, the elevator doors were obviously still open at this point. The other guy, he kept asking me if I felt okay, if I felt safe to go up there with him, and I think that had gotten Carlos more upset. And I don't necessarily remember how, but at some point Carlos ended up with my phone in his hand, and he chucked it across the room and it shattered.
chucked it across the room, were you up in your apartment at this point, or were you still in the elevator?
No, we were still in the elevator on the ground floor with the doors open, so it pretty much hit the wall that was in front of us.
What happened then?
After that, I can't remember the specifics. I believe we might. I can't remember if we went up to my apartment or not. In between's a little bit fuzzy, but I do know at one point that him and I did end up leaving Ryder.
Were you able to calm him down, Carlos, before leaving Ryder?
A little bit, but not really.
Was he still upset about what he believed this man had said?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what specifically he thought this man had said?
No.
So, when you left Ryder, what did you do then?
Once we left Ryder, I tried driving him back to his apartment complex, so Parkside Apartments.
And describe his demeanor on the drive back.
He was still very angry. I tried to talk to him about the situation, but he pretty much shut it down immediately.
At some point, while you were driving, did Carlos attempt to do anything that caused you concern?
Yes.
What happened?
He tried to open the passenger door and get out of the car.
When he tried to open the passenger door and get out of the car, was the car still moving?
When he initially attempted to, yes.
What did you do?
At that point, he pretty much just told me to pull over or else he would get out of the moving car. So I pulled over on the side of the road and he got out of the car and went on his way.
How far were you approximately from the Parkside Apartments when you finally pulled over?
Maybe a few blocks away, not too far.
And when you got out, what did you observe?
He pretty much just walked away into the darkness. That was pretty much it. I just let him know to let me know when he gets home, to contact me because I was really concerned about him.
Did you go back to your apartments?
Yes.
Did Carlos ever contact you?
No.
Did you try to reach out to him?
That night, yes.
How did you try to reach out to him?
I believe I had either tried texting him or calling him. I can't remember the specifics of it.
Did he respond?
Not that I can remember.
Were you worried?
Yes.
What were you worried about?
I mean, at the end of the day, I just knew that he was very angry. He was outside. It was at nighttime. Again, just kind of with his whole demeanor and things like that, I don't know if there's anything specifically I can pinpoint that I was worried about, but the whole entire situation itself was just very concerning.
When he didn't respond, was there any concern that he may have harmed himself?
Yes.
Before you went to bed, did you ever hear back from Carlos?
Not that I can remember.
The next morning, were you able to get in contact with Carlos?
I believe at some point the next day, I can't remember if it was morning time or not.
Did you try to discuss with him what had happened the night before?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
He got angry at me for bringing it back up and just said to kind of leave it, so I did.
Sometime after that incident, did you tell Carlos that you needed to end the relationship?
Yes.
What specific reason or reasons did you, I don't want to go into, I apologize, this is personal, but what specific reasons did you give to Carlos for why you wanted to end your relationship?
I had specifically told him at the time that I didn't think I was interested in men, so it pretty much wasn't going to work.
And was that how you were feeling at the time?
Yes.
Was the behavior you observed and changes in Carlos, did that play a role as well, or no?
Yes.
Did you tell Carlos that, though, that it was also because of his mental health, or did you just explain to him that you were not interested in men?
I only told him about the second part. I didn't say it was anything that had to do with his mental health or anything like that.
How did he respond to you ending the relationship when you told him the reasons?
He was upset, but not really in any kind of I guess, aggressive manner or anything like that.
Did he want to remain friends?
Yes.
And did the two of you, even after you officially broke up, did you continue to see each other as friends?
Yes.
Did you continue to take photographs on occasion of you and Carlos?
I believe so, not as often, but I think so.
I'd like to show you some more of the photographs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 011. This is appears to be taken in Central Davis on April 4th of 2022.
Correct.
Do you recognize where this photograph is taken?
That was at his apartment complex.
Is that the Parkside Apartments?
Correct.
And in this photograph, is that Ember grown up?
Yes.
If you recall, was this photo taken before you broke up or after, or can you not remember just based on the photograph?
I can't remember specifically.
Would it have been either shortly before this or shortly thereafter?
Yes.
Did you notice at this point in spring, had Carlos lost weight?
Yes.
Was his hair getting longer?
Yes.
Had you noticed the decline in his hygiene?
Yes.
Now, although he's kissing or appears to be very close to Ember, is this during the period where you felt he wasn't caring for Ember properly?
Yes.
At this point, though, do you still appear to have a connection with Ember?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 012. And do you recognize this photograph? It appears to be taken May 16th of 2022.
Yes.
Where was this photograph taken?
I believe it was on the UC Davis campus. I think we were outside of Latitude.
What is Latitude?
It's a kind of like restaurant on campus.
Were you two broken up at this point? This would be May 16th of 2022?
I think so.
No. Were you together, if you recall, or had you just happened to meet him on campus and took the photo?
I believe we just happened to meet on campus.
And I'm zooming in. You can see, is Carlos's hair starting to get longer?
Yes.
And you see he does not appear to have shaven his mustache. He has hairs coming out of his chin.
Yes.
Is that what Carlos looks like when he hasn't shaven for a few weeks? Did he have a heavy beard, or did he have a very light beard, or any beard whatsoever?
Not really much of a beard at all, typically.
Would he have hair coming up under his nose?
Yes.
Would he have some hair coming under his chin?
Yes.
Did it come in anywhere else?
Not that I can specifically remember.
Were there any times after your breakup when Carlos may have tried to resume your relationship?
Yes.
What happened? What would he do?
He would either try to get a lot closer physically. He had tried to kiss me still a few times, and he would kind of drop by unannounced.
What time period are we talking about when he would do this? Was this still sophomore year, going into the summer after your sophomore year?
Yes, I believe so.
How did you respond when he tried to do that?
I typically just kind of backed away from him and reasserted the fact that we are not together anymore and that the relationship is not going to continue. We are only going to stay friends.
Okay. And did he stop at that point doing acts to try to resume the relationship?
Kind of. I mean, that's the same thing I did the first time that it happened, and it still had happened after that, but eventually it did kind of stop.
I guess my question is, when did, if you can give us a rough estimate, was the last time he tried, not just wanted to hang out with you, but did something that you saw as him trying to rekindle the relationship?
It was definitely still probably a couple months after the breakup. I remember it kind of took a little while, I feel, for him to understand that.
So assuming you broke up, you said around April, May, the last time he did this would have tried to rekindle would have been sometime in the summer probably?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked defense exhibit 013. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Where was this taken?
At the Ryder apartment complex.
So this is your apartment?
Correct.
And there's a date. It says June 12, 2022. Is that when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
In this photograph, describe how Carlos's physical appearance was at this point in June of 2022.
He was definitely a lot skinnier. He had a lot longer hair. Pretty much a majority of his facial hair had grown back.
Were you noticing problems with hygiene when you would hang out with him?
Yes.
What would you notice?
I mean, just even in the sense of the body odor, his hair was pretty unkempt as well, which wasn't very typical for him. And even his, I feel like his outfits and things like that.
How about his personality? Did you see any continued changes in that?
Yes.
What did you see?
Main change, honestly, in personality is over time. I feel like even when we were together, we wouldn't really talk or have much conversation. He would typically be either, again, drawing, writing music, or making beats and things like that on his computer.
Over the summer, if you recall, did Carlos take any summer classes the summer after your sophomore year?
I can't remember.
Did the frequency that you would hang out with friends decrease? Or, excuse me, the frequency that you and him would hang out as friends, did that decrease over the summer?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked defense exhibit 014. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
When was this, where was this taken?
It was taken outside of the Ryder apartment complex.
And when was this taken?
I believe it was on July 2nd of 2022, whatever year it was.
And why was July 2nd significant?
It was my birthday.
And do you recall what you did on your birthday?
I can't remember specifically. I believe we went for sushi in downtown Davis, just based off of other photos I have, and then we went over to the Sacramento area.
In looking at this photo, is Carlos noticeably thinner than he was when you first met him at the start of your freshman year?
Yes.
Throughout your sophomore year, did Carlos continue to get thinner and thinner?
Yes.
Zooming in, does he have the longer hair and the facial hair?
Yes.
And at this time, were you although you can't see it in the photo, were you noticing the same decline in his hygiene?
Yes.
That pristine hygiene you had freshman year, was that long gone?
Yeah.
Ma'am, looking at your phone, do you have any other photos that you took of Carlos Reales Dominguez after July of 2022?
I don't have my phone on me, but from what I can remember, I believe this was the last picture I have.
At some point, did you move out of the Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
When did you move out of the Ryder Apartments?
It would have been at some point in the summer of 2022, so our sophomore year.
Was it? That photo was taken in July of 2022, so you were still in the Ryder Apartments in July, obviously.
Correct.
Do you recall what month you moved from the Ryders into a different apartment?
I believe it was either September or October.
Did Carlos offer to help you move?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to go and see Carlos at the new apartment or new house where he was staying?
Not very often, but yes, I had been over there.
Where was he living, or where did he start living in the fall of 2022?
He was living in a house on Hawthorne Lane.
And who did he live with, if you know?
I can't remember their specific names. I think one was Sid, Mark, and potentially Christian, but I'm not 1,000% sure.
Were these friends that Carlos had from a different social circle than yours?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when, if you know, by your own observations, when did Carlos meet these individuals?
I believe it was at some point in sophomore year, because I know that they knew each other before moving in together. It might have even been potentially the tail end of freshman year.
Did Carlos join a fraternity that these individuals belong to?
Yes.
So when you went, do you recall the first time you went to the Hawthorne residence and saw Carlos there? Or do you have a memory of that?
Not really specifically the very first time, but I can remember going.
Do you have a memory of going to the Hawthorne residence and seeing Carlos?
Yes.
Describe what you observed in terms of his physical appearance and behavior.
When I had gone to the Hawthorne apartment, from my memory, it was pretty much the worst I had ever seen him. The hygiene and things like that was at the worst. I mean, from what I could tell, not really showering as often. The hair was very long, very unkempt beard, not beard, I guess, mustache and things like that.
Did he appear even thinner than he had been in that July photo?
I believe so.
Would this have been around the time when he helped you move, which had been in September, October?
Yes.
Let me stop you there. Mrs. Gallardo, we have more questions for you. I mean, we asked a lot of questions, got a lot of answers, but Mr. Hutchinson has a few more, and then Mr. Demora will have some questions for you. So I need you to come back tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay.
All right, so she's coming back. So Kaylee's coming back, and we have that. So let me play this. So as of right now, court trial, the jury is still being selected. Nothing is being reported. We have several resources that we're looking at. We've called the court twice. Spoke to somebody who said, just keep calling back, keep watching where you are watching, and once they start. We also read this. Let's see, where was this was filed the other day. So that's why I'm thinking it may be later today. I don't know how many people they have, how many jurors they have, but this was filed the other day. Look at the bottom, future court dates. Matter is set for further jury trial on Tuesday. Let me move that over there. So that's today. So to me, they're still selecting a jury. And we're keeping an eye out for you guys. Trust me, we want to watch this as much as you guys, if not more. So we are keeping an eye out on all of our resources. And in the meantime, we have a ton of testimony. There was a lot of good testimony in this trial. Including Kaylee, who is now coming back for day 2 of her testimony. So let's get over here. And let's pick up on day 2. I may go grab some food though. I think I might grab some food while this plays. So I will be back shortly.
Thank you for being here again. And I want to check in with you on the oath. You recall yesterday you took an oath under penalty of perjury. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You agree to abide by that?
Yes.
All right, perfect, thank you. So we're on direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson, Ms. Gallardo is your witness. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, we were talking about when you visited Mr. Reales Dominguez at the Hawthorne residence.
Correct.
Was it Mr. Reales Dominguez's offer to help you move that caused you to go to the Hawthorne residence?
I can't remember the initial reason that I went over there.
How many occasions did you go to the Hawthorne residence?
I would say about like 10 or more, possibly.
And what time frame was this?
Like date-wise?
If you moved in September, what months did you go to the Hawthorne residence?
I would say about September, October to November, probably December, I think is when I stopped mainly going over there.
Given that your relationship had ended many months before, why were you going and visiting him at the Hawthorne residence?
It was mainly to still continue to check up on him, and I mean at that time we were also still friends.
At that point, had he stopped his efforts to try to rekindle that you described yesterday?
Mostly, yes.
Did those efforts to rekindle, had that ended somewhere in the summer?
Most likely, yeah, maybe towards like the tail end of summer.
You indicated yesterday that when you visited at Hawthorne, it was the worst you'd ever seen him.
Correct.
Describe specifically what you saw that was the worst you'd ever seen.
Most of it had to do with hygiene. He was extremely skinny. That was kind of the point where his hair had almost kind of grown over his eyes. And even just demeanor and personality-wise was also very different.
What was different about his demeanor and personality?
Definitely a lot more quiet. Again, I feel like even when we were hanging out, we weren't even talking very much. It was mainly like I was just sitting there, and again, he was still working on his music or writing and things like that.
So you would sit in the room to visit with him?
Correct.
And what would he do in terms of working on his music?
It was typically he would just have his headphones on, working on his computer, and he kind of termed it more as like making beats and things like that.
Did he also write lyrics?
Yes.
And by making beats, what do you mean by that?
I'm not too sure what application it was or anything like that, but there was something on his computer where he was able to put different sounds and things like that together.
Did that strike you as unusual that you're visiting him and he didn't pay much attention to you when you're visiting with him?
A little bit, yes. It had kind of been like that for a little while previous to that moment. I mean, maybe for like a couple months. So it did seem a little bit off and strange, but again, that seemed to be his new normal for a bit.
Why did you continue to visit him given that he didn't pay attention to you when you were visiting?
I was mainly just worried and concerned about him. I didn't really know if anyone else was really checking up on him much, so that's what I wanted to do myself.
So your motivation to visit him, was that to check on him?
Correct, yes, and he would also ask me to come over.
But when he would ask you to come over, would he then engage with you?
Not much.
During the 10 times you visited him at the Hawthorne residence between September and November, did you see any changes in how he was caring for the cat Ember?
Yes.
Just to clarify, Ember is spelled E-M-B-E-R?
Yeah.
And was Ember a boy or a girl?
Boy.
What changes did you see at the Hawthorne residence and how he was caring for Ember?
A lot of it at this point, I believe he spent a lot of time outside. Previously, he hadn't really been an outdoor cat. Ember spent most of his time outside. I believe the litter box was also outside, and it was very unkept. I don't even know, for a point there might have not even been any litter in there. It was just the box itself. Even just with feeding him and things like that, that definitely wasn't done as regularly. I didn't see a water bowl out that I can remember.
Did you see food out?
I can't specifically remember. I know a lot of the times it would just be like the leftover like chicken or things like that he made that he would sometimes leave out, just that and a bone.
Did you discuss with him during this period any concern about how he was caring for Ember?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
Not very well. He was very set on the fact that it was his cat. He was going to care for his cat how he wanted to.
Could you tell if the cat appeared thinner than it had been previously?
I can't specifically remember. I know at the time as well, another one of his roommates had also kind of started to take care of the cat a little bit as well. So I don't know if potentially they were feeding him too.
What did you observe this other roommate do with respect to the cat?
They honestly just spent a lot more time with him. I know Ember would go into their room a lot. Ember would just hang out with them in there, and he would also, I'm not too sure about feeding or anything like that. I wasn't over there for long, extended periods of time, but as far as I know, Ember was just hanging out with them a lot more.
So when you were visiting Mr. Reales Dominguez, the cat would go to other rooms?
Correct.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Not really.
But in September of 2002, Mr. Reales Dominguez had Ember for approximately 11 months at that time.
I believe if you mean 2022, then yes.
In September of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez had Ember for about 11 months at that point.
Yeah, around that time.
And so presumably Ember had just met these roommates, presumably.
Yes.
You said at some point did you stop visiting him at Hawthorne?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in December, like beginning of December.
Why did you stop visiting him at Hawthorne?
I had kind of started talking to someone else, potentially exploring another relationship, so it just felt very strange and out of respect for them to continue visiting your ex-boyfriend, so.
So going that phrase, talking again, that means you were, you met someone who you were potentially romantically interested in?
Correct.
When did you meet this person?
We started talking over an online dating app. I believe it started in December.
When did you start dating this person?
In January.
And when did this person become your official girlfriend, for lack of a better word?
January.
Okay. And in April, we're going to get to this, but in April of 2023, was this person still your girlfriend?
Correct.
Did you advise Mr. Reales Dominguez when you started dating this person that you met someone?
Yes.
Would that have been in December?
I can't remember the specific time period when I let him know.
Was it around the same time you stopped visiting him?
Yes.
How did he react when you told him you were in a relationship?
I believe when I told him it was over text message, so it was kind of just a very short and dry message back that I believe was on the lines like of okay. There wasn't really much to it other than that.
He had been aware that you were really interested in women. He had known that since you first broke up, right?
Yes, he had known that during our relationship as well.
What do you mean by that?
I had told him that I liked both men and women when most likely I believe it was during at least like the beginning half of our relationship.
So he was aware of that when you were dating?
Correct.
And was he okay with that?
As far as I knew, yes.
Did he ever indicate that bothered him in any way?
Not really. I mean, sometimes he would make jokes here and there, but nothing that seemed of huge concern to me.
At some point, do you recall Mr. Reales Dominguez giving you a Christmas gift?
Yes.
How did that come about?
I believe that he had texted me at some point in December just saying that he had something for me.
And do you recall when you received that gift?
I believe it was sometime in December, from what I can remember.
Did you go home for Christmas break in December of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
Where was home in December of 2022? Where did your parents live?
Orange County.
So, on December 25th, were you down in Orange County?
Yes.
So, when did you return to Davis? Sometime. Would that have been sometime in early January?
I believe it was early January, most likely. I can't remember a specific, though.
Did you return for the start of the winter quarter?
Yes.
So, when Mr. Reales Dominguez gave you the Christmas gift, was that in person?
Yes.
So, as you sit here today, was that before you left to go down to Orange County, or was it after you got back, if you recall?
I can't remember.
So, he told you he got you a Christmas gift. What happened then?
Once he messaged me that he had gotten me something, we pretty much agreed to meet up at some point, and I ended up just driving over to his house one day.
Had you purchased him a Christmas gift?
No.
When you drove to his house, what happened then?
I drove to his house. I just stayed in my car. He came out to the driveway and he handed me over the gift.
So this is either in December or January. How was his appearance then? The same as it had been in September, October, November?
Pretty much the same again. Still very skinny, hair kind of grown over the eyes.
And was this gift wrapped? Was it in a bag, if you recall?
It was in a shoebox.
Did you open it at that point?
No.
Did you notice anything unusual about the shoebox?
The shoebox had a demonic drawing on top of it.
Okay. What do you mean by demonic drawing?
It was the picture of a face that had horns, I'm pretty sure sharp teeth as well.
Okay. By horns coming out of the head?
Yes.
So remember yesterday I was talking about the image of a supernatural being, a devil. Is that the type of horns this drawing had?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him at the moment as to why there was a drawing of a devil figure on the shoebox?
I don't believe so.
What happened next?
After that, we had maybe talked for about maybe 5-10 minutes or so, and then I left.
Did you open the gift before you left or after?
After I left.
At some point, did you open the gift?
Yes.
What was in it?
In the gift, there was I believe it was like a long sleeve, like Playboy t-shirt, or I guess Playboy long sleeve, and then there was a piece of lingerie.
So it was a long sleeve t-shirt?
It was a long sleeve.
By Playboy, do you mean the Playboy bunny image? Is that?
Yeah, it was tan and it had like multiple Playboy bunny, like the logo.
Was it a woman's shirt or was it a man's shirt, or could you even tell?
I wasn't sure.
And what else did he give you?
It was also that piece of lingerie.
What type of lingerie was it?
It was, I believe, like a thong underwear.
Did these gifts seem unusual to you?
Yes.
Have you ever given me anything like this before?
Yes.
What had he given you before?
He had given me like lingerie in the past or clothes.
Okay. Was that when you were still dating?
Correct.
Had he ever given you a shirt with the Playboy logo on it, though?
I don't believe so.
What did you do with those gifts?
I had thrown away the box. I can't remember what happened with the other two. I know I ended up donating them at some point.
After you saw him in December, January, and gave you the gift, did you have any further face-to-face contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez prior to his arrest?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any communications via text?
I can't remember.
Were there, so beginning with the period when you received the gift until he was arrested, were there ever times where he texted you about wanting to hang out?
Yes.
How many occasions do you think he texted you?
Maybe about 2 to 4 times.
Was it frequent?
It wasn't extremely frequent, no.
Did you ever hang out with him during that period?
No.
At some point, did you receive text messages from Mr. Reales Dominguez's sister and brother?
Yes.
Do you recall when you received those text messages?
I can't remember the specific date. I believe it might have been in April.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit R. And Defense Exhibit S. Take a look. And then let me know when you're done reviewing those.
Okay. Okay, I've read them over, and it was February, not April.
Do you recognize those as the text messages you received from both Mia and Dylan?
Correct, yes.
Were those received on February 6th?
Correct.
Were they received close in time to each other?
I believe so.
I'm going to permission to publish Defense Exhibit R, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, I'm not showing the screen. There was a number on the top. Was that your phone number?
I don't think it was my phone number since these were from my phone.
Okay. So, this is not your phone number?
No.
We don't need to have it posted.
So, this received on February 6th at 9:09 p.m. That is from Mia?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit S.
Okay.
This is a text message received a minute after Mia's. Who was that from?
That was from his brother, Dylan.
And I'm not going to show it, but does it have Dylan's email address at the top?
Yes.
So when you receive these text messages, what did you think at that point?
I was initially very worried about Carlos's well-being. My initial thought is that he might have potentially harmed himself in some way.
Why did having his siblings reach out to you, asking if you had a contact with Carlos, why did that make you believe Carlos may have harmed himself?
At the time, I'd known that his mental health was clearly deteriorating, so that was honestly just my initial response. Again, he was very family-oriented when I first had met him. It just seemed very, very out of the blue that he wouldn't answer either of his siblings.
Did you try to call Carlos?
I can't remember.
At some point, did you contact one of his roommates?
Yes.
Do you recall which roommate you contacted?
I believe it was Phil.
And what did you tell Phil?
I pretty much just let him know that both of Carlos's siblings had reached out to me, that they were very worried about him, so to just check on Carlos for me, and then let him know to reach out to one of his family members since they're very concerned about him.
His next statement is not offered for his truth, but for his effect.
Right. That's the way I take this sequence of testimony.
So what did Phil tell you?
I believe he just let me know that he was in his room. I don't remember any specifics other than that. I just remember I told Phil to not let Carlos know that I was the one who initially had reached out.
So did Phil told you that Carlos was in his room?
I believe so, yes.
And once again, showing this is Defense Exhibit S. This is the response to Dylan, and you tell him that I just called one of his housemates. They said he is okay and in his room, but I told him to tell him to reach out. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can text his housemate. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can call one of the people he lives with. Here is his number.
Correct.
Now, I'm not going to broadcast that number, but it's a number beginning with a 970 area code.
I believe it was just the context that I sent. I don't have his number necessarily memorized, but yeah, that's the one I put down.
Was that Phil's number?
Yes.
And is that by Phil? Are we referring to Phil Vaughn?
I believe that was his last name.
Showing again Defense Exhibit R. This is your response to Mia?
Correct.
And you told her the same thing. And I just called one of the people he lives with, and he said he's in his room. I told him to tell him to reach out. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can call one of the people he lives with. Here is his number. And did you provide Mia with Phil's number as well?
Yes.
Did it strike you as strange that it was Carlos's 11-year-old sister and 15-year-old brother who were reaching out to you instead of his parents?
A little bit. The only thing is I knew that both of his siblings did have my phone number, so that was the initial reason I assumed they are the ones who reached out, but it definitely concerned me a lot when his younger sister had reached out and his brother as well.
Had you interacted with his parents?
Yes.
Did his mom speak any English?
I don't believe she spoke much.
Did his dad speak some English?
Yes.
Based on when you communicated with Carlos's father, did you speak with his father in English?
Yes.
Did he seem to be fluent in English?
Not fully, I don't believe so.
But there was enough, he spoke enough English that if he called you, you could have had a communication, could have had a conversation with him.
Yes.
When you saw these text messages, did you consider maybe reaching out to Carlos's parents?
Not really. I assumed his siblings would kind of let him know, and I feel like from the text messages as well, he was already a part of my past at that point, so it wasn't fully my responsibility to continue with that, so I knew at least his roommates would have contact with him and could carry on from there.
And is that why you gave them Phil's number, so you would not be the point of contact?
Correct, yes, since I honestly didn't really even know what Carlos was up to either.
Did you get Phil's permission to give the number, or did you just give it?
I can't remember.
After those text messages on February 6th, did you, you said there may have been 2 or 4 times when Carlos texted you asking to hang out. Do you know if those were before February 6th, after February 6th?
I can't remember.
Other than one of those text messages, did you delete the others?
I believe I might have. I can't fully remember.
Do you still have one of those text messages?
Yes, I believe so.
And was that a message that you provided to law enforcement when you were interviewed shortly after Carlos's arrest?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit T. Do you recognize that exhibit, ma'am?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a text message between Carlos and I.
And is that a screenshot of the text message?
Yes.
Did you take that screenshot?
Yes.
And did you provide that screenshot to law enforcement?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yeah.
This is Defense Exhibit T. So, it appears that on Wednesday, April 19th at 7:40 p.m., Mr. Reales Dominguez sent you an iMessage?
Yes.
And at 7:40, it said, hey, H-E-Y space capital W-Y-D.
Correct.
What does that mean?
What are you doing?
And approximately 6 minutes later, he sent you another message?
Yes.
And it was the letter U, free tonight, question mark.
Yes.
And it said the letter U down to hang.
Yes.
Did you respond? Well, do you recall if you received this message on the 19th? In other words, you saw it, and that's my question. Do you recall if you actually saw this message when he sent it to you on the 19th?
I believe so.
Did you respond to the 19th?
No.
Why not?
I was honestly trying to figure out, I guess, the best way to say no. So I kind of just slept on it and went back to it in the morning.
And you didn't receive any further text messages from Mr. Reales Dominguez that night?
No.
And so the next morning at 9:51 a.m., this is on April 20th, you said, out of respect for my girlfriend, IDT, it's a good idea for us to hang. Does that mean, out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't think it's a good idea for us to hang?
Yes.
And at this point, had you already advised Mr. Reales Dominguez of your girlfriend?
I can't remember.
But you did let him know in January and December, correct? That you had someone you were dating?
I might have potentially mentioned it, but I am not too sure.
This text message you said, out of respect for my girlfriend, it seems like, did you already know you had a girlfriend? Because you don't like to say, I have a girlfriend now, you just reference the girlfriend.
I honestly can't remember.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez responded later that afternoon at 3:42 p.m. Capital I, GHT.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just like okay.
Is that like I?
Yeah.
Like an abbreviation of all right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a guess?
Yes.
And was that the last communication you ever had with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recall you were aware of the stabbings in Davis when they were covered in the media?
Yes.
Do you recall learning at some point that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been arrested for those stabbings?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
It was through the media. I just remember seeing a video online of the cop car and then pretty much them taking him away into it.
When you saw that it was Carlos Reales Dominguez who was arrested, how did you react, your immediate reaction?
I was honestly a mess. I cried a lot. It was very overwhelming, and at that point I just told my parents that they needed to come and get me and I needed to get out of the area.
Where were your parents at? What town were they at? Still Orange County?
Orange County, yes.
Did they come and get you?
Yes.
Did they come and get you before you spoke to law enforcement?
I believe so.
You said you were a mess. Why were you a mess upon learning this information?
I mean, he was my boyfriend. We had dated for 2 years. At that point in time, I was in love with him, and to find that someone that I had loved had done something like that was very difficult.
Do you recall telling officers that that was not the person you knew?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
The person that I had initially dated would have never done something like that.
Now, Ms. Guillory, before yesterday, when was the last time you'd seen Mr. Reales Dominguez in person or been in the same room with him?
The last time I testified?
Did you testify during a prior proceeding in this case back in July, late July of 2023?
Yes.
When did you receive a subpoena to testify in that prior proceeding?
Yes.
How did you react when you were given the subpoena to testify back in July of 2023?
Objection, relevance.
Is that? Okay. I cried.
Why did you cry?
I was already trying to wrap my own head around everything that had happened, and just having to even just associate myself in any way, shape, or form with Carlos and what had happened. And then I knew there was going to be media present and things like that. I just didn't want to be a part of it at all.
Did you come and testify?
Yes.
And did you answer questions from the attorneys?
Yes.
And when did you graduate from UC Davis?
In 2024.
That you began your career?
Correct.
At some point within the last couple months, did you receive a subpoena to testify again?
Yes.
How did you react when you received the subpoena for a second time?
It was difficult once again to have to go through the same process over again when, yeah.
Did you want to testify again?
No.
But ma'am, thinking back to all the people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez
when he's at UC Davis. And I want you to observe him. Is there anyone who knew him better than you?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, cross-exam.
Your Honor, this time, with the agreement of the parties and the court's permission, we were going to take the people's last witness before we began cross-exam.
I thought we were going to finish.
I thought we were going to finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah. No, we'll get to that witness, but we need to let Ms. Guillory on her way.
Good morning, Ms. Guillory.
Good morning. Sorry, do you mind if I take a sip of water before we...
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I probably need some too.
Okay, sorry.
Nothing to apologize. I will do the same thing probably during my question. So, Ms. Gallardo, you mentioned on cross-examination with Mr. Hutchinson that the person I dated would have never done something like that. And you learned that Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested for the stabbings that took place in Davis. That's correct?
Yes.
And you say that because of how violent, you were aware of how violent these stabbings were, correct?
Yes.
And so it came as a shock to you to find out that your ex-boyfriend was the suspect in these.
Yes.
But Ms. Gallardo, during your relationship with Mr. Dominguez, there were instances where he displayed violence both towards you and other people. Is that correct?
Not any violence towards me ever.
Well, let me ask this, and perhaps violence maybe is the right term, but a level of aggression towards you. For example, you mentioned yesterday that he took your cell phone at the Ryder Apartments and threw it down the hall and broke it.
Correct.
Now, that wasn't a friendly act or gesture towards you. You agree with that?
Yes.
And that was perhaps shocking to you at that time, right?
Yes.
And that action of Mr. Dominguez, Reales Dominguez, taking your phone and throwing it, came sort of in the middle of this fight that he had with this unknown person, right?
Yes.
And so talking about that, about what month are we in? This was in 2022, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember, was it January, February, March?
I would say maybe March.
That's just the best of your recollection?
Yeah, the best I can remember.
Okay, so in that incident, and I want to focus on this one specifically, I'll have some other questions related to that. But as you and Mr. Dominguez are walking in the apartment complex, or to the apartment complex, is it a guy and a girl that walk by you?
They were walking behind us, but yes, it was a guy and a girl.
Okay. And about how close were they behind you?
Maybe like 6 feet or so.
All right, so not close enough to like be on your heels, but close enough to be within earshot if they said something.
Yeah, around that.
And so Mr. Reales Dominguez believes that the male had said something towards him.
Correct.
And so Mr. Reales Dominguez reacts and gets very upset.
Correct.
And when he gets upset, he gets audibly upset, so his voice raises, right?
Yes.
And he gets physically upset, like he puffs up and like gets, sort of rigid, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar, you've seen people fight before?
A little bit.
Maybe like they get ready to fight, they start posturing.
Yeah, a little bit.
And from what you saw in Mr. Reales Dominguez, he was ready to turn around and fight this guy, right?
Yes.
And to you, this was clearly just a young guy and a young girl walking behind you.
Yes.
And so Mr. Reales Dominguez hears this, or expresses that he hears something, and whips around and confronts this guy.
Correct.
And that guy is shocked, fair to say?
Yes.
You're shocked as well, right?
Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that Mr. Reales Dominguez had reacted in a similar way to how he's acting right now, right?
I had never seen him do anything like this before.
Like this extreme or in general?
I guess this extreme, again, I had heard him thinking other people said things about him, but again, it was dropped from there. He had never gotten in any kind of altercation, I guess, with anyone else.
Okay, so let me pause you right there and we're going to come back to the writer incident for a second. When you had been with him, when he had expressed hearing people talk about him, it did make him audibly upset.
Yes.
And I'm not using his words, but something along the lines of, like, why are they talking about me? Who are they saying? What are they saying? Something like that.
Yes.
Okay, so you could tell he was upset.
Yes.
And in this, going back to the Ryder incident, now he's upset in a way you've seen him audibly, but now he reacts physically.
Correct.
And so when he turns around and confronts this guy, you mentioned yesterday that it got a little bit physical.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it got actually very physical?
I guess it depends on what you mean by very physical.
And let me break it down for you. So, Mr. Reales Dominguez makes actual contact with this man. He doesn't stand next to him like this and exchange words, right?
I think initially there might have been a few words, but not much past that.
And so then you mentioned yesterday that Mr. Dominguez tried to tackle him.
Yes.
And when he tried to tackle this individual, and you don't know this person's name, right?
No.
When he tries to tackle this individual, Mr. Reales Dominguez, does he wrap his arms around him? What does he do?
I can't remember the specifics of what he did. I know initially he tried to just shove him with both of his hands. As for the tackle, I can't remember specifically what it was that he did. I just know he was potentially trying to get him to the ground.
So when Mr. Dominguez initially tried to shove this individual, did he actually put his hands on his chest and push him backwards?
Yes.
When he did that individual sort of fall backwards, not to the ground, but step back?
A little bit. It honestly wasn't the most successful shove, I guess.
But when you were watching this unfold, right?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Dominguez try to shove this, or actually shove this individual, was Mr. Dominguez upset?
Yes.
And so from what you could see, it looked like he intended to knock this person down, right?
Yes.
Were you trying to stop him?
Yes.
And was he listening to you?
No.
The other individual that Mr. Dominguez shoved, at no point did he swing at Mr. Dominguez or anything like that?
I believe he might have pushed him a few times, but I don't believe he ever tried to swing at him or anything.
And those pushes were in response to Mr. Reales Dominguez first putting his hands on that person?
Yes.
So is it fair to say, based on what you observed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was the aggressor in this?
Yes.
And I take it Mr. Reales Dominguez wasn't able to get this individual on the ground?
I don't believe so.
After he tried to tackle this individual, did Mr. Dominguez continue to try to fight him?
Yes.
When he tried to fight him, was he continually trying to put his hands on this individual?
Yes. I can't remember any swinging or anything like that. It was mainly just kind of shoving.
But you could see and you recall that his hands constantly were going towards this other individual, either making contact or going in his direction?
Yes.
And so as Mr. Dominguez is trying to fight this individual, how is it, do you recall, that they separated?
I can't remember specifically what happened. I believe at some point either I was able to kind of grab Carlos myself or again direct him in some way to go into the elevator.
And during this time that this fight is going on, Mr. Dominguez has been looking at this individual and audibly, like, either taunting them or saying things to them, right?
Yes.
And so when you got him into the elevator and everyone separated at that time, he's still heated. He's still like fired up.
Yes.
And at some point you get out of the elevator and Mr. Dominguez turns either his anger or his temper or his frustrations towards you because he got your phone, right?
Yes, it kind of happened during the altercation that was with the other guy. I remember the other guy was still present when that happened.
When your phone was taken?
Yes.
Okay. And so the taking of the phone, so you had an iPhone or something like that?
Yes.
And during this, did you have your phone out in your hands?
I believe so.
At no point did you take your phone when Mr. Reales Dominguez is going through this rage and say, "Here, Carlos, hold my phone." You didn't do that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. And so, that's your recollection. It's fair to say that he physically took that phone from you.
Yes.
Do you know why he threw it down the hall?
No.
When he threw it down the hall, you saw it, right?
Yes.
And so there are various different ways of throwing an item. You agree with that?
Yes.
So you can do an underhand toss, like you're tossing to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry. As we've told many witnesses, we say mm-hmm in normal life, and here we have to say yes and no for now for it. So, or if you're tossing something on the bed, you can toss it lightly.
Yes.
We also know that you can do an overhand throw if you want to throw something farther and harder, right?
Yes.
How did he throw it?
Overhand.
And as you're watching him, it looked like he wanted to throw this with some level of force.
Yes.
And from what you saw and what you were able to perceive, it was thrown with anger, right?
Yes.
As if he wanted to destroy that phone.
Yes.
And in fact, he did do that, correct?
Yes.
Now, as we're going through this incident, the other individual that Mr. Reales Dominguez had started to shove, he showed some concern for you, right?
Yes.
And so, was that man present, the man and the girl as well, were they present when Mr. Reales Dominguez threw the phone?
I can't remember specifically. I know once the altercation kind of started, the girl had just left. But I can't remember if he was there when the phone was broken or not.
And so, but at some point, you see him again, or you guys have an exchange, like a verbal exchange.
It wasn't necessarily again, it was all within the same time period.
Okay. So, but he had expressed concern for your safety and your well-being, right?
Yes.
Because it was as clear to him, or believed to be as clear to him as it was to you, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was really upset right now.
Yes.
You eventually leave with Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you're in the car, and he is still angry about this whole thing.
Yes.
To the point where he's willing to get out of the car while it's still moving.
Yes.
And so, at no point, he wouldn't let it go. He thought this guy said something about him.
Yes.
To him. And he knew in your conversations, or your conversation in the car, or maybe it wasn't a conversation, he was just yelling, or was he yelling?
When he was in the car with me?
Yes.
I can't remember specifically the tone of his voice.
But it wasn't calm like you and I are talking right now?
No.
Still kind of elevated?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
And every time he was talking about this, he was referring to the guy, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Gallardo, that during the course of your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, to the time you stopped talking to him, you had a little bit of a temper?
Objection vague is the time.
So at any point that I had been with him, is that what you were specifically saying?
Yes.
A little bit.
So I want to ask you about that for a second. So we talked about the Ryder incident. You started dating again officially dating in January of 2021, right?
Oh, when Carlos and I began dating?
Yes, officially.
Oh, yes.
Prior to, and you've been, as you mentioned yesterday, you've been talking a few months prior.
About like a month or yeah.
I know we're throwing a lot of time frames at you and asking for calls, so it's okay, just do the best you can with estimates. You had known him back in December of 2020, right? So the year prior.
Yes.
Or excuse me, I shouldn't say the year prior. The month prior in the previous year. There we go.
Yes.
So at that point when you had met him, he hadn't gone through the series of changing hygiene, changing hair, or things like that, right?
When I initially met him?
In December of 2020.
No, there was no changes.
But at that time, you were aware that Carlos had punched a hole in the wall in the dorms, right?
Projection foundation.
Well, I think that's what he's asking about. So, overruled.
In December, you mean?
Yes.
I don't remember learning of anything about that in December of 2020.
Have you learned that at some point prior to you and Carlos starting to date, or when you were talking, that he had punched a hole in the wall of the dorm?
I believe it was once we had already started talking. I don't think it was prior, but yes.
And he had told you that he had punched a hole in the wall.
I can't remember if he told me or I just ended up seeing it.
But you knew that that he was responsible for doing that.
Yes.
Was that funny to you?
No.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Because people don't just go punching holes in the wall for fun, right?
Yes.
And this was prior to you, at the time you started dating, right?
Yes.
And so, is it fair to say that when you learned or saw, learned about the hole in the wall or saw the hole in the wall, you're starting to think, hey, he may have a little bit of an anger issue or a temper?
Yes.
Now, later on in your sophomore year with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you learn that he had punched?
I'm an objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No personal knowledge.
Sustained. Yeah, that's the foundation.
Do you know if, to the best of your recollection, to your personal knowledge, do you know if Mr. Reales Dominguez put his fist through another wall or another item?
Objection, hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
I got one moment, Carol.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gallardo, when you were with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you ever see him, and I'm not talking about the incident we just talked about, where you either saw or heard that he put the hole in the wall, did you ever see him punch walls or doors?
Yes.
Okay. On more than one occasion?
I believe 2 times, including the one from before.
Okay. So the one we just talked about, was that the first time you'd seen or heard that?
I believe so.
When was the second time?
It was at some point during our sophomore year.
What happened?
All that I know is, I believe it was at the Parkside Apartments.
Object to foundation, lack personal knowledge.
Ms. Gallardo, we don't want you to guess. We only want you to give testimony based on what you saw. Okay. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Right, and not based on what anybody told you or anything like that?
Yes.
So we are interested. If you saw something, that's fine. Okay. So hold on. Do your question. I admonish the witness. Go ahead.
Sure. Now, talking about the second incident, did you see anything that Mr. Reales Dominguez did to a wall or another object?
I can't remember specifically.
Was there something that you saw when you were at, if it was the Parkside Apartments, that you saw that led you to believe that Carlos had hit an object like a wall?
I can't fully remember.
But at least looking back on this incident, or trying to remember this incident, is it fair to say that you know he took a violent act towards an inanimate object?
Objection, hearsay, lack of foundation.
That's the stand.
Now, in your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, when you two worked together, we saw the photos yesterday. That was early on in your relationship with the two of you and some mutual friends?
Yes.
As you progressed in your relationship, did Mr. Reales Dominguez start to exhibit some level of jealousy towards you and his friends?
Yes.
When did that start?
At the beginning of sophomore year when he moved into the Parkside Apartments.
And just for reference, beginning of your sophomore year was what year?
That would be like end of 2021.
How do you exhibit this jealousy?
It was mainly just any time that I would even communicate with any of his other roommates or really talk to them, he would get pretty upset with me and think that I had ulterior motives or anything like that with just communicating with them.
When you say he'd get upset with you, this was auditorily upset, like he would raise his voice and start making accusations?
Yes.
And these accusations were baseless because you hadn't done anything, right?
Yes.
And it took a lot to calm him down, correct?
Not a lot really to calm him down. I typically would just kind of fold immediately and just say I'm sorry if that's how you perceived what happened.
But this wasn't a one-time situation. Like he would make these accusations against you on a repeated basis, right?
Yes.
And it always start and end the same way, where he'd get loud with you, accuse you of something, and then you fold?
He wouldn't typically get loud, but the same thing again where I would just end up apologizing.
And this all took place before you talked about, before you saw the changes in his hygiene, in his hair, and his clothing, right?
Objection to state's testimony. That's a question, so overruled.
Do you mind repeating the question?
Sure. And when he would make these accusations against you, this was before you saw the declines in his, or the changes in his hygiene, in his clothing, and his hair?
Yes, a bit before.
As a result of that, did you change how you interact with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
How I interacted with him specifically?
Let me strike that and rephrase. Because he had been accusing you of essentially talking to his roommates and things like that, did you stop communicating with them?
Yes.
Did you stop hanging out with them?
Yes.
When you would go over to Mr. Reales Dominguez's apartment, did you end up just spending time with him in his room?
Yes.
Did you feel like he was trying to isolate you and just be with him all the time?
Yes.
And this was consistent through your relationship till you broke up, correct?
Yes.
And so you mentioned that you like being outdoors and seeing the sunlight and being active, right?
Yes.
And so the longer you're in this relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, the more you felt that he was pulling you from that, right?
Yes.
And so at some point during this relationship, it really became about did you feel like it became about what he wanted and not what you wanted?
Yes.
And you went along with this because you were trying to avoid his accusations against you, right?
Kind of. I mean, again, I just was trying to keep it, well, I guess not us both, but just keep everyone as happy as possible in that case.
And the easiest way to keep everyone happy in that was if you didn't do anything that would upset him, right?
Yes.
And to upset him, it could be simply talking to another male that he knows.
Yes.
So, Ms. Guillory, as you were going through this relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you're progressing in your relationship in terms of the time you're together, did it appear to you that he was very possessive of you?
Yes.
And this started to demonstrate itself well in advance of the changes in his demeanor and his clothing and his hygiene, right?
I wouldn't say well in advance.
But in advance of what the noticeable changes you talked about?
Maybe like a month or so, a couple months.
And so, at this point, to try to keep the peace in the relationship, you didn't go out with groups like we saw in the photos as frequently, right?
No.
And so, occasionally, though, you and Mr. Reales Dominguez would go out in public and out on a date or something like that.
Very rarely.
And it was on those occasions that Mr. Reales Dominguez started believing that people were talking about him, right?
Yes.
Sometimes those people he thought were talking about him were people that the two of you actually knew, right?
Not usually.
Okay, but they were people in the area, right?
Yeah, people in the area, but not usually like friends or anything like that.
And so, yesterday I think you mentioned that sometimes people would be having actual conversations and he would perceive that to be they were talking about him.
Yes.
And then other times people wouldn't say anything, but he'd think they were talking about him.
Yes, not as often though.
So, in the instances where he thought someone was talking about these people are actually having a conversation, and it never was about Mr. Reales Dominguez, right?
Yes.
These people are having a conversation, and they would be close by. They would be, maybe a couple feet away or something like that, or next table over, right?
Yes.
And so he would perceive this, and he would basically accuse someone of saying, "What are they saying about me? They're talking trash about me," something like that, right?
Typically, he would say something under his breath. It would only be to me, never to the other people.
Did you ever pick up what he was saying under his breath?
Typically, it was just kind of like, oh, like, what did you say about me? Things along those lines.
So when he's saying it under his breath, you could perceive his tone, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't something like calm, like, "Hey, what did they say about me?" It was more agitated, right?
Yes.
And so, in the other scenario where people aren't saying anything and he thought someone was, it was the same thing where he'd say, as he said, "What did they say about me?" But he'd be agitated, right?
Yes.
And you were aware that when you heard this agitation, his demeanor would change, right?
A little bit, very briefly, but again, once I was kind of like, oh, no one said anything, we'd kind of drop it and just continue on with the day.
Okay, but up until the point where you tell him, nothing, no one said anything, you could tell that he's starting to get kind of visibly upset, right?
I wouldn't say very much so visibly upset. Again, it was mainly just kind of the tone in his voice. I don't think his demeanor itself changed too much.
But you knew that if you didn't calm him down or reassure him or just say, "Hey, no one's saying anything," that he had the potential to get more agitated, right?
I wasn't really ever worried about that.
But you were worried about how his tone was starting to change when he would say, "What are they saying about me?" Right?
Do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, you were. He's kind of away from the mic.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. You were at least concerned by how his when he's saying, "What are they saying about me?" You were at least concerned enough about the change in his tone when he asked that question.
Yes.
Because you thought to yourself, "Hey, if I don't address this right now and calm him down or reassure him, then this could potentially become something a little bit bigger. He could get really upset."
It was never really a fear of mine that he would take the aggression out on anyone else or anything like that, just that he would kind of just continue on being upset, I guess, a little bit throughout the day.
Because you had actually seen him sort of be upset after one of these incidents sort of longer into the day, right? Like, not a situation where he just turns it off and moves on, but you'd seen a prolonged upsetness, if that's a word.
I mean, typically it was only about like maybe 5 minutes so or afterwards.
Were there ever occasions, Ms. Gallardo, when you and Mr. Reales Dominguez would be walking or be someplace and someone, Mr. Reales Dominguez would perceive a gesture that someone made, with their hands or something like that, as being directed towards him?
Not that I can recall.
So I want to ask a couple of questions. I want to shift gears for a second and go back to more specifically your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez. Now, yesterday and a little bit today, we were talking about that you said he appeared to take the breakup well. Like you explained to him that you were interested in a girl, and he would mention that during your relationship. He seemed relatively okay with that.
Yes.
But you did say, in speaking with law enforcement, that you think the breakup took a big toll on him.
Yes.
And when you say it took a big toll on him, it negatively impacted him, right?
I would say so.
And because the negative impact, like the two of you still hung out occasionally for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you still take photos together.
Yes.
So communicate via text message and on the phone, right?
Yes, but not as often.
Right, because naturally with a breakup, you go from communicating multiple times a day to decreased communication because now you're no longer in a relationship, you're friends.
Yes.
And so naturally you communicate maybe daily but less frequently, and then you spread out that relationship or that communication over every other day, weekly, things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a break now.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, I appreciate it. Mr. Granado, thank you.
All right, here we go. Continuing testimony.
Every day, though, from what I can remember.
Fair enough. Most people don't use the phone to call anymore. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So, I had to help a friend set up voicemail the other day. They're like, what is this? We're not going to talk about that. But as you are sort of moving into this new phase of, and when I say relationship, I don't mean dating relationship, a new phase of the relationship between the two of you, you had mentioned Mr. Reales Dominguez had tried to get together or rekindle the relationship a couple of times, right?
Yes.
As you get to December of 2022, how many times would you estimate he tried to get back together with you?
Maybe about, you said up until December, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe about like 3 to 5 times he would try. It was never really a conversation of like, hey, I want to get back together. It was more just any kind of physical advance and things like that.
So more of an action.
Yes, correct.
And to you, those were very clear indicators that he was trying to go back to a romantic dating relationship.
Yes.
And every time he did that, you had to say, hey, Carlos, we can't do this. We're friends. We broke up, right?
Yes.
And at that time, he appeared to understand, or at least you thought he did, right?
Yes.
Now, as you're going through this phase of post-breakup relationship, you were aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez, or did you know that he had continued to withdraw from friends and isolate himself?
From what I could tell when I visited him, yes, I could see him still withdrawing.
But even as he's still withdrawing from other people, he's still reaching out to you to come hang out and to socialize.
Correct.
And so when you go socialize with him, or you meet up with him and you were in his room, you just sort of hang out there while he did his music or his beats or drew.
Correct.
And so essentially you were just watching him engage in activities that he enjoyed.
Typically, yes, or I would just be on my own phone doing my own thing, but yes.
So, but you'd have minimal, when I say minimal, you would talk a little bit.
Very minimal, but yes.
And so as we get to December of 2022, either in December of 2022 or January of 2023, you received this Christmas gift from him.
Correct.
And so the Christmas gift that you received, I guess, let me see if I can narrow the time frame down. The fall quarter usually ends in early December, correct?
Yes.
So maybe the second week of December is usually when you finish finals and you go on break?
Typically.
And then winter quarter starts about mid-January, right?
Yes.
Do you remember if you received this gift before finals or after finals?
I can't remember.
So you received this gift from Carlos, and you said it was a piece of lingerie and a t-shirt. He had given you lingerie before when the two of you were actually dating in a relationship.
Yes.
And when he gives you this piece of lingerie now, did that appear to you to be an effort to get back together?
Potentially, yes.
And you say potentially because you don't have other male friends and friends that are giving you pieces of lingerie, right?
No.
And you don't have ex-boyfriends other than Mr. Reales Dominguez giving you basically intimate pieces of apparel.
I don't have any other ex-boyfriends, but I would assume not.
Yeah, or just exes in general, right?
Yes.
And so you received this gift from him, and you said at some point you ended up donating or discarding it.
Yes.
You didn't tell him that, right?
No.
Because you knew if you told him, it could make him feel bad or upset him, right?
Yes.
And so you knew based on the state that you testified to, that the changes you were seeing in him, that could either contribute to worsening that, or it could make him upset, right?
I would think kind of contribute to potentially worsening the state that he was already in.
Because it was clear to you that his efforts, his physical efforts to get back together with you, and the gift as well, it was clear to you that he was likely still not over the relationship, right?
Yes.
And so you're trying to be as kind and gentle as possible to distance yourself and make it clear that you're not getting back together.
Yes.
And the best way that you saw doing this was to gradually decrease communication and contact.
Yes.
Instead of just, breaking off completely and then doing what people say is called ghosting.
Correct.
And ghosting is, what is that?
Just pretty much breaking off all contact without giving any initial reasoning or anything like that.
You disappear.
Yes.
And so, after you received this gift, Mr. Reales Dominguez did reach out to you a couple of times to see if you wanted to hang out, right?
Yes.
And you delayed your responses to him to give that indication that we're not getting back together, but also to be respectful of him.
I mainly delayed it to figure out what I would say to get, yes, that same point across.
And so you saw Defense Exhibit T, and if I could approach with People's 43E.
And Ms. Gallardo, do you recognize People's 43E is the exact same text message exchange that you saw on Defense Exhibit T?
Yes.
All right, and that came from your phone?
Correct.
And that's a conversation with you and Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Thank you.
And as you mentioned, that was your last communication with him prior to him being arrested. Actually, that was your last communication with him.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Guerrero, during your time with Mr. Reales Dominguez,
During your dating relationship, did you ever see him with a knife?
I think so.
Okay, and let me clarify too. I'm not talking about like a kitchen knife where you make food. Or anything like that. I'm talking about like a knife you carry on your person, like a pocket knife or a fixed blade knife.
Yes.
Did you ever see him with one of those?
I believe so.
When did you see that?
I can't remember specifically when. I believe he might have gotten one as a gift at one point.
Was that when you were dating or was that afterwards?
I believe when we were dating.
Excuse me. Did you ever see him, did you see him carry it regularly or just receive it?
I can't remember.
But during the course of your relationship, you never saw him regularly carry a knife like in his pocket or on his belt or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
You never went to a park or to any place where the two of you threw knives together?
No.
And you never watched him throw knives, right?
No.
And you didn't believe him to be interested in throwing knives, right?
No.
He was interested in music and drawing and art, pretty much.
Yes.
And you never saw him do any like woodwork, like carving with a knife or anything like that?
No.
And to your knowledge, were you aware that he purchased a knife off Amazon in December of 2022?
No.
The cat, Ember.
Yes.
Now, if I got this correct, you fostered Ember. So Ember was initially your cat, right?
Yes, through the foster program.
And eventually it became Ms. Reales Dominguez's cat.
Yes.
But even when the two of you were dating, you considered it both your cat. It was shared, right?
Yes.
And then after you broke up, Ms. Reales Dominguez kept Ember.
Correct.
Was that, to your knowledge, the only, I don't want to call a cat an item, but the only physical object from your relationship that you believe Mr. Dominguez still had?
I believe so.
When you expressed your concerns about Ember to Mr. Reales Dominguez when you were visiting Hawthorne, and you testified he was going to take care of the cat how he wanted, was he irritated when you said that?
Yes.
Did he appear upset?
Yes.
And when he said that to you in a way that made you sort of back off and be like, all right, I'm not going to talk about the subject anymore, right?
Yes.
And after that, you never brought up the topic with him again?
I had brought it up a few times overall in general, but yes, at one point I did just drop it.
Because every time you would bring it up with him, you were met with sort of the same response in terms of tone, irritation, didn't like that he was being told how to take care of the cat.
Correct.
And this was a very similar tone that he would take when he perceived people to be talking about him. He'd get and say, like, what are they talking about? You could see the change in his demeanor, right?
Again, it's mainly just the change in the tone of his voice, but yeah.
Yeah, Let me rephrase it. The change, you could tell the change in his voice based on the situation.
Correct.
I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Arroyo. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Ms. Gallardo, we showed you the April 19th text where Mr. Reales Dominguez asked you to hang out.
Yes.
After he gave you the Christmas gift, I believe you said there may have been a total of 4 texts, including that one where he asked you if you'd hang out.
Yes.
How did you respond to all those other texts?
Typically, I would sometimes just make up an excuse that I had schoolwork or something else to do.
As you sit here today, do you remember how you specifically responded to those other texts which you deleted?
I don't remember the specifics.
But you never did hang out with him after seeing him give you the gift in December or January?
Not that I can remember.
So after he gave you the gift in December, January, when was the next time you saw him in person when you were in the same room looking at him?
From what I can remember, it was most likely when I testified last.
That was in late July?
Yes.
2023?
Correct.
How did he look when you saw him in court?
I mean, he had the extremely long hair over his eyes. He just seemed very expressionless, emotionless.
Could you even see his face?
No.
Why not?
His hair was covering the majority of his eyes, so.
While you testified, did he show any emotion?
No.
Did you even see him move?
No.
How was he dressed?
I can't remember.
Was he in suit and tie, or was he wearing something else?
I don't think he was in a suit and tie, but I can't remember specifically.
Was he wearing a suicide smock?
Objection, leading. Foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you know what a smock is? Like some sort of, or do you know what a smock is?
No.
Does he look differently today?
Yes.
How so?
His hair is cut, looks more clean shaven, and is wearing a suit.
Other than being older, does he look closer to the man you met your freshman year?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any recross on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, just a moment.
All right, so that's the end of Kaylee's testimony. She was the girlfriend, as we heard and know. I want to switch gears just a little bit because I was doing some research on California state prisons with inmates. Excuse me, and I've been posting these things. So out of approximately 90,000 plus individuals, 30,000 are enrolled in the mental health services delivery system. So Los Angeles County Jail effectively operates as one of the largest mental health institutions in the nation, housing thousands of mentally ill inmates at any given time. That's the southern part of the state. Obviously, Sacramento is the northern part of the state. So two completely different parts of the state, but still. The Coleman lawsuit. So mental health care in California prisons was governed by the landmark class action suit Coleman v. Newsom, which began in 1990 and remains active as the federal court continuously monitors CDCR's failure to provide constitutionally adequate care. Inmates with severe acute psychiatric crisis require intensive hospital-level care are often housed in the Department of State hospitals, such as DSH, I don't know how to pronounce this, Atascadero or DSH Salinas Valley, or in specialized enhanced outpatient programs or EOPs directly within the prisons. So then I found a couple things here. I thought this might be interesting. It's off the it's on topic, but it's not the trial. So we're just going to take a quick little. We're going to take a slight little break here from trial.
The federal judge's contempt.
Hold on. Now let's check this out.
The federal judge's contempt ruling slaps a fine of nearly $112 million on the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. The San Francisco lawyer representing inmates says it's not an order to celebrate.
A victory would have been if they had reformed and fixed the conditions in the California state prisons years ago the way that they should have.
That huge fine comes from the amount of money the CDCR has saved by not filling mental health staff positions. The judge is ordering the state put that money in a special account reserved for inmate help.
That's what the court here has been grappling with for 30 years is getting the state to provide some minimal care in the prisons. And it can't really be done without staff.
Court documents show the population of inmates with serious mental health issues has doubled since they've been asking for more resources, while staffing needs have gotten worse. Right now, 30% of positions from psychiatrists to social workers need to be filled and have been open for years.
My clients, many of them with severe mental illness, in crisis, cutting themselves, attempting to hang themselves, wait for weeks, months before they can see a clinician.
The CDCR tells KCRA 3 News inmates often have greater access to mental health care while in custody than what exists for people not in prison. Galvan says everyone should be able to get the mental health care help they need, regardless if they're a criminal or not. And if inmates aren't treated properly, he says they will most likely bring those issues back home once they've served their sentence.
Those people are coming back to these same communities. And if we don't provide some minimal supports for them while they're being punished in prison, then it just intensifies the community needs when they go back.
Well, the CDCR also tells us that it has expanded access to mental health care for inmates through telehealth, and that it's also expanding its recruitment and staffing measures to get more people to work at the prison. Reporting live in Folsom, Michelle Bandur, KCRA 3 News.
There's some eye-opening stuff there. Thanks, Michelle. CDCR, by the way, says it is appealing that ruling.
All right, so then here's, this is a look at California's mental health courts and what they offer to those that convicted. So I want to take a look at this. And then we'll get back to trial watching. Still no
growing number of counties.
Still no jury selected. It is only 11:45. Yeah, it's 11:45, so it's not even lunchtime yet. So I would give them at least another, probably 3 hours. I would say by 3 o'clock their time, be 6 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 to 7. If there's still nothing by 4, I would say they'll probably break. I would say we're not going to have opening statements. Maybe even by 3. Because they could still get in opening statements if they have a jury by 3. So anyway, we'll keep looking. But here, let's check this out. Then we'll get back to some more trial coverage from last year.
A growing number of counties now offer mental health diversion courts. And while there are incredible success stories, there are also concerns about who's now eligible to get treatment instead of facing charges for their crimes. CBS News California found there is no reliable statewide data to determine who is most successful and how many people fail or commit new crimes.
And the policymakers have called on us to do something different than we've traditionally done. And each and every day, you all serve as shining examples.
May City come to order. Department 8 is now in session.
It's graduation day in Judge Larry Brown's mental health court.
Caesar. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, Judge.
I love the smile. Folks, Caesar's been with our court since February of last year.
I was homeless. Nothing would stop me from getting high.
And charged with an assault felony case.
The day I got arrested, I had smoked a batch of some crystal meth, but I didn't know it was laced with fentanyl. It made me go crazy. I started attacking people.
And Caesar, are you proud of yourself today?
I realized that I messed up and I could have hurt somebody.
He attended all his treatment appointments.
It makes me feel ashamed of myself.
Sacramento County has been running this mental health treatment court for over a decade.
I got a second chance in life.
For people like Caesar, after they're convicted and have served time.
Promise you're going to keep doing everything you've been doing?
Yes, sir, I promise.
Now that he's completed the program, his convictions erased.
Case dismissed. Congratulations.
In 2019, lawmakers expanded the system to include a new pretrial mental health diversion track, where defendants who could prove a diagnosed mental disorder caused them to commit a crime could have their charges dropped before they're ever convicted if they complete a 12 to 18-month program with regular drug tests, treatment, and court appearances. 41 counties, including LA, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County, currently offer some version of adult mental health court. Caesar is the type of person mental health court is intended to help.
The bar for entering mental health diversion is actually quite low.
They're not all success stories.
Folks that shouldn't be in there because they do pose a threat to public safety are getting admitted.
Assistant Chief Deputy DA Rochelle Beardsley points to Fernando Jimenez. Court records reveal he was charged with violently attacking his neighbor, breaking the woman's orbital socket. But because she survived, instead of going to jail, he got diversion.
He was in mental health diversion when he committed a murder.
Jimenez is now facing murder charges in a neighboring county.
It's not what it used to be, man.
She says Jimenez got diversion instead of jail thanks to a newly revised law that makes more people eligible. Defendants no longer have to prove their mental illness is related to the crime. In fact, they can blame nearly any crime on any one of these hundreds of listed mental disorders, including ADHD, erectile disorder,
bulimia, anorexia, substance use disorder.
And while people charged with sex crimes and murder aren't eligible, if their victim survives,
attempted murder, domestic violence, those are eligible for mental health diversions.
Get this.
Remember this story?
A Tesla flies off Highway 1 over a cliff.
The CHP now says the man drove his family off that cliff on purpose.
So they did arrest him for attempted murder and child abuse.
This was nothing short of a miracle today that they survived.
Because this Pasadena doctor says he suffers from depression and his wife and 2 young kids survived the plunge, he's now asking for mental health diversion instead of prosecution for attempted murder and child abuse.
There are limited ways for a DA's office to oppose it.
So how successful is mental health court? Well, that depends on who you ask. We compiled success rate data from counties across the state, comparing it to the public data on the state's dashboard. And we found it was inaccurate, incomplete, or non-existent. In fact, no one seems to be tracking who's most successful or how often people reoffend. But the public data we do have indicates in the first quarter of this year, success rates fell below 50%.
Proud of you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Even if they don't make it all the way through.
After presiding over mental health court for more than a decade,
we've had success for that window of time.
Judge Brown has a different view of success.
It's success the moment we connect them to a mental health provider. It's success when we get them on medication while they're in jail.
He says he sees roughly 200 people a week who he gets to know through regular check-ins.
Like Caesar, we're truly going to miss him. He's a delight, and he's been a gentleman. So that's what's great about this job.
And I thank God that he locked me up because I'm sober now.
Congratulations, sir.
Caesar's story is a powerful example.
I didn't know another life until I got arrested.
Of the potential.
And I quit cold turkey.
Of California's mental health court.
I found the Lord. Now I'm sober. Now I see the life of a sober man. Now I see how a real man feels.
But without better statewide data to show what's working and what's not.
Being arrested saved my life.
For now, Caesar's story is an anecdote with great potential.
I mean, when you see tense like this.
It brings me back. It brings me back, but it's not going to stop me from continuing my new life that I have.
Yeah.
Because nothing can stop me no more.
Bottom line, we simply don't know how many Caesars there are. But a small case study of Sacramento's court prior to this new pretrial diversion program found that graduates like Caesar who entered treatment after they were convicted and had already served time were 25% less likely to be rearrested and 75% less likely to be rehospitalized. Julie Watts, KCAL News.
Interesting, right? I think like with any program or whatever, there's going to be things that work and things that don't work, you know? So in Caesar's case, it seems to have worked. You know, I don't know. It's an interesting topic, you know? How do we treat this? How do we take care of this? You know? It's you know, well, there's like 30% of people in prison right now are, have some sort of mental illness, you know, it's a topic of conversation that we definitely have to address. All right. And we can talk about it more, obviously, as we go through this trial. Let me just check here. All right, still nothing. It is almost 12 o'clock on the West Coast. And still no feed, no nothing. So it's still, I think they have probably, I think Judge said he was going to go 9:30 to 5:30, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to review my notes. I can't remember if it was that or if that was Judge Kite with Shanna. It may have been Judge Kite with Shanna and Mario in Jacksonville. But yeah, it's not even noon yet. It's coming up on the noon hour over in Sacramento or Davis, California. So still time. I think there's still time. So in the meantime, we're going to keep going back to last year's testimony. I expect we'll hear from all of these people again. So now we're going to start to hear from some of the mental health workers, licensed clinical social workers. These are the people that first were introduced to Carlos right after he was arrested, and this goes right into a psychiatrist. So depending on if there's still no trial, we'll just roll from one right into another. All right, let's pull this one up. So this person's name is Amy Gutierrez. Let me just get her name. Why don't I have her down here? Amy, because it's spelled wrong, Chris. Amy Gutierrez. Okay. Gutierrez. Okay, got her name right. All right, so she worked at WellPath. She's a licensed clinical social worker. All right, so this is her testimony. This is, she met Carlos on May 4th. So he was arrested on the 3rd. So this is, and this is testimony from May 23rd. Let me just go ahead and pin this. So this is her testimony. Amy Gutierrez, right? Is that spelled right? Gutierrez. I think I spelled her name right. Anyway, all right, we'll find out. All right, so this is from May 23rd of 2025.
Stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, we'll have you sit in the witness stand. Lawyers will ask questions, 2 of them.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not made for the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated. last name for the record? Spell them both.
Amy Gutierrez, AMYGUTIERREZ.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a social worker. I provide mental health services for WellPath and provide mental health care for the county jails.
What is WellPath?
WellPath is a contracted provider that provides medical, dental, mental health services to inmates that are housed in the county jail.
Okay. Is WellPath specific to Yolo County Jail, or do they provide services to other counties as well?
We provide services to other counties as well.
And what is your specific job title with WellPath?
I am a mental health coordinator, so I provide mental health services to inmates while they're in custody.
What is your educational background for this position?
I am a licensed clinical social worker. I have a master's in social work.
And how long have you worked as a mental health professional for WellPath?
I have been working with WellPath since 2022, I believe.
And prior to that, did you hold any other positions working in county jails?
I started with WellPath in a different county. I was working per diem for a few different counties, providing the same services.
And what counties were those?
I started with Placer County. I've also provided services with Shasta County via telehealth, and then I took a full-time position at Yolo County.
Before you started working in the jail settings, did you have any other experience in working with severely mentally ill individuals?
I did. I worked in intensive outpatient treatment with Turning Point Community Programs.
What is Turning Point Community Programs?
It's an intensive outpatient program where we provide services to severely mentally ill patients that receive the highest level of care in the community.
Okay. Does that include individuals who suffer from schizophrenia?
That's correct.
And throughout your career, have you worked with individuals who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, at Yolo County Jail, how many, let's start with today, how many mental health professionals are employed by WellPath assigned to Yolo County Jail?
There are two.
Okay. And who are those two individuals?
Now it's Brandy Halstead and Kelsey Daytrick.
I'd like to direct your attention to the period from May 2003 through May 2023 through September 2023. Were you working for WellPath at that time?
Yes, I was.
Did you have a different position during that time period?
Yes, I did.
What was your position?
I held a mental health professional, and I was full-time at Yolo County.
And so you've subsequently been promoted to a coordinator position?
That's correct.
So from that time period, from May 2023 until September 2023, how many mental health professionals were assigned to the Yolo County Jail?
Two.
And who were those two individuals?
Myself and Brandy Halstead.
During that time period, was there, for mentally ill inmates, how did they receive psychiatric services?
If the patient met with us and there was a clinical need or request for the patient to see psychiatry, then we would put in a referral for them to see psychiatry.
And who was the psychiatrist that provided services to Yolo County inmates during that time period, once again, May through September 2023?
Dr. Patricia Tyler.
And was she employed by WellPath at that time?
Yes, she was.
How would Dr. Tyler see patients? Would she come in person, or would she see patients by some other means?
She provided services via telepsychiatry, so it was on a video platform.
Can you explain what telepsychiatry is?
Sure. It's just providing virtual psychiatry via virtual means, so usually via Zoom.
And when you have contact with an inmate in Yolo County Jail who is believed to suffer from mental illness. Do you keep any records documenting your contact?
Yes, we do.
How do you keep those records?
We have an electronic health record, so we document every interaction that we have with the patient.
How do you document the interaction?
It's in what's called a sick call in our electronic health record, so we document essentially a progress note in the health record.
And, do you have access to the sick calls documented by Ms. Halstead?
Yes.
And did she have access to the sick calls documented by you?
Yes, she did.
And with Dr. Tyler, did she have access to all the records?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 4th of 2023. On that date, did you meet an individual named Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
How did you come into contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I was asked to see him because he was placed on suicide watch prior to my shift, and so when I saw him, he was already on suicide watch in the jail, and I met with him in a booking cell.
What, during this time period, what shift did you work, and days did you work at the Hill County Jail?
I worked primarily Monday through Friday from 8 to 4.
And what schedule did Ms. Halstead work?
The same.
So are there mental health professionals at the jail on weekends?
Not routinely scheduled.
So you indicated that when you got to work, Mr. Reales Dominguez was on suicide watch.
That's correct.
What is suicide watch?
Suicide watch is a different level of observation for patients that we find to be at higher risk for suicide, and so they're monitored more frequently and seen by the mental health professionals every 24 hours.
If a patient does not express any desire to harm themselves, can they still be placed on suicide watch?
Yes, they can.
What circumstances would a person who says they don't want to harm themselves would be placed on suicide watch?
There are a variety of reasons a patient could be placed on suicide watch. It could be that they demonstrate high risk factors such as serious charges, first time in custody, if they are unable to answer suicide risk questions, or if they are engaging in any sort of self-harming behavior. So there's a variety of reasons.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I do.
What did you note about his appearance and behavior?
I noted he was already dressed in a safety smock and he was presenting in a very rigid posture with very minimal answers and appeared guarded.
You said he was in a rigid posture?
Yes.
Can rigid posture be a symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be.
And you also indicated he had minimal speech?
Correct.
And can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
You said he was in a safety smock. What is a safety smock?
It is an article of clothing that is suicide resistant that we provide at the jail. Instead of a jumpsuit, they're provided a safety smock if they're on suicide watch.
Is it made of a material that a person could not tear and potentially hang themselves?
Correct.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Reales Dominguez, anything about his emotional expression, his affect?
Yes, I did document that he presented with flat affect.
What is a flat affect?
That is kind of a inability to demonstrate emotion with their facial expression.
And you spoke about rigid posture and minimal speech being symptoms of schizophrenia. Are those potential considered negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
That's correct.
What about a flat affect? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
So when a person is placed on suicide watch, where are they housed?
They are typically housed in the infirmary.
Okay, where is the infirmary?
It is located in the medical wing of the jail.
Is that where your office is?
It is down the hallway, yes.
So what type of cell, are they kept in a cell within the infirmary?
Yes.
Describe the cell.
The cells in the infirmary have a
a bunk that's made out of concrete. It has a toilet, a sink, and that's it.
What materials, if any, are they allowed to have with them in the cell?
If they're on suicide watch, the only things that they're allowed to have are a safety smock, a safety blanket, and all of their food is provided in a styrofoam tray.
What is the safety blanket?
It is made out of the same material, just so that they can't rip it.
And you said their food is provided on a styrofoam tray?
That's correct.
What type of utensils are they given?
They are not provided utensils.
Why are they not provided utensils?
We try to eliminate anything that they could use to harm themselves when they're on suicide watch.
So, how often is the person's need for suicide watch reassessed?
They are met with, mental health meets with them every 24 hours. Custody staff checks on them every 15 minutes, and then medical, I think it's every 6 hours.
So, they have to be checked every 15 minutes?
Correct.
Given how restrictive suicide watch is it something that people reassess every day, whether it's still necessary?
That's correct.
Okay. How frequently do you reassess whether suicide watch is still necessary?
Mental health reassesses every 24 hours.
And from a mental health standpoint, do you want people to be on suicide watch longer than is necessary?
No, we always strive for the least restrictive level of care.
Why do you want it to be the least restrictive level of care? Why is that important?
We want to support their ability to cope with most access to support, to coping skills and supports.
Now, are some people only on suicide watch for a day or two?
That's correct.
Ma'am, if you know, so Mr. Reales Dominguez was placed on suicide watch on May 4th. How many months was he on suicide watch before he was finally released from it?
If I may look at my notes.
Those notes may not have it. Let me ask you this. Do you recall what month he was finally released from suicide watch?
I don't recall, but I do remember that he was on for over 100 days.
So during those 100 days, when he was in his cell, besides the safety smock, the safety blanket, and the styrofoam plate, did he have any other items in the cell with him?
No.
Are they given any reading materials or other types of diversion to pass the time?
No.
And my questions, I want to focus on the time period. Let me ask you this. At some point, did Mr. Reales Dominguez get an injection of or a dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes, he did.
And you recall approximately when that first dosage was?
I believe it was mid-July 2023.
Okay. So, ma'am, for my first set of questions, I want to focus on your observations prior to him receiving a dosage of antipsychotic medication.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Reales Dominguez's eating habits?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Can I just interject here? The witness has, it looks like you must have your progress notes with you.
I do.
And that's fine, but I just need to make a record. And she's referencing her notes, so you need to manage that. Okay.
What we can do, ma'am, keep the notes down. And if you need to look at it to refresh your memory,
okay,
you can do that. About his eating habits, what do you recall?
I do recall that he ate intermittently and sometimes was placed on a hunger strike.
Now, when I hear the term hunger strike, I think of Cesar Chavez or Gandhi not eating to try to achieve a purpose. Is that what you mean by hunger strike for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
No, in custody we use hunger strike as a term for when a patient refuses 4 consecutive meals, and it's just a means of tracking if the patient is consuming foods and fluids.
So did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever indicate that he was not eating because he wanted to achieve a specific purpose?
No.
Did he ever explain to you why he was not eating?
He just stated that he didn't have an appetite or just would not respond.
At some point, while he was in, let me back up, was Mr. Reales Dominguez, what was his build when you first saw him? Would you describe him as heavy, thin, when you first saw him on May 4th?
I would say he was average.
That was the first time you'd ever seen him, correct?
That's correct.
So you had no personal knowledge of what his build was a couple years earlier?
No.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez, did his weight change during the months he was on suicide watch?
Yes.
How so?
His weight decreased over time.
Did his lack of eating and drinking, did that result in any trips outside of the jail for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, he was placed on a 5150 hold.
Do you recall how many times, not just a 5150 hold, we'll get to that, but you know how many times he was taken to the emergency room?
I don't recall. I believe it was 2 or 3.
Now, ma'am, in addition to the mental health staff, are there staff who work for WellPath who monitor a patient's physical health?
Yes.
Okay. And are they employees of WellPath as well?
Yes, they are.
And do they keep records of their observations, just like you and Ms. Halstead keep records of your observations?
Yes, they do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit JJ. Ma'am, do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is what we call a flow sheet. It just documents vital signs over time.
And does it also document a weight over time?
Yes, it does.
And is that document made in the regular course of a business at WellPath?
Yes.
And when they make those notations, is it done at or near the time of the act, condition, or event being recorded?
Yes.
And you've already said you're familiar with these records, and you've already described how they're prepared?
Yes.
Are they prepared the same way your mental health records are prepared?
Yes, they are.
And is the method of preparation for these records trustworthy, in your opinion?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Zoom in a little bit more here. Do you see this entry on June 26, 2023 by a RN named Gustavo Perez?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Gustavo Perez?
Yes, I am.
Is he an employee of WellPath?
Yes, he is.
And does it document, does Mr. Perez document how much Mr. Reales Dominguez weighed on June 26th of 2023?
Yes.
And how much did he weigh?
108 pounds.
Did you ever make any effort to encourage Mr. Reales Dominguez to eat?
Yes, I did.
And how would he respond?
He would regularly not respond or could not articulate why he was not eating.
Were there times he would eat small amounts of food?
Yes.
And were there times when he would not eat any meals whatsoever?
That's correct.
Was he ever able to articulate to you why he was not eating other than he wasn't hungry?
No.
During approximately the first month that you interacted with Mr. Reales Dominguez, would you see him basically every day that you were at the jail?
Yes.
During the first month, did he respond to you verbally?
He did.
How would you describe the verbal responses that you received?
There were very minimal responses, often 1 to 3 words. He appeared very guarded, but he did respond verbally.
But would you ask him how he was feeling?
Yes.
And what was his response almost every time?
He would say, good.
Given that he did not have anything in his cell, did you ever have an opportunity to observe what he was doing when he was sitting in his cell?
I did.
And what would you observe him doing?
Oftentimes just laying on his bunk or just sitting there.
And when he was sitting there, did you ever see him staring at anything?
Just staring at the wall.
Would you observe him staring at the wall for long periods of time?
Yes.
Ma'am, from your experience, can that type of behavior be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, did you ever offer to put anything up on his jail cell for him to look at so he could have some sort of stimulation, for lack of a better word?
I did request that, yes.
What did you suggest?
I suggested that we put up either lyrics or some sort of reading material, but unfortunately that's not permitted at the jail.
So you wanted to put basically tape up on his cell some song lyrics or reading material?
Yes.
Had he mentioned to you at some point that he liked music?
He did.
But you were not able to do that?
No.
And during this 100-day period, were you constantly reassessing to see if you could take him off suicide watch?
Yes.
During once again, the first period before he received any antipsychotic medication, did you ever observe Mr. Reales Dominguez display any sort of emotion?
No.
Did you ever see him laugh?
No.
Did you ever see him smile?
No.
Did you ever see him cry?
No.
Did you ever observe any sort of emotion other than that blank flat effect?
No.
And a flat effect is not emotion, it's the absence of emotion, correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, that complete lack of emotion, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, when someone is in suicide watch, is there a day room that they can go to?
Yes, there is.
What is the day room?
It is just the center of the other cells in the infirmary.
If a person's on suicide watch, how long each day do they have the opportunity to go out into the day room?
Approximately 1 hour a day.
And what sort of activities can they do when they're in the day room?
They can watch TV, they can read, or make phone calls.
And while they're in the day room, is someone observing them so they can be ensured they're not harming themselves?
Yes, that's correct.
During the 100 days he was on suicide watch, did Mr. Reales ever come out into the day room?
Not that I recall.
During, I'm asking your personal observations, to your knowledge, did he ever take a shower?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever brush his teeth?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever go out and watch television?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see him on his own make a phone call?
No.
How did his physical appearance change over these 100 days when he's not showering, brushing his teeth? Can you describe what you observed?
His personal hygiene did decline. He became more malodorous and disheveled. He just did not appear to take care of himself when he was on suicide watch.
Malodorous, if a person doesn't shower for 3 months, would it be fair to say they become extremely malodorous?
Correct.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez extremely malodorous?
Yes, he was.
And is a decline in personal hygiene, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Can be.
What about eye contact? When you would try to communicate with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you know anything about his ability to maintain eye contact?
He had very minimal eye contact or would look beyond me when I was talking to him.
And would you try to stand directly in front of him?
Yes.
What do you mean by looking beyond you?
Oftentimes staring at something behind me or just appearing distracted.
So would you put yourself in a position where he would kind of have to make eye contact and he would look beyond you?
Yes.
Is an inability to make eye contact, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be.
Now, do you recall incidents where Mr. Reales Dominguez made statements indicating he believed he was still a student at UC Davis?
Yes.
What do you recall?
He said that he needed to meet with his counselor to talk about his classes.
And did he want you to set anything up for him so he could meet with his counselor?
I believe he requested either a phone call or a Zoom meeting with his counselor.
Now, at that time, did you know that Mr. Reales Dominguez was no longer a student at UC Davis?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you become aware of that?
Yes.
Did you ever confront him with the fact that he was not a student at UC Davis?
I don't believe I did.
Why not?
I was still trying to build rapport with him. He minimally engaged, and so I didn't want to address that at that time.
Did his verbal speech change, his verbal response change over time?
Yes, they did.
How did it change?
Eventually, he stopped responding verbally.
And how would he respond?
He would oftentimes just shake his head yes or no, or he would give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
On approximately May 19th, did you author an email to Superior Yola County Jail requesting that Mr. Reales Dominguez be referred for a 5150 evaluation?
May I refer to my notes?
Got it. Okay.
Yes, I did.
What is a 5150 evaluation?
It is an evaluation done by a clinician to determine if he meets criteria to be involuntarily hospitalized.
And what criteria has to be satisfied for a person to be involuntarily hospitalized?
There are 3 different types of holds. They can be on a hold for danger to self, danger to others, or grave disability.
What did you believe would be the grounds for Mr. Reales Dominguez to be placed on a 5150 hold?
I believed that he was gravely disabled.
Now, is a 5150 hold limited to people inside a jail, or can anyone in the community potentially be placed on a 5150 hold?
It's not limited to people in custody. It can be for people in the community as well.
How common is it for someone in custody to be placed on a 5150 hold?
It's pretty uncommon.
Why is it pretty uncommon?
Most of the time we can meet the patient's needs while they're in custody.
And by we, you mean the WellPath staff?
That's correct.
So when you recommended a 5150 evaluation, were you concerned that you could not meet Mr. Reales Dominguez's current needs?
Yes.
Was he taken to a hospital on a 5150 evaluation?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall how long he was gone for?
I do not recall.
Ultimately, did return?
Yes, he did.
Ma'am, in your experience, you said it is uncommon for people in jail to be placed on 5150s holds. How common is this for a hospital to actually accept someone who's coming from the jail?
It's pretty uncommon.
Okay. Why is that?
I think there's a few different factors. One is that most of the time, so there are a couple different factors that I believe contribute. There are the fact that most of the time the jail can provide and meet the needs of the patient, and then also it is a security concern as far as having officers staffed at the hospital.
And because of the charges that Mr. Reales Dominguez was in custody for, there needed to be officers at the hospital with him, correct?
That's correct.
For any inmate, there has to be officers, is that correct?
Yes.
During the time he was in the suicide watch, did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever complain about anything?
Not that I recall.
At some point, did you reach out to Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother?
Yes, I did.
Why did you reach out to Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother?
I was trying to obtain any history or collateral information regarding his mental health or substance use that might be relevant to his treatment.
And don't tell what was said, but did you speak to his mother on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you use an interpreter?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get Mr. Reales Dominguez to speak to his mother during that incident?
No, I did not.
Like, direct your attention to June 2nd, and if you can't remember, you can refresh your memory. Did Mr. Reales Dominguez make any other statement about being concerned that he was missing his classes?
May I refer to my notes?
Okay.
He did. He expressed interest in school and that he was feeling upset due to missing school.
So this is on June 2nd?
That's correct.
At this point, if you recall, did you realize he'd been terminated from UC Davis?
I don't recall.
Now, ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to an incident that happened between June 6th and June 9th. Do you ever recall a situation where Mr. Reales Dominguez had something unusual on his face?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
I recall him being disheveled and having mucus on his face.
Okay. Describe how this mucus was on his face.
It was just hanging out of his nose.
Okay. So it was I don't want to put words in your mouth, it was basically like a stream of mucus hanging from his nose?
That's correct.
Did you observe it?
Yes, I did.
How long was this string of mucus?
I don't know the exact length.
Was it just a little thing coming out of his nose, or was it pretty significant?
It was pretty significant.
Would describing how an icicle hangs off a building, would that be kind of an appropriate description?
Yes.
Now, I'm sure everyone's had experience where they may have something hanging from their nose and then they wipe it away. You would agree that's a common experience?
Yes.
How many days did this basically icicle mucus remain on Mr. Reales Dominguez's nose without him wiping it away?
May I reference my notes, Your Honor?
Okay.
From my documentation, it looks like I documented it for at least 2 consecutive days.
When was the first date? If you look at June 6th, did you document it on June 6th?
Yes, I did.
And look at June 9th.
Yes, I did.
So he had this basic icicle of mucus hanging from his nose from June 6th to June 9th.
Yes.
And based on your observations, is it something that if he had simply put his hand to his nose and wiped, he could have knocked it off?
Yes.
Given that he wasn't showering, did you ever encourage him to do something as an alternative to showering?
I did.
What did you encourage him to do?
I encouraged him to use the sink in his cell just to kind of wipe himself down.
Did he do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, ma'am, at some point on approximately June 21st, did you become aware that Dr. Patricia Tyler made a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
Were you involved in that decision?
It's a collaborative effort amongst our team, yes.
Explain what went into that decision, mental illness.
Yes.
So, are you familiar with kind of the steps that must be taken to give someone emergency medication involuntarily?
Yes.
Is the jail allowed to basically give an emergency dose without first going to a court in certain circumstances? And ultimately, do they have to go to a court to get a further order?
Yes, they do.
Order?
Yes, they do.
Do you recall when Mr. Reales Dominguez received his first dosage of emergency antipsychotic medication?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the notes?
Yes.
I direct your attention to July 13th.
Yes, it does look like he received the emergency medication on July 13th, 2023.
And was that just one dose?
I believe so.
Ma'am, in your experience, when people receive antipsychotic medication, does one dose fix it, or does it often take several months of regular medication to stabilize?
Typically, it requires ongoing medication adherence to stabilize.
If Dr. Tyler made her recommendation on June 21st, if you know, why did it take until July 13th for Mr. Reales Dominguez to get his first dose of antipsychotic medication?
I believe it just was a requirement to get the court order.
You weren't, there were people above your pay grade who were doing this situation?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that on August 3rd there was a court order authorizing involuntary antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Reales Dominguez was presented with that court order, did he physically refuse the medication, or did he acquiesce and take it?
I believe he took it.
And did you continue to see Mr. Reales Dominguez from August 3rd up until it was mid-September when he went to Tascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you administer or give him the antipsychotic medication? Or would you be one of the persons who would do it?
No.
Who would administer it?
That would be a nurse.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Reales Dominguez during that first 5 or 6 weeks where he was taking medication but before going to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you notice any changes?
I did.
What changes did you notice once he started taking medication?
He became increasingly engaged with mental health. He was able to engage verbally.
So when he started, by the time he received antipsychotic medication, was he even communicating at all at that point, or no?
No.
Okay. So once he started taking medication, his verbal engagement improved?
Yes.
What else did you notice?
I do recall him having improved hygiene at that point as well.
Did he start taking some showers?
I believe so.
What else did you notice? This once again after he received the antipsychotic medication.
His affect improved. We saw him smile for the first time. He was able to engage in spontaneous conversation.
And do you still see Mr. Reales Dominguez at the jail?
I don't work there full time anymore, so not regularly.
But even though you saw him smile once, did he still have generally a flat affect even after taking medication?
Yes, he did.
Ma'am, in your experience, is it common for some people with schizophrenia, even after they take medication, to still have that flat affect, negative symptom?
Yes.
Anything else you can recall about improvements you saw from when he started taking the antipsychotic medication until he left for Atascadero State Hospital?
He was eating more routinely.
And obviously, you did not see him while he was at Atascadero State Hospital?
That's correct.
Were you still in your position when he returned from Atascadero State Hospital in January of 2024?
No.
So you were not interacting with Mr. Since his return from the state hospital, do you interact with Mr. Reales Dominguez on a regular basis?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ms. Gutierrez, a couple of questions about Mr. Reales Dominguez being placed on suicide watch. Now, when you first saw him at the county jail and you interacted with him, he never made statements about wanting to harm himself, correct?
Correct.
And he never made statements about wanting to harm other people, right?
That's correct.
And so he was placed on suicide watch. You said there are a number of factors to consider. One are the seriousness of the charges, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder are very serious charges.
Correct.
And that is common with other inmates who are brought into the county jail who have similar charges, correct?
That's correct.
You also look at whether someone has been in custody for the first time as whether to place that person on suicide watch, and you knew that this was Ms. Reales Dominguez's first time in jail, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree that those factors themselves, the seriousness of the charges, his first time in the county jail, those weigh more heavily in whether to determine to place him on suicide watch, correct?
Correct.
And so during the time, the 100 days or so that he was on suicide watch, at no point did you see or learn of any times that Mr. Reales Dominguez attempted to hurt someone else physically?
Correct.
And in your interactions with him, he never got physically violent with you, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, he never made physical contact with you, correct?
Correct.
Never swung a punch at you?
No.
Never made a stabbing motion or something similar to you?
No.
And so your concern with him was about him being able to take care of himself, correct?
Correct.
It was never about whether he would harm you or one of your coworkers.
That's correct.
And no one, to your knowledge, ever expressed a fear of him harming them or another member of the jail, correct?
Not that I recall.
Now that suicide safety smock that you talked about, he doesn't get a choice whether he wears that, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's determined either by WellPath or by the jail, right?
That's a jail policy, yes.
And you would agree that when Mr. Reales Dominguez first came into the jail, that was the first time you actually met and interacted with him, right?
That's correct.
You never saw him outside of the jail and how he'd interact with other people, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to his mother at one point to try to determine things that may be helpful in his mental health treatment, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't talk to or reach out to any of his former roommates to see how he had been behaving or engaging with them prior to his arrest, right?
That's correct.
And so you would agree that the information you had about how he behaved outside of jail was limited, right?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, would you agree that a person who has a mental health issue, once they go into a custodial setting, like a jail or a prison, something that is confined, where their movement is restricted, that they can tend to decompensate?
That's correct.
And when I say decompensate, meaning that their symptoms can get worse in the custodial setting, right?
Correct.
And those symptoms that they exhibit in the custodial setting aren't necessarily the symptoms and signs and behaviors that they exhibited outside of that, right?
That could be.
And so, with someone with schizophrenia, if they're in this custodial setting, they may be, for the first time being in jail, they may start showering less, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes eating less.
Sometimes.
Sometimes they could get more violent if they have a violent tendency, correct?
Sometimes.
Now, where Mr. Reales Dominguez was being held, he said he was in the infirmary, correct?
Correct.
And other than with jail staff, he has very limited interaction with other inmates at the jail, correct?
Correct.
And because you weren't able to put up lyrics or things in his cell, there's not a whole lot to do in there, right?
Correct.
It's kind of, you just lay in bed or walk around your cell, right?
Yes.
And from your experience with interacting with inmates, treating inmates, most aren't happy to be in custody, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson, redirect?
Yes.
Other than the change in verbal, when you went from a few words to no response, and increased weight loss, all those symptoms you saw, flat effect, lack of eye contact, the staring, were all of those present from the first moment you met Mr. Reales Dominguez?
They were present, but they definitely worsened over time.
So this was not, he was placed on suicide watch from the moment he got there, correct?
Yes.
There are situations when a person comes into jail in general population and is later placed in suicide watch.
That's correct.
Okay. Based on your personal experience, how many other attorneys, how many other inmates can you think of who've been on suicide watch for over 100 days other than Carlos Reales Dominguez?
At my time at Yolo County, probably less than 5.
And were all those individuals severely mentally ill?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you if he had limited interaction with other inmates. When he's on suicide watch, does he have any interaction with other inmates?
The only time that he would have access to other inmates is during his day room, if he went up to another infirmary cell.
But did he ever come out into the day room?
No, not that I remember.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gutierrez, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And have a great day.
Thank you. Should I leave these here?
Mr. Hutchinson, did you hand the notes to him?
All right, so the next one, we're just going to roll right into the next one. This is Dr. Patricia Tyler. So this is Dr. Patricia Tyler. She's a psychiatrist. And still nothing on the listen to me, verdict. Still nothing on jury selection. It's getting to be about 1 o'clock there. So they may have broken for lunch. So it's about 1:45. But this is Dr. Patricia Tyler. And this is from the same day, which was when? May 23rd. May 23rd, 2025. All right. Tom, I wanted to answer your question. Where was your question? Okay. Don't quite understand the verdict. If he was found insane, why wouldn't he be insane across the board? The jury found him not guilty for the two guys, David and Karim, and they were hung on Kimberlee. So that's why it wasn't across the board. So they were hung on the second degree aspect of it. So first degree, Karim and David was first, and then Karim, not guilty, right? And they were hung, for David, it was 10-2, not guilty to guilty. For Karim, it was 9-3, not guilty to guilty. And then Kimberlee, it was 8-4, not guilty to guilty. So that was the split. I hope that helps. All right, let me put up. All right, so this is Dr. Patricia Tyler.
That's fine. Or she can have them. Doesn't.
Well, I don't want her to take anything she didn't come with. So
Okay,
if
I'll take it.
Yeah, you get them back. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hudson, next witness.
Defense calls Dr. Patricia Tyler.
Okay, let's get Dr. Tyler. I'm going to stand up and stretch. We're going to take a break in 15 minutes or so. Thank you. All right.
Court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you. Keep you seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
I'm so sorry. I'm hard of hearing.
That's all right. Can you spell your whole name?
Patricia Tyler, Patricia, Tyler, Tyler.
Okay, great. And are you comfortable? You want to move the chair in and maybe bring the mic down a little bit? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examination.
Good morning, Dr. Tyler. What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And what is a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist is a physician who specializes in treatment of mental disorders.
And is a psychiatrist a medical doctor?
Yes.
How long have you been a practicing psychiatrist?
Since 1984.
Can you describe your educational background to become a psychiatrist?
After college, you go to medical school for 4 years, and at the end of medical school, when you get your MD or doctorate of medicine, then I did 4 years of training specifically in psychiatry.
Where did you get your undergrad degree at?
Atlantic Union College.
And what was that degree in?
Biology.
And where did you go to medical school?
Loma Linda Medical School.
And where did you do your residency?
University of California, Irvine.
And what what positions have you held as a practicing psychiatrist?
I've practiced psychiatry in a lot of different positions. I started in private practice when I first got out of psychiatry residency, and then I moved up to Northern California, and I was the medical director at Napa County. And then I later was the medical director at Napa State Hospital.
Let me stop you there. When you say you were the medical director at Napa County, what do you mean by that?
That means I was in charge of any psychiatrist and nursing associated with provision of medicine for psychiatric patients.
So you were the boss?
I was the boss of that portion.
Okay.
It was part of Health and Human Services, which has social work and chemical dependency and a whole bunch of other departments, but yes.
And you said you were then the medical director at Napa State Hospital?
Yes.
What is Napa State Hospital?
Napa State Hospital is one of the largest psychiatric hospitals in the United States. It at this time is primarily patients who are committed to the state hospital as a result of either being accused of a crime or having been found not guilty by reason of insanity, or sometimes on a conservatorship but can't be managed in the community.
How long were you the director at Napa State Hospital?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure. I've never been good at dates, to tell you the truth, but a while.
Okay. Can you give a rough estimate of how many years?
Like 8 years or something like that.
At some point, did you leave Napa State Hospital and go into another area of practice?
Yes, I retired as the medical director at Napa State Hospital and was sort of unsuccessful at retiring. So I decided to continue some work, and I worked as a direct clinical psychiatrist in various jails.
And who was your employer when you worked as a clinical psychiatrist in jails?
Well, they've changed names a couple of times, but essentially the company is now known as WellPath.
And ma'am, over the course of your career, have you treated patients who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the negative and positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the criteria that psychiatrists rely on in diagnosing someone with schizophrenia?
Yes.
And can you even give an estimate of how many patients with schizophrenia you have treated or seen in some capacity over your career?
I have no idea. Many.
You know, I'd like to offer Dr. Tyler as an expert in psychiatry and schizophrenia.
Can you walk here? All right, we have a qualified expert.
Now, Dr. Tyler, very briefly, can you explain to the jury what is schizophrenia?
Schizophrenia is a mental disorder that usually presents with symptoms which are called prodromal, which is sort of the beginning of schizophrenia, and then develops into active symptoms. So prodromal symptoms would be, and this usually occurs in late teens to early adulthood, and sometimes for women a little bit later than that. But the early symptoms of schizophrenia are deterioration in the person's social functioning, their ability to function academically, the ability to work, where they just sort of withdraw or are not able to continue their normal pattern of success. And then in the active phase of schizophrenia, a patient can have symptoms of hallucinations, or delusions, or paranoia, sometimes very odd speech, and then sometimes they will have very odd behaviors where they're just staring, and the last criteria is what's called negative symptoms, which is really the absence of normal responses. So an example would be somebody with schizophrenia often will have a very blank look on their face. They're not smiling, they're not frowning, they're just kind of like not there. The other pronounced thing that happens in negative symptoms is they don't have ambition or the ability to be motivated to do anything normal.
I want to talk about some of the negative symptoms. Can minimal speech, poverty of speech, can that be a negative symptom?
A lack of speech, or what we call poverty of speech, is a negative symptom where they just sort of quit talking.
And what about an inability to maintain eye contact? Is that a negative symptom?
Yeah, it's not necessarily that they're not looking at you, but it's like they're looking through you. You're not. It's a very unusual way of eye contact.
And what about concrete, simplistic thinking? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes. So in concrete thinking, you know, when you have something happens or whatever, there's consequences of that, and it's almost as if they're not able to kind of think it through. And the way that we test for that as a psychiatrist, for instance, is what we call proverbs. So somebody might say, you know, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. And we'll ask them to interpret what that means. And normally people say, well, you know, don't accuse somebody of something that you're doing, or a more in-depth understanding of it. But somebody with schizophrenia will often just respond by saying, well, you know, don't live in glass. But it doesn't make any sense. It's not looking at the deeper meaning of things.
You mentioned the lack of motivation. Is that a term called avulsion?
Yes.
And is that spelled A-V-O-L-I-T-I-O-N?
Yes.
Some attorney may accidentally pronounce that as abolition?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's pronounced avulsion, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a reduced experience of pleasure? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes. So, I mean, it can be a symptom of other things as well, but often people who are developing schizophrenia lose interest in their normal hobbies or activities and just sort of sit around doing nothing.
And what about slowing of movements? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be. So sometimes people with schizophrenia just stand in one spot for a very, very, very long time.
And what about maintenance of rigid or unusual postures? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And how about distrust of others?
Pardon me?
Distrust of others.
Yeah, we call that paranoia.
And you've already mentioned social withdrawal. That can be an early symptom of schizophrenia.
Yes.
What is catatonia?
Catatonia is when an individual with schizophrenia, usually at a very severe stage, just literally quits moving at all, sometimes in a very odd posture, and it can be a life-threatening condition.
Now, I'm going to go back to your position with WellPath. Were you working for WellPath in May of 2023 through August of 2023?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working during that time period?
I was a psychiatrist treating patients or inmates at the jail.
And how did you treat inmates at Guillory County Jail? Did you come to Guillory County Jail, or did you see them through some other means?
Mostly I did remote psychiatric treatment, which means that the patients brought to a place where there's a computer and they talk to me like via Zoom, or like, I don't know whether you could talk to your kids on FaceTime, but it's something like that.
And did you have access to the records and notes made by Amy Gutierrez and Brandy Halstead?
Yes.
In on May 16th of 2023, did you meet a patient by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
Okay. Describe what the first time you observed him on telepsychiatry. Was there anything about his appearance that you took note of?
Well, what I recall, of course, it's been a long time, but what I recall is when he first came to see me, he had long hair that he was wearing over his eyes. So I really couldn't see his face. It almost went down to his chin. It was very dirty, not poorly groomed. He was hardly speaking. It was difficult to elicit more than 1 or 2 word answers to many questions I had. And I mean, that's initially what I would say.
And when you first met him, did you have access to any collateral information beyond your observations and Ms. Halstead and Gutierrez's notes?
No.
Now, do you recall what dates you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez via telepsychiatry?
I don't know them off the top of my head, no.
But at some point, did you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
Why did you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
Well, I had seen him by that time, or attempted to see him a number of times, and besides concluding that he was suffering from some sort of active psychotic condition, more importantly, it was reported to me, and the records reflected, that he had had repetitive episodes of not eating or drinking sufficiently to maintain his bodily functions, and he had had to be sent out to the emergency room several occasions. His laboratory functions indicated that he wasn't eating or drinking sufficiently. He was already very thin when I saw him. His BMI was quite low. And it was my conclusion that this was most likely something that he was doing not because he had some wish for some secondary gain or an outcome, but more as a result of mental illness, which we often do see in the acute phase of schizophrenia, where somebody becomes paranoid. They just quit eating sometimes, to the point that you really are concerned about their ability for their organs to function properly.
Now, as you said here today, you don't recall the specific dates, but assume that you made this recommendation on June 21st. You can assume for purposes of question. Was there a delay between the time you made your recommendation and Mr. Reales Dominguez actually getting the first dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
When you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, when do you want it to be administered?
Immediately.
Why is it important for emergency antipsychotic medication to be administered immediately?
Because I had concluded that he was at risk of harming his bodily functions, his kidney, his liver, his brain, his bloodstream, etc.
Now, doctor, do you recall how many weeks went by before Mr. Reales Dominguez received the first dose of emergency antipsychotic medication that you recommended?
I don't recall that.
Let me stop you there. Dr. Tyler, we've been going for a while, so we're going to take a mid-morning break. I know you just got started, but we have covered some ground. You're excused, and we're going to see you back in 15.
Dr. Tyler, when we left off, I was talking about your order for voluntary antipsychotic medication. I just wanted to back up and ask a question I failed to ask. Is disorganized thinking, is that a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Okay. And what is disorganized thinking?
That's when one thought doesn't follow another in an organized fashion, or it doesn't make any sense.
And what about disorganized speech? Is that a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you mean by disorganized speech?
That would be the expression of one thought not following another in an organized or logical fashion.
Going back to your recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, if a patient is willing to voluntarily take medication, do you have to make such an order?
No.
So does that order only come into place where you have a patient unwilling to take medication?
Well, it's that as well as eminently needing emergency medication.
From your experiences, is it common for people with schizophrenia to believe that they're not ill?
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
A lack of insight is what we call it technically, but it's where the person suffering from schizophrenia isn't aware that their thinking doesn't make any sense, isn't logical, that the things that they believe might be happening are actually not happening, are not real, and they don't understand that they might be putting themselves at risk in terms of the way they're behaving, or that their actions towards others don't make any sense or are dangerous.
What's the medical term for lack of insight?
Lack of insight?
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Is it common for people with schizophrenia to deny any mental health symptoms?
Yes.
And is that due to the lack of insight?
Yes.
Dr. Tyler, are you familiar with the term a first break?
Yes.
What is a first break?
It's the first time that an individual who has schizophrenia experiences an acute phase of the illness where they're having the active symptoms of schizophrenia, such as hearing voices, delusions, paranoia, disorganized speech and behavior.
Is the lack of insight more common with someone experiencing a first break as opposed to a person who's had experience, received medication, and received treatment?
I'd say it's more intense, not necessarily always more frequent.
What do you mean by more intense?
Well, if you're having a delusion, like whatever the delusion might be, some people think that God sent them down to save the world, for instance, and that God specifically has asked them to kill their dog. Then if they're believing that, they don't have any understanding of what's really happening, so they have a lack of insight and don't believe that they need to have medication because they think those things are real. It's a very intense belief that it's real. They may take action on those beliefs, for instance, and even even when somebody's been treated, I see many individuals with schizophrenia who are doing much better than they used to. They're on medication, they're better, but they still may believe that they don't actually have an illness, or that they don't need to take this medication, which is one of the reasons why people quit taking medication frequently after being on it and doing better, and then they'll quit, they'll end up getting ill again, and then get rehospitalized or end up in trouble again.
And are there also patients with schizophrenia who, after receiving treatment, develop insights and accept the fact that they have schizophrenia?
Yes, there are, although it's a lot less than I wish.
Let's go back to your order for involuntary medication. Once again, I asked you to assume that you made that order on June 21st, and you can also assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez did not receive his first dosage of antipsychotic medication until July 13th. Do you know, based on your personal knowledge, what caused that delay?
You know, it was and still remains somewhat confusing to me.
Okay. What happened?
Well, I actually, before I did the order, it was my recollection that I wrote a note and that I requested help from the mental health staff to find out what the policy was in Yolo County Jail for emergency medication. Each jail has different policies based upon their own structure and abilities and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't entirely certain what those policies were. But eventually I was told that yes, they do have a policy around emergency medication. I reviewed what that policy was. I determined that that Mr. Dominguez met those criteria, and I wrote the order. After that, there was a very long delay, and I'm not entirely certain what happened.
I mean, listen very carefully to my question. Did you become aware that a registered nurse who worked for WellPath contacted another psychiatrist, essentially trying to overrule you?
My recollection is I asked one of the mental health staff, Brandy, whether it was possible to do emergency medication for this particular patient. And as I recall, I was told that a psychiatrist, a supervising psychiatrist who doesn't work at the jail, had determined that he shouldn't be given it.
Okay. At that point, did you have a communication with this, where was this supervising psychiatrist located at?
I don't entirely know where he was working or where he's physically located.
But was he someone who'd actually seen Mr. Reales Dominguez?
No.
Did you have a conversation with this psychiatrist?
I did.
And did you explain to him your reasons for ordering emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
And after you explained your reasons, did he agree with you 100%?
He indicated that he agreed with me.
And so you don't have personal knowledge of which person at WellPath reached out to this psychiatrist, correct?
I am not entirely certain.
And you don't know what was told to this psychiatrist?
All I recall is that Dr. Dalmasi said that it was presented in a very different way.
In other words, what had been told to him was different than what you had told him?
Yes.
And this was Dr. Dalmasi?
Yes.
Now, at the time you were making this order for emergency antipsychotic medication, you did not have any, still did not have any collateral information, meaning statements from people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez before he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, on August 3rd, did you have to testify at a hearing before a court to get a permanent order for involuntary medication?
Yes.
Prior to that hearing, did you have an opportunity to review collateral information, including witness statements from Mr. Reales Dominguez's friends, former girlfriend, roommates, and coworker?
I recall that I did.
Okay. And based on your observations and that collateral information, when you testified at the hearing, did you offer a diagnosis of what mental illness Mr. Reales Dominguez suffered from?
Yes.
And what was that diagnosis?
Schizophrenia.
Did you continue to see Mr. Reales Dominguez before he left for Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you observe any improvement once he began taking antipsychotic medication regularly?
Somewhat, yes.
Ma'am, doctor, does antipsychotic medication, is this situation where one dose fixes it, or can it take a considerable period of time for a person to stabilize on the medication?
For its full beneficial effect, it actually can take quite a number of months.
How many months can it take for antipsychotic medication to have its full beneficial effect?
Well, I think if you look in the Physician's Desk Reference, which is a big book from each of the drug companies on how medications work, and I recall that it can take 2 to 6 months for the full effect of a particular medication. But that assumes like no need to change the dose and no side effects and compliance and all of that kind of stuff. So.
Thank you, Dr. Tyler. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then Mr. Vanderhook, cross.
Good morning, Tom.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you some questions. Let's sake of this question, just assume, please, that a mental illness is present. So please don't take any of these questions as trying to imply that there's no mental illness present or anything like that. But I would like to get some information from you. Is there a difference between forensic and clinical psychology?
Psychology?
Abou.
Yes, or forensic or clinical psychiatric evaluation?
Yes.
And what is it that you engage in?
Well, I've done both, but for the purposes of this patient, I was doing a clinical evaluation.
Understood. What's the difference between clinical and forensic evaluation?
A clinical evaluation's primary goal is to treat the patient. A forensic evaluation is usually to determine an answer to a legal question in regards to a psychiatric condition.
And so, is there some controversy surrounding forensic evaluation?
It's actually outside the scope.
Okay, that is sustained.
Is there less is clinical psychiatric evaluation controversial at all?
Well, there's controversy in the world on every topic, and
That's fair. Is the controversial nature fairly limited?
I wouldn't say so, no.
All right. Is it fair to say that for clinical evaluations, the purpose is for treating what is currently being presented rather than trying to look to the past?
No, because you often can't figure out what you're treating unless you understand what has happened in the past.
Right, but as far as making a diagnosis and that sort of thing, you're trying to diagnose what's going on now, and you're not trying to answer questions about what the proper diagnosis would have been in a past time. Correct?
No.
Okay. How's that?
Well, for instance, in the case of schizophrenia, one of the things you have to determine is how long the symptoms have been going on, what the patient's baseline functioning was before any symptoms arrived. So history is important to determine what the patient has and what you need to treat.
Understood. And so you need the history to be able to diagnose what it is you're being presented with, correct?
That's ideal.
All right. And sometimes, such as working in custodial situations, you don't necessarily have that history right away, correct?
Very often.
And it sounds like your experience in the area of custodial settings is extensive.
I would say yes.
Are you familiar with the term decompensating?
Yes.
What is decompensating? What does it mean to decompensate?
That's usually used in the psychiatric sense that somebody's getting worse.
And is decompensation particularly prevalent in custodial settings?
Could you clarify more what you mean by that?
You see that a lot.
Do I see people decompensating? I often see people pretty upset about being in jail. Decompensating, if that's what you're using the word, that's not necessarily what I use the word to indicate, though.
Right, so for you, decompensating is that their symptoms of mental health are getting worse over time, correct?
Correct.
And so in a custodial setting, there's a lot of environmental factors that could potentially cause a person's condition to get worse over time, correct?
Well, prisons and jails are pretty unpleasant places, yes.
And so, especially if someone's not receiving medication or treatment, then their symptoms can be getting worse based on the environment that they're in, correct?
Well, it depends on what's wrong.
Okay, what about someone who has schizophrenia?
Most people would say, and I would agree, that jails and prisons are not a good place for people with schizophrenia.
And so, when a person is put into jail or prison, they are taken away from their normal environment, correct?
Yeah.
And can that have a negative psychological effect on people?
Yes.
Particularly people with schizophrenia, can that be something that would cause them to decompensate?
I have seen patients with schizophrenia do quite poorly, and more poorly than they were in other settings, depending upon what other setting they were coming from. If they're coming from the streets and using drugs and or a very, very negative environment, it may not be different, but generally people would agree jails and prisons are not good for people with schizophrenia. They don't do well.
Understood. And being placed in jail, you're in a highly restricted environment. As far as if you're a prisoner, you have limited movement, you're in a cell and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that could contribute to a person with schizophrenia decompensating?
Repeat the question?
Being in a highly restricted environment like a prison, can that lead to someone decompensating, particularly someone with schizophrenia?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the restrictions that cause the difficulties. I think it's more jails and prisons aren't places where your primary goal is to make people feel better.
When people are subject to stresses, can that exacerbate psychological conditions?
Yes.
And so, is being placed in a highly restrictive environment one such stressor?
It can be for some people.
And being taken out of their normal environment could also be one of those stressors?
It can be.
And if a person is facing charges of a serious nature, could that be a stressor that would affect a person?
Certainly.
And this question may be true for all people, but particularly people who have some kind of illness. Do you have experience with people being picky about food and what type of food they eat?
Well, I would say most inmates I see don't like jail food. It's not known for its great tastiness.
Understood. No one's going to argue that. But just as far as when they have access to specialized foods, that they want to get their specialized foods?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay. Are there people who have mental illnesses or some kind of issue that they restrict what they want or what they eat to only certain items?
Well, some people with a severe mental illness, such as schizophrenia, because of their paranoia, for instance, I've seen them, they will only eat food if it's from an unopened container. If that's answering your question, I'm not sure, but...
Well, let me ask you, let me rephrase this point. People in jail, do they have access to the same food that they had access to when they were not in jail?
Well, some people come from the streets, so actually they have better food, but, I really, generally speaking, if they weren't living on the streets, their food is a lot more restricted, assuming they don't have commissary, of course, but...
All right, so food is more restricted in jail, correct?
Yes.
Could that be a stressor that, a person likes to eat a particular food, but they don't have access to that? Could that just be something that increases the potential level of stress?
It's not a common thing that people attribute their stress to.
Okay. Does a person's recreational drug use, does that have an outside scope?
Assistant. Wait, just a moment. I'm going to overrule that objection and allow it. Go ahead.
Is that something that people will do, or if they're using drugs outside of custody, are they able to continue to use?
Wait, hold on. I'll allow the question as it relates to the medical condition of schizophrenia, but not generally as their patient use and so forth.
Understood.
Yeah, that line of questioning is appropriate for the doctor.
Do people have the same access to drugs in jail that they have out of jail?
Objection, outside scope.
Sustained.
Can people stopping their drug use affect decompensation?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if, for instance, if somebody is addicted to heroin and they get arrested and put in jail and then don't have any access to any similar substance, then they experience withdrawal physically, and it also affects them mentally.
Are there some drugs that people can take that would have an effect on the symptoms that they're experiencing?
Object, outside scope, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd be glad to give counsel direction. Thank you. Give me just a second, folks. Off record. Sustained, but I provided legal guidance to counsel, and so go ahead.
And so, if a person is suffering effects from schizophrenia, can their use of marijuana affect the symptoms that they are experiencing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So, if a person is suffering from schizophrenia and they use marijuana, can marijuana have an effect on the symptoms that they have?
It can.
And are there many people who report that using marijuana helps them with their symptoms that they're experiencing?
I've certainly had inmates or outpatient who have schizophrenia who tell me that it helps them sleep.
And so if a person is used to using marijuana to help manage the symptoms that they're experiencing, would suddenly taking away their access to marijuana be a stressor on them in a custodial setting?
A stressor, yes.
And all these kind of stressors are things that could cause a person to decompensate or increase the rate at which they decompensate, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Decompensation in the sense that I use it in a psychiatric sense doesn't just mean that they're unhappy or they're not feeling comfortable. It means the symptoms of schizophrenia in this case become much worse.
Right. And so if someone has symptoms and they're subject to stresses in the custodial setting, their symptoms could get worse, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you briefly about symptoms of schizophrenia. And so there was some discussion about symptoms. And so positive symptoms of schizophrenia could include delusions, correct?
Yes.
Hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Disorganized thinking and speech, correct?
Yes.
Disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, correct?
Yes.
And you have some negative symptoms such as reduced emotional expression, correct?
Yes.
And decreased speech or poverty of speech, correct?
Yes.
And loss of motivation, correct?
Yes.
Social withdrawal, correct?
Yeah.
And there could be some cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia as well. Is difficulty with attention and concentration a symptom of schizophrenia?
Can be, yes.
What about problems with executive function?
Yes.
And what is executive function?
It's your judgment, your ability to evaluate the situation accurately.
So other potential symptoms would include things like difficulty with personal hygiene and care, correct?
Yes.
And paranoia and suspiciousness, correct?
Yes.
And depression and anxiety, correct?
They can be found in schizophrenia, yes.
And social isolation can be a symptom as well, correct?
Yes.
And so are these all things that you're looking for during your evaluations of people in the custodial type setting?
Yes.
And so with Mr. Dominguez, you had at least 3 evaluations of him that you performed while he was in custody prior to the medication being administered, correct?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. Could it be 3?
It could be 3, yes.
So when you're conducting these evaluations, are you doing it in person, or are you physically at the jail, or what's the mechanism that is being used for this?
Yeah, for the purposes of this interaction, it was via remote.
Okay, and so what's that setup like when you're doing this remote treatment? Is it a phone call? Do you have like a virtual presence? Like what is the technology being used?
Well, I have a computer and I use Zoom.
And so as far as your end, you're in front of a computer and you're being able to see the patient in front of you via the monitor on Zoom?
Right.
And you can you have audio feed as well, so you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
And then from the patient's end, what do they see of you?
I think they see my face.
Okay.
Yeah.
And hear your voice as well?
Yes.
And so for all your evaluations of Mr. Dominguez, these are done using remote technology?
You know, I did see him in person, but I don't remember whether it was before or after the emergency medication order.
Okay. And you did an evaluation of Mr. Dominguez on May 16th of 2023, correct?
I'm going to have to take your word for it, yeah?
Did you have your notes with you?
I don't.
Oh, that's not great.
I think we have a stipulation that that was the first observation. She's already testified to that on direct.
Well, I'm going to ask her about some things on the notes. Send a copy to the clerk for printing if that would be acceptable to the court.
You can use my notes.
Thank you, counsel.
I'm going to 516. Dr. Tyler, Mr. President's notes. Can you take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory as to...
Let's get an offer of proof as to what she's looking at. What are these progress notes?
These are the notes that Ms. Lieutenant has testified to that are prepared by her, Ms. Halstead, and Dr. Tyler's notes are included as well.
Marked as Exhibit JJ?
I didn't. No.
No.
These are.
I'm not currently asking for them to be marked.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get my beat on it. Are these the notes that the last witness had?
Yes.
Okay, she was refreshing her memory of the progress notes.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Jail progress notes. We're good, doctor.
Okay.
All right, so there was an evaluation on 5/16, May 16th, correct?
Yes.
And this is your first evaluation of Mr. Dominguez, correct?
I think so.
And did you review these notes at all before coming to court today?
I looked at them yesterday, yeah.
Understood. So on this 5/16 meeting, did you have conversation with Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
And would he answer questions that you had?
Somewhat, yeah.
Did you ask him about talking with his family?
I did.
And specifically, you asked him why he hadn't been talking to his family, correct?
According to my note, it says I asked him if he had been getting along with his family, and I asked him why he had not been talking to his family, and he replied, I don't know, I just don't want to.
And so, and you asked him if he'd been getting along with his family, correct?
I did.
And what was his response?
His response was, let me see here, not really.
And did he report to you that this was his first arrest?
His first arrest?
Should be just the next line on that, Jess.
Oh. Let me see. Yes.
Right. And so, for people's first arrest, can being in custody for the first time be more stressful than someone who has been in custody and is familiar with that kind of environment?
Usually that's the case, yes. Although it depends on what they're charged with, but yes.
And so clearly someone with a lesser charge is going to be under less stress than someone with, say, a serious charge, correct?
That's what you would expect.
And when you were talking with him, you asked him specifically if he'd been having any unusual experiences, correct? And this is about 10 lines down from where we were.
Yes, I did.
Specifically, you were asking him whether he had any unusual experiences, like being given special missions, abilities, where they could hear other people's thoughts, or they could hear his, correct?
Yes.
And he said that he said no, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him if he'd had or been experiencing any traumatic incidences, bullying, or other stressful events prior to or since his arrest, and he replied no, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him how his classes had been going prior to his arrest, correct?
Yes.
And he replied, good, well, I had been struggling, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him if he knew who his attorney was, correct?
Let me see. Yes.
And he told you it was Mr. Hutchinson, correct?
Yes.
And then this was also one of the times where you asked him about psychiatric medications, and he just said that he did not feel he needed them, correct? Very last line in that section.
Yes.
And so, and that's typical even for people with mental illness, right?
That's typical of people with schizophrenia, not necessarily all mental health conditions.
Understood. Thank you. And so, it sounds like during this May 16th evaluation, you're able to have a fairly decent dialogue in that you're asking questions and he's giving answers that make sense based on the questions you're asking, correct?
No. His answers were often one or two words, often no. And the other thing that was odd about that particular interview is, you know, this is a young man who's in jail for the first time, charged with murder. And he did not have any facial expressions or any particular statements that indicated that he was distressed. He wasn't crying, which is frequent. He wasn't anxious. He had that very flat look that you often see with people with schizophrenia. So what we call his affect was quite unusual given how much unbelievable stress he was under.
And so, given those He was answering questions. It's not like he was completely catatonic, though, correct?
Correct. It was just one word, though. I mean, that's why I actually, in this note, tried to quote him as accurately as possible, and most of the answers are like one word.
And so based on this kind of initial assessment, did you form a diagnosis immediately, or did you wait making a diagnosis a little bit later?
I formed what we call a differential diagnosis. So that's, in layman's terms, those are the things that are kind of in my mind that could possibly be happening, but it's not certain.
And so, and this was all before he was medicated, correct?
Yes.
And so this was about, if your evaluation is on the 16th, then this is about 13 to 12 days after being booked in jail, correct?
I don't know when he was booked in jail.
Understood. And so let's go back to the differential diagnosis. What was your differential diagnosis here?
One of the things you would consider is what we call a brief psychotic break. Another possibility is schizophreniform disorder, which is something, it's like a psychotic break that's lasted more than a month, less than 6 months. Schizophrenia is another possibility. Being depressed with psychotic features is another possibility. Drug-induced psychosis is another possibility. Malingering is another possibility. Just the stress of the environment is another possibility. So there's a lot of different things that it could be, or could have been.
And you also listed sociopathy, personality disorder as a possibility?
Yes.
And you also listed autism spectrum disorder as a possibility?
Yes.
And so it sounds like from this initial consult, there's kind of a wide array of possibilities, and you're not limiting things yet, you're keeping an open mind.
Correct. I mean, I did think he had some mental condition going on, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Understood. And like I said at the beginning, none of these questions are trying to imply that it's not. But I do want to get some information here about your next visit. And so from the notes, can you see visiting him or having an assessment done on June 21st?
June the 21st.
Yes.
June the 21st. Well, my next visit was May the 30th.
Okay, let's go to June 21st.
Okay.
A couple of issues. And I think this is fax number pages on the top of your notes. And it says 11 201.
Okay.
So on those notes, in the section marked objective, you have mental status summary mute. What does that mean?
That meant when the patient, during the interview, didn't speak.
And so this is significantly different than the interview you had a month and a week prior.
Correct.
And so here, as far as decompensating, you're seeing decompensating, meaning symptoms getting worse from your initial interview, correct?
Yes.
And so by this time, you're seeing significantly more serious symptoms.
I don't remember exactly how many times he went to the emergency room, but based upon my own interview on that particular occasion, in that he was mute, and the fact that I had learned that he wasn't eating properly and he had required hospitalization or going to the emergency room, yes, he had definitely gotten worse.
And so you noted things like loss of weight, not eating, not showering, withdrawal from others, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm going to just go forward in time a little bit to, sorry, and this June 21st date, this was the time when you said that you thought involuntary antipsychotic medication was in order, correct?
Well, I recommended that if it was possible, yes.
Understood. And so you also have an evaluation on July 16th, correct?
The notes only go up to July 13th. The notes that I have here.
All right. I'll hand you another note. Please ignore my sketching on there. But as far as this date, just draw your attention to the assessment field. And on this date, you assessed them as having catatonic or semi-catatonic behavior, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so this behavior of catatonic or semi-catatonic behavior is even worse than the mute behavior you were talking about before, correct?
Yes.
And so here we see even further progression of decompensation, meaning that his symptoms are getting worse over time, correct?
I did think they were getting pretty bad, yes.
Understood. So I'm going to ask you this. Sorry, that was it as far as specific evaluations. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned something on a direct examination.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Paul. You mentioned something on direct examination about sometimes people believe that things like they believe that God has sent them on a mission. Do you remember talking about that?
Yeah, I was giving that as an example.
And what's that called again?
That's a delusion. Well, in this context.
Understood.
Explain the difference between a delusion and a hallucination.
A hallucination is where an individual hears something that actually is not present. So they might hear somebody's voice. A delusion is a belief that's not real.
And a hallucination can be other sensory.
Yes, it could be visual. They could see something, or they could feel something, or they can smell something sometimes.
And so my question is, for this type of thing where people believe they have a mission or something along those lines, is it typical for that to remain hidden, or will they tell you that they have this mission, or could it depend?
Actually, delusions is one of the more difficult things to elicit from patients. They often don't tell you. And especially if you don't know that it's there and you don't know anything about their background, then it can often be overlooked.
And so, is the same true for hallucinations?
Hallucinations are easier to observe as a psychiatrist because you can see a patient, for instance, talking to themselves. I'm sure you've probably seen people on the street talking to themselves and there's nobody there, or they're looking off to the side. And anyway, it's easier to observe a hallucination, an auditory hallucination, than it is to necessarily pick up on a delusion.
Right, and same for visual hallucinations?
Visual, yeah. I mean, you see people looking off as if there's something in the room when there's nothing there.
Right. And so for those, you'll see them responding to external stimuli, but there's no actual external stimuli there.
Right.
And so there was a discussion about medication and the effects of medication. If someone suffers from serious mental illness like schizophrenia and they are medicated, do all their symptoms go away?
Sometimes, but often not.
Okay, and so sometimes if the person is medicated, symptoms can still be observed in a subsequent evaluation?
In the case of schizophrenia, yes.
Okay. Does the medication cure schizophrenia?
No.
What does it do?
It relieves or diminishes the symptoms of schizophrenia. Some people get pretty good relief, so they're nearly back to their normal, but most people are not completely back to the normal background.
Understood. And then, just 1 second. Just a second. Oh, yeah, so when you were doing these evaluations of Mr. Dominguez, when was it that you started to get collateral information as far as what had been going on with him outside of custody?
Oh gosh, I believe we did eventually get Mr. Dominguez to agree to get a release of information for his mother, and that one of the mental health clinicians spoke to his mother. And then later on, I think just prior to the involuntary medication hearing, I was given the opportunity to review some other collateral information.
Understood. And so, and then I just got a couple follow-up questions regarding his conduct in the custodial setting that was observed by you or that you're aware of. Are you aware of any incidents of Mr. Dominguez attacking or harming staff?
No.
And in your interactions with Mr. Dominguez and your review of the notes, was there any instances of him hiding or being afraid of you or other staff members?
I really couldn't say, because I don't know whether, for instance, he wasn't speaking or wouldn't come to some appointments because he was afraid of me or somebody else, or I don't know.
As far as like hiding in a cell, like trying to hide under a blanket or trying to hide in a corner or anything like that?
I believe he was frequently seen underneath a blanket. Yes, I mean, there's various reasons why that can be, though. A lot of those cell rooms are very cold, and but sometimes it can be seen in people who are feeling paranoid. They cover themselves up.
Okay, so paranoia can be a symptom of schizophrenia as well?
Paranoia is one of the delusions that you would see.
Understood. But no instances of violence that you know before or after medication?
I think that I was told that that there might have been one instance, but I don't know the particulars of it. So.
All right. And I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. I appreciate that. And Mr. Hutchinson, just a moment. I wanted to ask a question just on background. Dr. Tyler, you were the medical director at Napa State Hospital. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Right. And I think you said about 8 years?
Something like that. I was in and out of positions.
To put that in context, can you tell me approximately how many patients you might have in the last year of your tenure there?
Patients?
At the hospital.
Direct care?
No, under your total supervision. How many patients are in that hospital?
There's like 2,500 patients.
2,500? Okay.
Some, or maybe close to that.
And then how many staff would there be at that time for 2,500 patients?
Oh gosh, I think a lot more than that. I don't know.
Paid staff. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson.
Dr. Tyler, when you use the term decompensating, what do you mean by that?
I mean, the patient is suffering from a mental illness and getting very ill from that mental illness. Seriously ill.
Can a person with schizophrenia decompensate outside of custody in their home environment?
Oh, for certain.
And if that person then goes into custody, can they continue to decompensate?
Yes.
And prosecutor asked you something about picky food. Have you ever had experience where a healthy person goes into jail and then because they don't get marijuana and they can't get their almond milk, they suddenly develop schizophrenia? Have you ever heard of that happening?
I've not seen that.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Tyler, I appreciate your testimony and have a great day.
Thank you.
Subject to recall. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, some of you have been asking to see this clip. This is from July 12th. So this is from July 12th. Still, a jury hasn't been seated yet, so we're still waiting on that. But this is from July 12th of 2023.
All right, let's turn to other news.
The man accused of going on a stabbing spree in Davis is scheduled to appear in a Yolo County courtroom later this morning.
A court-appointed doctor found 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez not competent to stand trial last month. He's charged with 2 counts of murder and attempted murder. ABC 10's Bridget Biorlo has been following this story since April. She's live from outside the courthouse in Woodland. So, Bridget, he pled guilty in front of the judge. Where does this case go from here?
It's going to get interesting, Walt, as it heads to a pre-trial conference later this morning. The case is far from over, but the victims' families will have to wait longer for justice in this case of the accused Davis stabber. The defendant last month in court appeared to admit his guilt to the crimes. Take a listen.
I want to apologize, and I want to say I'm guilty and forgive me.
Hold on, sir, you have a Fifth Amendment right.
So as you heard there, the 21-year-old told the judge he's guilty. He went on to say, please forgive me. You'd think the case would be over from there, but it's not. This will not be considered in court, I'm told, because he's been declared incompetent by a court-appointed doctor. Now, prosecutors have the chance to challenge that doctor's conclusion and put on evidence at what's called a competency trial. That's where the jury will have the final say over his mental fitness. And though this will certainly delay the case, legal experts say it's by no means a victory for the defense.
In a case like this, the defense obviously can't do anything if the defendant is not competent. So it's not necessarily a win, but what it does is it delays it. And often justice delayed like this is to the benefit of the defendant. When someone's arrested, the community is upset, the victims are really clamoring for justice. Understandably, everyone is clamoring for justice, understandably. But if this case gets delayed, a year, 2, 3 years or so, generally helps the defendant out because we lose our motivation to seek revenge, to seek retribution for this crime.
So later this month, a jury will be presented with evidence from both sides, the defense and the state, and they will have the ultimate determination over the mental status of Carlos Dominguez. And keep in mind, Walt, they're going to be hearing about things that the doctor did not consider, things like jail logs, phone calls he made behind bars where he's been for several months. Also, expect prosecutors to point out that he was a UC Davis student leading up to these stabbings, a third-year student studying biological sciences. So prosecutors are expected to raise the question in court before this jury, how was this student competent enough to go to class and perform at a really good school, and now a few months later all of a sudden be incompetent to stand trial? So a lot to consider for the jury. Walt?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that about him being a student, because he had been kicked out of school several days prior to the first murder, so something could have been going on with him that led for him to have been kicked out of school academically and continue on this awful path he was on. What happens now, Bridget, if the jury finds him incompetent?
So if the jury supports what the doctor found, well, it's going to get interesting from there in terms of timeline. I'm told he will then be sent to a mental health facility, getting treatment, counseling, medicine, and so forth. And the goal being is to restore him back to competency to the point where he can stand trial in his criminal case. It's very rare for that to be bypassed altogether. So they want to get him back in the courtroom. It's just a matter of time, could take months, or even, as you heard from that defense attorney there, could take a couple years. Walt?
Yeah, indeed. This may go on for 2-3 more years. All right, thank you. That's Bridget Biorlo, who is live in Woodland today.
All right, now I found this as well. So this is a raw feed.
On the record in the
This is just a raw feed from. This is from May 22nd, 2023. Let me just post that here. I know we're kind of jumping all over, but we're waiting for them to pick a jury, and they still haven't picked a jury yet. All right, so this next bit is from May 22nd of 2022. So this was only like 3 weeks, because he was arrested May 3rd, so 19 days, right? So this is only less than 3 weeks after he was arrested.
people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez.
No closed captioning.
Case CR 2023-1391. The defendant's present in court with us with Attorney Hutchinson, prosecuting his Deputy District Attorney DeMora.
And Mr. Vanderhook.
And Deputy District Attorney Vanderhook. Okay, great. We're set today for preliminary hearing conference. And there are several matters we need to work our way through. I have subpoenaed records, and I have that, and we're ready to do those when the time's appropriate. Mr. DeMora, are there any matters you'd like to bring to the court's attention?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, go ahead.
Your Honor, it is my firm opinion that my client is not mentally competent. I'm therefore requesting that the court initiate competency proceedings pursuant to Penal Code Section 1368.
Okay, all right. So we have Penal Code Section 1368. Defense Attorney Hutchinson declared a doubt. Pursuant to subsection B, the court shall order that the question of the defendant's mental competence is to be determined in a hearing which is held pursuant to sections 1368.1 and 1369. Proceedings now, this criminal prosecution shall be suspended until the question of the present mental competence of the defendant has been determined. So we'll go ahead and set, first order of business would be to order a psychiatric assessment and set a return date on that. Before I do that, Mr. Hutchinson, there is legal authority to proceed with preliminary hearing. That's not what you want to do, I take it?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so no request for preliminary hearing. The matter's suspended, so Mr. Clerk, if you would note on the minute order, if I remember right, Mr. Hutchinson, he weighed 10 but not 60. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so that's frozen in time, right? He still hasn't weighed the 60, so if the case is picked back up, then that's where time would be at with respect to the prelim. All right, no prelim. We have 1368 mental competency proceedings. The doctors, I'll get an order and sign that here today, and we'll come back. Normal course, 4 weeks, Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, sir. Today is May 22nd. Come back June 26th at 9 o'clock, Department 10 for 1368 review. That's June 26th at 9 o'clock in Department 10 for 1368 review. Let's touch base on these subpoenas. Mr. Hutchinson, criminal proceedings suspended. Do you have any objection to proceeding with the subpoena process?
I'm unaware of what records were subpoenaed.
Right. Let's go through it and see what we have. Okay. I haven't opened them up. So evidence code 1560 sub D. I'll open these records up now. We'll see what's been subpoenaed and so forth. Mr. DeMora, City of Davis Fire Department. Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. So I have records produced there. I'll go ahead and produce these to the district attorney. I'm going to sign a protective order.
Or I assume they are not records related to my client.
That's correct. There's a protective order. Right, they're just the records, the action of the fire department officials as to, I believe, victim one.
No objection.
Yeah.
Your Honor, would this be turned over to the people with the normal stipulation as to chain of custody foundation?
Yes. And sign the protective order. It's filed, okay, built to be used only in this case. No disclosure of social security number, date of birth, any patient identifying information, and anything unrelated to the incident here. Okay, so I have a second set of subpoena documents. Reviewing those now by the court. Prosecution, well path. These are related to the defendant, Mr. DeMar?
Correct.
Okay. What's your timing of disclosure of these records? Do you give these over to the defense right away then?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Those contain privileged information. I have requested the records from WellPath, and they have not provided them as of today. So I've requested further hearing before those records are released.
Okay. Can we do that in 4 weeks? Do we need to do it? I haven't looked at them, and I can review the records in camera. And do we need to expedite these?
I'll defer to the people if there's a hand.
Potentially, it could be relevant towards the psychiatric assessment.
Yeah, I guess that's right. I mean, if they're medical records. All right. Well, why don't we just take a quick look at them and come back then on the 2-week calendar? Okay. And then we can get them to the doctor if we need to be. The doctor's got plenty of work to do in the next 2 weeks. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Clerk will set a review hearing on the WellPath medical records, and that will be in 2 weeks. Today's May 22nd. We'll just set that for June 5th at 9 o'clock in Department 10. We'll call the case first at that time. It's a limited hearing specifically on production of the defendant's WellPath records. All right. Retain those.
Your Honor, could we actually do June 6th, if that's okay with the court?
Sure.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yeah, June 6th, Tuesday the 6th.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have 1368 proceedings. We've addressed the documents. I do note that we have some media present. The court issued a media order. If you haven't read that yet, make sure you review the media order. It provides for a pooling arrangement and other orders contained therein. So make sure you get access to that. It was filed May 17th. Defendant remains no bail at this time. Mr. Moore, anything else?
Just on the WellPath records, people are issuing a subpoena for further records related to that. So if those come into the court, if the court be inclined to review those, then we can probably address those on the 6th as well.
Sounds good. So that'll be for all subpoenaed record reviews. Okay, the next hearing. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on just a second. No, the June 6th will be for well-path records and all other subpoenas. It's the second date, yeah. Exactly. Just a moment. So I read too quickly, is that what you told me? Okay. Today's May 22nd. Yeah, so it would be the June 20th week, would be 4 weeks. June 26th, the trial week. Counsel, then Tuesday the 20th? Okay, perfect. All right, folks, that's it. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Mr. Hutchinson, your client has a Fifth Amendment right. Criminal proceedings have been suspended, so I'm going to let you handle communications with your client for now. Thank you. Off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't want an attorney. I would like to take it from myself, if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. So, folks, we're going to spend a second clearing the courtroom. We've got, I think, about 90 cases to call this morning. Departments 10, Department.
He keeps trying to say something, right? He keeps trying to say something. That was about, 3 or 4 times he keeps trying to say he keeps trying to say something. Let's see. This was before he was deemed competent. Yes. Yep. Yeah, so he wasn't. Well, let's go back and let's look at our timeline here. So it was 2021. He started to become distant, lost weight, stopped caring for himself, and that's kind of when Kaylee was saying, she would come over to his place, which was I think he was living with other some fraternity brothers, and they would hang out, and he would just kind of ignore her, or he wouldn't interact with her. And then in December, that's when she broke up with him, and then that's also when Mia, sees that he's staring at the walls. And then the competency. So he's arrested May 3rd. That June, actually that was May 22nd, I think. So instead of June, well, actually no, it is in June. So May 22nd, he appears in court, and then in June, he says, "I want to apologize. I want to say I'm guilty. Forgive me." And then he's not. It is. Let's see here. July, August. That's when they say he has schizophrenia. I think it wasn't until. Let's see. Those are the attacks. I think he's not declared competent until like later that year of 2023. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have that in my notes. Yeah, I think it takes him about 6 months. It takes him about 6 months. Remember, he wasn't on meds until like August. I think it was like all of July, all of June, all of July. Remember, they had to get a court order to get meds. Let me see, court order. Needed to get court order for emergency meds. So August 3rd, court order came in. So he was taking meds in August. So he went through, July 13th, he received 1 dose, but it wasn't until August 3rd. So this was May 3rd, he was arrested. So June 3rd, July 3rd, August 3rd, that's 3 months. 3 months that he wasn't taking any meds or anything. So anyway, December 2023. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought I have that as well, play on crime. So, all right. You guys wanted to hear the rebuttal, state's rebuttal. Yeah, let's check this out. I do not have any notes on this guy, so I'm not sure what I was doing. I'm not sure what I was doing. So let's check this out. This is the state's rebuttal. It's short. Let me just make sure they haven't started. Nope. They still haven't selected a jury, it looks like. All right, so this is the state's rebuttal. This is the state's rebuttal, and they called They called, who did they call? What's this guy's name? They called a board-certified psychiatrist. I remember this guy. Hold on a sec. All right. So this is the state's rebuttal. So they're going to refute. We have a couple more from the defense side, but let's jump over to the state. And oh, we were dual streaming. That's why. We were dual streaming. What were we doing? Oh, you know what? I think Lori Daybell was starting. I think this might have been Lori Daybell. That's why we were dual streaming. That's why. So you're going to see me up there. I can put myself like that. Yeah, we were dual streaming. That's funny. All right. Hopefully we have some closed captioning. Yes. All right. So this is the state's rebuttal. This is from June 5th. All right. So this is June 5th. Let's check this guy. Let's check out this rebuttal. This is from June 5th, 2025. Wow. Yeah, June 5th. That's when the kittens were born. Oh my gosh, this was the same day the kitties were born. June 5th, right? Yeah, June 5th, 2025. This is the same day that the kitties were born. Yeah, and then Lori started June 5th. We were dual streaming. Yep, we were dual streaming. And this is when the kitties were born. That's kind of fun. All right. So let me post that. Replace that pin. All right. So this is from June 5th, 2025. This is state's rebuttal. Shoot, I just did something. Doggone it. Ugh, I hate when I do that. I hit the wrong button. Doggone it. Sorry, guys. Hit the wrong button.
No, get down.
All right, guys, just bear with me. I accidentally hit a wrong button and it took me over to Carlos testifying and couldn't get back. So, hate when that happens. All right.
Thanks for your patience with me. Come on and stand here at the podium. I appreciate you coming back to court. And I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath. We're going to do just what we did the last time, okay?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give the cause nothing to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Stephen Weiner, MD, STEPHEN, last name Weiner, WEINER, MD.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
And when you testified earlier, you talked about doing interviews with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And did you ask him specifically about the circumstances of the stabbing in Central Park?
I did.
What did he recount to you about how that happened?
Objection, narrative, non-prior inconsistent statement.
Okay, listen, I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow a probing of the statements made by the defendant to the doctor. So go ahead.
Okay. So regarding the murder of David Breaux, he told so Mr. Dominguez had told me that he was out for a bike ride during the evening and sort of going into the later evening, early nighttime to get some fresh air. He ended up at Central Park. He told me that he then sat on a bench in Central Park. He then noted a figure of some sort. At one point he referred to that as a shadow figure that was adjacent to him, sitting on the bench. And at that point he began to grow paranoid. He also told me that for the first time, sort of in his history of various symptoms, he heard clear voices. Up until that point, he told me that he had only heard like whispers and something described as like when you hear the TV on in the background and you can't quite make out distinct voices, but you know there's something that sort of sounds like a voice. For the first time, sitting next to Mr. Breaux, he had heard what he clear voices, and they were saying something to the effect of, "You won't do it, you won't," in a sort of taunting like fashion. At that point he grew even more paranoid and out of basically in a state of fear and paranoia. He told me that he then lunged at what he saw as a shadow figure.
Well, pause you there. Did he say anything about the knife?
Is it all right if I just briefly, this is a very specific question, just briefly check my notes?
We're referring to your report, refresh your memory?
Yes.
I would refer you to page 26.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. He did.
What did he say about the knife?
So I asked him what made him take out the knife. He told me that he didn't remember.
Okay. May I first look at your
Okay.
Here, right.
Sorry, I can't.
This is 26. Here.
To do this.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
You just pointed something particular, that's fine. So you can ask a question about it.
Yes.
And that's at page 26 of this report, I take it?
Correct.
Okay.
Did he say anything else about the knife?
He did. Earlier in this part of the report, he says that he grabbed my knife, meaning his knife, and lunged at him.
Okay. And so he specifically recounted having the knife and retrieving the knife?
Yes.
And so later in the same interview, did you talk with him about let me ask you this. Did he say specifically, quote, "I started looking around and got paranoid and got more paranoid when I saw a shadow figure sitting next to me on the bench"?
Yes.
And so when you were interviewing him, did you interpret that as being that he is on the same bench as the person he is referring to?
Yes, but I also didn't specify. I didn't think to ask if there were multiple benches in the park. We were referring to bench in sort of non-specific terms. And I think at various points during the interview, I don't know actually that I always had a specific understanding. To me, it sounded like they were in a park, there was a bench, they were sitting on a bench, but again, I didn't specify whether there could have been multiple benches or not. I didn't ask.
Thank you. And then specifically about the murder of David Breaux, did you ask him about the circumstances, or sorry, the murder of Karim Najm? Did you talk to him about that?
I did.
And ask you a specific quote from page 27.
Okay.
Did he tell you, quote, I went for a walk to Sycamore Park. I was on my way home when some dude just came into the bike path, and he was pointing in my direction and doing something weird and making a laughing gesture with his hand. That's when I remember, and I got in his way to see if he would stop, but we collided and he fell backwards and I fell the opposite way, and all I remember was lunging at him with the knife.
That's the exact quote.
And so when you, did you actually put that in quotes in your report?
Yes.
And so that's verbatim the language that he used.
It was verbatim.
And did he recount seeing a flashlight?
He did.
What did he say about that?
So he said that he next saw a flashlight and thought it was a, quote, supernatural being trying to, quote, to get him.
Did he say what he did after that?
He then, quote, yes.
What did he say?
He then, quote, grabbed the other guy's bike and left the park.
Other guys, are those the words that he used? Other guys?
Yes.
During your conversation with Mr. Dominguez about the incident at Sycamore Park, did he reference Karim Abou Najm as a shadow or a shadow figure, or did he strictly use the term supernatural or supernatural being?
In this case, he referred to supernatural being.
Did he describe seeing a shadow?
Not in this instance, he did not.
Did he describe seeing anything like a void in the area of Karim Abou Najm's mouth?
No.
Okay, I'm going to... sorry. And then regarding what else he said about Karim Abou Najm, asked him specifically who he thought the person on the bike path was.
I did.
What did he say about that?
So he thought it was a, quote, supernatural being who was after me, end quote.
Did you ask him if he was trying to kill the supernatural being?
I did.
And what did he say about that?
And this is a quote, no, I just wanted him to go away.
Now, I want to talk with you about specific statements that Mr. Dominguez said regarding the stabbing of Kimberlee Guillory. On page 20. Did he say specifically, quote, I'm out again for a bike ride and stopped at the railroad tracks at downtown Davis at a log when I decided to go for a walk. 2 seconds into my walk, I saw a shadow portraying from the tent that was signaling me to come closer, and I did. I was getting closer, and when I was a foot away from the shadow, or when I was a foot away, the hand of the shadow jumped at me, and that's when I got paranoid and scared and flinched. And the flinch was a stabbing motion. I heard a scream, and that's when I left to get my bike and went home.
That's the exact quote.
And when you asked him about this, did you ask him what he thought had happened at that moment?
I did.
What did he say?
He said, and this is another quote, that time I wasn't sure. I thought that the supernatural beings were trying to get my attention again. This time I thought they were trying to scare me, end quote.
And did you ask him if he had thought he had stabbed another person?
I did.
What was his response?
No.
Did you ask him if he had thought he had stabbed a supernatural being?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
No.
What did he say that he thought had happened?
He thought he had, quote, punched, end quote, the, quote, supernatural being.
Did you ask him if he saw any blood?
I did.
And what did he say about that?
He said that he did not see any blood.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, any questions?
Dr. Pointer, if I were to do a word search for shadow in your report, how many times did Mr. Reales Dominguez tell you about seeing the shadows?
Many times, more than 10 or 15.
Approach. Search for shadows. You're familiar with how you can do a word search in a document?
Yes.
I'm showing you, is this your report?
It is.
And did I appear to do a word search for the term shadow?
You did.
And how many times is shadow used in your report?
40.
And at times, Mr. Reales Dominguez would also refer to the shadows as supernatural beings?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, ask him if there was a difference between the shadows and the supernatural beings?
Yes.
And he told you they're the same?
Almost correct. Can I explain?
Okay, go ahead.
So he told me that, in essence, that's correct, but it's a little bit more specific than that. So some of his initial visual hallucinations that he told me about were shadows. They made him afraid or paranoid because they were shadows without an apparent source. Of course, when you see a shadow, you can typically track it to the object that's creating the shadow, but in his case, he was telling me that he couldn't do that, and so it was alarming that there was this sort of shadow that he couldn't see. And over time, specifically around the period of January and February 2023, a few months before the incident offenses, he began to, from my understanding, have a sort of delusional interpretation of the shadows, what we might think of as a delusional perception.
I'm sorry, what? Interpretation of the shadows?
What we might think of as a delusional perception, where he was seeing what was already a hallucination, the shadow, without a source, and then began to think that shadow was either a supernatural being or a shapeshifter, and he referred to those terms interchangeably.
And with respect to the stabbing at Central Park, when you first met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, he was fully medicated.
Yes.
At that point, he realized that he had actually stabbed people.
Correct.
He was no longer under a delusion or hallucination that it had been supernatural beings or shadows or shapeshifters.
That's right.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, at that point, you had not been provided with any photos of the benches, of the bench where Mr. Breaux was found.
I believe that's correct.
And you saw from the prosecutor's question that he interpreted what you wrote as Mr. Reales Dominguez saying he was on the same bench as the shadow figure.
Yes.
But that was not something you specified with Mr. Reales Dominguez during your first interview.
Admittedly, I didn't think to ask that question, so it wasn't specified in my evaluation.
Okay. Saying someone's on the bench next to me, you agree that could mean a couple of things.
Yes.
It could mean they're on the same bench as me, correct?
Yes.
It could also mean they're on the next bench over.
Correct.
And at some point prior to meeting with Mr. Reales Dominguez, the week after this trial started, the prosecutor sent you a cover letter making some purported statements of fact.
Correct.
And the prosecutor, I'm referring to Mr. Vanderhook, correct?
Yes.
You never spoke with Mr. Moore.
I did not.
Mr. Vanderhook gave you some materials that he contended supported his statements of fact.
Yes.
One of those materials was this quote that Mr. Vanderhook interpreted as Mr. Reales Dominguez saying that he was on the same bench as the shadow figure.
Correct.
And you were actually, by me, provided photographs showing the two benches at the scene?
I was.
And you went out and spoke to Mr. Reales Dominguez about this?
I did.
Again, he answered all of your questions?
Yes.
And he explained to you that the shadow figure was not on the same bench, it was on the next bench over?
That's correct.
And thinking back to your initial interview with Mr. Reales Dominguez, he didn't say anything that is inconsistent with that.
He did not.
Mr. Reales Dominguez also described to you that after lunging at the shadow figure, all of a sudden he saw a face.
Yes.
And he told you how the face scared him.
If I recall correctly, he described it as a, quote, neutral face.
Not a face attached to a body, just a face.
Yes.
And he talked about how he grew paranoid.
Yes.
And then that caused him to flee.
That's right.
Seeing that face scared him.
Yes.
And at the time you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, you hadn't seen any photos of David Breaux as he looked when he was found by law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
To this day, you still haven't seen any photos of David Breaux as he looked when he was found by law enforcement?
I was provided with some photos of the scene in the follow-up materials provided by the district attorney.
Did you finally see a photograph of David Breaux?
Yes, but if I recall correctly, he was partially covered. Yeah.
So you never saw photographs from the district attorney showing Mr. Breaux's face?
Oh, I see. No, I didn't.
So I'd like you to assume that when he was found, Mr. Breaux was completely covered in dark clothing from head to toe, with a hoodie pulled up over his head, and all that was visible was probably about 3/4 of his face.
Okay.
And that he was assumed he was found sitting on the bench facing out.
Okay.
Okay. That would be consistent with what Mr. Reales Dominguez told you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about when you spoke to Mr. Reales Dominguez about the stabbing that happened at Sycamore Park.
Okay.
The prosecutor asked you about Mr. Reales Dominguez's use of the term guy and dude. All that?
Yes.
And at the time you spoke with Mr. Reales Dominguez, he understood that he had stabbed a human being.
He did.
He understood that he had stabbed Karim Abou Najm.
Yes.
Okay. He understood that Karim Abou Najm would be considered a guy.
Yes.
So when he used those terms, guy and dude, was it your understanding that he was communicating to you that at the time he believed it was a human being?
No, and in fact, that's why I asked him later, just a few minutes later in my evaluation, who it was he had thought he stabbed.
It was clear to you that he was describing a shadow figure or a supernatural being?
Yes.
And he told you that this shadow figure was on a bicycle?
Yes.
Was pointing at him?
Yes.
Was making sort of a laughing gesture with another arm?
Correct.
He told you how he stepped in front of the shadow figure because he believed it would make him go away or go around him?
Yes.
And he described to you how scared he was?
Yes.
And you also spoke to him about the stabbing of Kimberlee Guillory?
I did.
And at that time, he knew that he had stabbed a human.
He did.
He understood that he had stabbed Kimberlee Guillory.
Yes.
But you were asking him to describe what he believed at the time.
Correct.
And he told you that he was at a log. He had been at a log.
Yes.
He told you he'd ridden his bike to the log.
Yes.
That he got up and started to walk.
Yes.
And then as he was walking, he saw a shadow figure in a tent.
Correct.
And the shadow figure gestured for him to come toward him.
Yes.
And then reached through and tried to grab him.
Yes.
And he told you how he flinched and thought he punched through the tent.
Yes.
Now, and Mr. Reales Dominguez told you specifically he thought that he had punched.
Yes.
And in that cover letter that that Mr. Vanderhook sent you, he asked you to consider the fact that there had not, he said there was not a puncture hole in the tent. It was in fact cut from top to bottom. You remember Mr. Vanderhook telling you that?
I do.
Okay. So, and at that time, that was your understanding of what the evidence was, correct?
Yes.
And you went out and spoke to Mr. Reales Dominguez about that?
I did.
And he still maintained that his memory was he punched through it?
Yes.
He had no memory of cutting the tent down and sideways?
His story was consistent.
But then once the trial started, you received some information about the testimony of a man named Isaac Chessman, correct?
Yes.
And you received evidence that Isaac Chessman described that when he first saw the hole in the tent, it was a puncture the size of a tissue.
Correct.
And you received evidence that whoever cut that tent did it after the fact.
Correct.
So what Mr. Reales Dominguez told you, both the first time and when you came out the second time, that he maintained it was a punch, that is completely consistent with what Mr. Chessman testified to, correct?
It sounds like it, yes.
And once again, you confronted Mr. Reales Dominguez with the fact that the tent had apparently been cut, correct?
Yes.
And he still maintained, he just remembers punching through it.
Yes.
And sir, after you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez and you consider all the materials the prosecutor provided to you, did that change your opinion in any way?
It did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Vanderhook?
Sir, just regarding your interview with Mr. Dominguez regarding killing of David Breaux, from that interview, were you under the impression that they were on the same bench?
Yes, I was under that impression. Although I'd like to add that I was thinking very little about their positions. If I had to pick whether there's one or two benches, I probably would pick that there was one bench. But it certainly wasn't a topic I explored in any detail. And just, like I said before, I didn't ask if there were multiple benches or anything like that. I was trying to more so understand Mr. Dominguez's state of mind, what he was experiencing in that moment, as opposed to his sort of precise position as far as he remembered it at that time.
Regarding the killing of Karim Abou Najm, did the defendant tell you specifically why he got in the way? What was his statement about why he got in the way?
I'm sorry, who got in the way?
Why Mr. Dominguez got in the way of Mr. Karim Abou Najm?
He said, and this is a quote, "I got in his way to see if he would stop."
And then regarding the stabbing of Kimberlee Guillory, when he talked to you about going for a walk, did he mention only one walk or did he mention multiple walks?
It appears that he mentions the walk that he's taking in the moments before the event.
Okay, and then regarding your questioning about your subsequent interview, where you clarified his statement about the tent, do you have your notes on that?
I do.
State's testimony.
Rephrase. Okay. Just ask him. We want to draw this attention to the testimony regarding the tent. Okay.
So, and I want to talk to you specifically about your most recent interview with Mr. Dominguez about what happened at the tent. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have your notes on that?
I do not.
Without your notes, do you remember exactly what was said there?
I couldn't provide direct quotations, but I remember approximately what was said.
And if I show you your notes without refresh your memory?
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes.
So from page 6 of the document, we're just pointing you out to the second paragraph from the top.
Can I start where it says comments?
Well, if you just read it to yourself for now.
Okay.
And you can start wherever you want to refresh your memory.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
And is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What did he say specifically about whether it was a punch or a cut? What did he say about that particular movement?
He said he, and these are quotations as far as I can tell, that he kind of like punched it. He then described it as so it was like a slashing motion, but also like a punching motion.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. Alrighty then, Mr. Hutchinson, we're done?
Yes, one question. When you spoke to Mr. Reales Dominguez,
Yes.
has Isaac Chesterman testified yet?
Not that I recall.
What day did you speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I believe it was May 3rd.
On Saturday?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. All right, Dr. Weiner, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
So he actually, Dr. Weiner there actually testified for the defense. So that was the state's rebuttal, but he actually testified for the defense. He's a court-appointed psychiatrist. So he actually testified for the defense, and he testified, I don't see him right now. Anyway, yeah, he testified for the defense, which is really interesting. And he was court-appointed. So let's see, it's almost 6 here. That means it's almost 3 o'clock on the West Coast. Still nothing. Still nothing. So I'm gonna go another 45 minutes. I'm gonna get one more testimony in, and then we'll call it a day, because we can always, I can't imagine they're gonna have opening statements, you know. But we'll play one more testimony. This actually was over the course of incompetent to stand trial, but then in all right. All right, so this is Dr. Massey. He heard and found Karim. So he's a neighbor that heard and found Karim. He's the one that actually saw Carlos. So he saw Carlos. So I want to hear his testimony. He testifies over 2 days. So let's check out what he has to say.
Raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give and the cause now being before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You did. First and last name for the record, and spell them both.
My first name is Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W. My last name is Massey, M as in Mary, A-S-S-I-E.
Okay, thank you. Can you move in a little closer to the mic? Maybe angle that mic up a little bit for you. Yes, that should work. Okay, Mr. DeMora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Massey.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Massey, tell us a little bit about yourself. Obviously, I'm referring to you as doctor. What do you do for a living?
I'm a neurologist at UC Davis Medical Center. My first career was computer science, and I went to medical school recently, and I'm in a residency program at UC Davis. I'll graduate next month.
And as a doctor, you have training and experience on how to perform life-saving procedures such as CPR at one level all the way up to more higher levels of expertise.
Definitely. I timed my residency pretty poorly. During a pandemic, I've had a lot of experience with CPR.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for what we had to bring you into court today to talk about. Do you remember the night of April 29, 2023?
Vividly.
I want to start with where you were living at the time. I'll show you two exhibits, People's 25C and 25D. Before I approach you with those, you don't have to give your address, but what street were you living on?
Sycamore, right near the park.
And that is the Reales Triangle?
That is correct.
When you say right next to the park, are you referring to Sycamore Park?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Chris, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Massey, in this first exhibit, People's 25C, you recognize that as a Google map of City of Davis with Sycamore Park and Sycamore Boulevard in it?
I do. I see an X marking the spot where Karim was murdered.
And going to 25D on the back side, or excuse me, behind that one, sorry, right there. And do you also recognize that as a Google map image sort of pulled out from Sycamore Park and Sycamore covering City of Davis?
I do, yeah. It's this same mark at the same spot.
And is the red X on both of those, you mentioned that on 25C, that looked like where Karim was murdered. Do you believe that those markings are accurate to the best of your recollection?
Actually, let me look again here. It's accurate. Yes, it is accurate.
Now let's see, do you have a different color marker up here than red?
There's blue and green here.
Oh, perfect. With blue, I'd like you, if you can, on 25C to circle where your residence is. We'll start on this one, on 25C. And then on 25D, if you could do that as well. Great, thank you. Where were you around 9:10 p.m. April 29, 2023?
I was at home. I was working on a project to connect to weather satellites, and so I had my back door open. I ran a cable out to the dish in the backyard, and I was focused on my computer and working on that project at the time.
Where does the back door open to? Which street?
It opens in the backyard. It's a sliding door. It's in the northeast corner of the house. I should say, if I step out of that sliding door and turn to the left, I can see the scene where this occurred. It's that close.
How far away would you estimate, if you were to step out into your backyard and to the scene where you found Karim, would you estimate that to be?
I wrote a document where I used Google Maps to give that in meters. I don't have that with me right now, but it's not far at all. I would say
Let me do this. From where I'm sitting to the door is 38 feet.
I would say then it's 70 at the most, maybe closer to 50 to 70 feet.
On that night while you were working, can you describe the noise level outside? Was it loud? Was it quiet?
It's a college town. We're not too far from a high school, so it's pretty common to hear a lot of commotion. The park has a bike route. There's often people riding bikes and making noise a lot, and so that's not uncommon to hear.
At some point around 9:10 in the evening, was there something that you heard that caught your attention?
Yes. I heard someone that sounded terrified. They were crying, "Help me." And then I heard them say, "My God, dear God, somebody help me." And when they said that, their voice sounded weaker, almost as though, I'm speculating, it was sounded like someone covering their mouth. Or
Just speculation, right?
Yeah, assistant.
Strike.
Grant. Matter stricken. Mr. DeMora, rework it because some of that didn't need to be stricken. It's just the part where we're speculating.
Yes. Dr. Massey, you said the voice sounded weaker as you were hearing these calls for help. I want to follow up with, on that point, in your medical training that you have received, have you had the opportunity to speak to people or interact with people who their mouths had filled with a liquid or they had difficulty breathing?
that's happened. The thing I'm trying to remember is if in that situation, usually the person is unable to speak to me. So to be completely honest, I cannot think of a case where I had a patient who was having airway difficulties that was trying to speak. Let me think a moment. Nothing comes to mind.
Let me ask you this way. As the voice was becoming weaker, were the words becoming less audible?
There was nothing after that. That was the last thing I heard him scream. And it, as I mentioned, it trailed off.
From the first cries for help that you heard, were those very clear in what you heard? It sounded like someone was able to articulate those things.
So, I provided the court audio of this, and to be honest, because I was focused on my project, I did not hear the earlier cries. But toward the end, when I started hearing the commotion was something other than typical commotion, I could hear very clearly the cry for help. And it sounded like someone who was absolutely terrified. When I left to go check on this person, I yelled to my wife, "I'm going to the park. There's someone screaming for help and they're terrified." That was exactly what I told her.
Did it sound like, as you heard more of the cries for help, did it sound like the individual was having more difficulty making those cries for help?
There was no sound after he said that. I heard, "Help me. My God, dear God, somebody help me." And then it trailed off and there was no more cries for help after that.
From when you heard when those cries for help trailed off, were you still at your house getting ready to go to the park, or had you already left to go to the park?
I heard him say that as I was putting my shoes on, and I was already on my way. I provided the court times of how long it took. It took from the time he first screamed on my home audio until I was there was about 90 seconds. To clarify, he had been screaming for a while. I don't know how long it was from the time I heard him scream that last time until I was there, but at the most it was 90 seconds.
You say screaming for a while. Can you estimate how long you heard screams?
It's in the document I provided. You can actually. I have it to the second when you can first hear the screams, but the thing is, I don't know the time when the screaming stopped.
Let me ask you this. And did you have, and we'll come back to that in a little bit, but did you make it to the park?
I did, as fast as I could. Because there's always so much commotion and people even screaming for help sometimes being silly, which allowed me to peer straight into the park, and that's when I saw what appeared like people on the ground and bikes next to them. I was hopeful that what had happened was that two people had collided on the path or something had happened, and so I did not call the police at that time. I just opened my gate and ran to the park. You can see on the video I provided the court how rapidly I was moving to get there to help them.
So let me stop you right there. When you created your gate and you saw two people, and you said you saw on the ground, could you see from your backyard what was going on between these two people?
No, not at all. The location was very dark. The path into the park near Sycamore has a light that makes it easy to see that intersection. And then further into the park is a second light, which makes it easy to see. But there's an area between them that is very dark with some trees. And it's a spot that makes it very difficult to see what's going on.
Is that the area where these two people were?
That's correct. They were in the dark area between those two lights. And I couldn't make out much more than people on the ground and what looked like two bikes to me at the time off to the side.
Did you take anything with you when you went to the park?
Unfortunately, no. It's something I regret.
A cell phone or a light or something like that?
I had my phone. I didn't bring a flashlight. I always have a flashlight ready, but I had it in my car, and so I went out with just my flashlight. I'm sorry, with just my phone.
Did you find the two people you just described, were they still at the park when you got there?
Yep, they were.
When you got there, how close were you to the two people?
So, I'll use the court as an estimate. So, basically, to that podium behind you, if I were standing on Sycamore entering the park, they would have been about that far away on the ground in the darkness.
20 feet.
Did you get any closer when the two people were both there?
Yes. The first thing I said was, "Are you guys okay? Did you have a wreck? What's going on?" No one moved. No one replied. And then I started walking closer toward them. And it took a while for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. But once I got closer, I realized Karim was on his back, wearing his backpack. And the other person was just on the other side of him, on his belly, looking, well, he was on his belly behind him, not moving as well. I did a terrible job describing that. I want to do that again, if it's okay. Karim?
Second, I'll break it up to you.
Okay, thanks.
So, you know one of the people there to be Karim Abou, correct?
Correct.
So let's start with Karim. Where was he on this bike path?
He was off the bike path. He was laying a little bit diagonal. His feet aiming off the path with his head near the concrete bike path. And his backpack was still on him.
Was he on his back or on his side or on his side?
He was on his back. He was laying on his backpack.
Do you remember about how much of his body was off of the paved path?
I think a good way to describe it is if you imagine someone wearing a backpack that they have on, and they kind of scoot down into the backpack with the backpack on the concrete and the rest of their body in the grass beside the concrete pathway.
So the other individual, I was there, the other person you described, and just to be clear, only two people at this point, excluding yourself.
That is correct.
Where was this person in relation to where Karim was?
Opposite me, so on the other side of Karim, with with himself sort of placed directly behind him and on his back with his head sort of turned. I couldn't tell if he was looking at me. He was not moving. Neither of them were moving. Neither of them were speaking. Neither of them answered my questions or when I called to them. And to be clear, I was moving quickly toward the two of them. So what we're describing is we're taking our time. I guess what I'm saying is that it did not take long for me to get to them.
And we're breaking it up and putting it in
That's
slow
right.
motion.
Right, exactly. It just seems different now talking about it so slowly.
To be clear for the placement of this, so you enter the car.
Correct.
Officer Moore. It's you, it's Karim, and then the other person.
Directly behind them. That's right.
And when you say directly behind, is this person on the side of Karim? Is he at Karim's feet? Is he...
So they're head to head, feet to feet, and Karim's on his back. The other person is on their stomach, behind the backpack, with their head sort of turned. I could speculate they were looking toward me. I don't know. That's what it felt like, but I did not see them look at me. I did not get a good view of them at that moment as I was racing up because it was so dark. But I knew there were two people there.
This other person, looking at Karim, did you see anything in his hand at this time?
No.
Did you see him make any movement or anything like that?
No. He was perfectly still. Both of them were perfectly still, which was perplexing. And then the second person instantly jumped up and ran so fast. It was as though they were waiting for me to get to a certain distance, or maybe... Again, I don't want to speculate. It's important.
Yeah. Sustained.
I'm sorry?
It's all good. Don't speculate.
No, that's what I mean.
Exactly.
So when I say they jumped up because they were waiting, that sounded...
all you have to do is describe what you saw.
I apologize.
No, it's all good.
What I mean by that is it seemed... They were instantly on. I guess I'll just say that. As I moved closer, they instantly sprung into action, jumped up, grabbed something. I thought it looked like a white hat or something. I wasn't sure on the ground. And then they grabbed the bike. I thought there were two bikes, but there were one. They grabbed the bike and then they took off running.
Let's stop right there for a second. When this person jumped up, how close had you gotten to Karim and this other person at that point?
Closer than you and I are. Not much closer, but just on the other side of the podium from me. So I'm about this close when they jump up and take off. I don't know how many feet that would be. I guess if that's 20, this would be probably 12 feet away.
Did it appear to you, or did you think in that moment that you may have startled this person?
Yes, they seemed to be running from me as though I had threatened them when all I had said was, "Are you guys okay?" And I was trying to piece together the situation because none of it made sense to me. I was close enough to see Karim at that time, and I saw some of his injuries, and it seemed more serious than just a bike accident.
When you were approaching Karim and the other person there, could you tell, was this other person male?
Yes.
When you see Karim and this other male that were there, you asked if they were okay. Did you continue to talk to them as you were getting closer?
Yes. I mean, I was saying reassuring things like, "Are you guys okay? Do you need help? Do you want me to call someone?" Things like that. But I didn't get any response from anyone.
At some point, did this other male respond to you? Did he say something back to you?
Not initially. So I didn't chase the other male initially because I wasn't sure what was going on. But as I approached Karim, as I approached them, I turned my iPhone light on, which didn't really help. But the one thing it did do is as I approached them, I really couldn't see in the dark, but as I walked, I saw Karim's face. I saw the blood around him, and I realized the injuries were more serious. And that's when I started thinking some kind of foul play had occurred. So then I started chasing the other male.
When did the person, the other male, did he run before or after you turned your light on?
After I had turned my light on as I was approaching them because it was so dark, it didn't help. Yes.
From what you remember, was it instantaneous? You turned your light on and that other male immediately popped up and ran, or was there a delay?
I honestly don't remember. What I do remember, it was after, only because I turned it on as I walked into the darkness because I could not see anything, and they took off running, as I was getting closer with the light on. But I don't think it was instantaneous. I'm not sure.
You said that you thought there were two bikes, but there was only one.
Correct.
Where was that bike?
Well, if you were to draw a line from them on the ground straight across from their legs, it was off to the side in the darkness and the dirt and grass next to the trail.
Was any part of Karim or this other male touching the bike when you first saw him?
No.
Were they inches away, feet away? How far?
I would say 2 or 3 feet away. It wasn't very far from where they were at.
The male that ran, he grabbed like a white hat, and he grabbed the bike. Is that what you said?
I saw him grab something. I was speculating that it looked like a white hat. It could have been a white rag, a white towel, something that was bright enough that I could see it in the darkness. And he just grabbed the bike, and then took off running toward the bike path to get on the bike and to ride the bike away.
Did this person, when they grabbed the bike, could you tell, were they running with the bike at their side? Like
Yes.
The handlebars?
That's right. So they initially picked the bike up. The bike was to their right side. They were running with the bike to get momentum onto the trail. And that was when I took off running after them. So I was going to try to get closer to see who they were and what was going on, because at that point I had seen Karim's injuries and I was suspicious that they had done it.
Okay, let me stop you there. Dr. Massey, I want to thank you for your testimony today, and that's all the time we have. So, Mr. Moore, can we start with this witness at 9:30 tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so
All right, it's very his testimony is really sad. There's no sugarcoating that. He goes on and on. He goes on for day 2 as well. Not so sure I want to continue to play his testimony. Do you guys want to hear more from Dr. Massey? Let me know. There's plenty of other things we can watch. I mean, everything else is pretty sad too. There's not much. I think Isaac Chessman was the only somewhat bright spot. Although there are some testimonies where the people, were homeless and they were addicts and they've gotten clean and sober and have homes now. You want to hear more? Okay. All right, I'll play more. We'll play some more. We'll play the following day. I'm not going to play all of it because it's like 2 hours, and we're not going to be hanging out for 2 more hours. But I'll play. We'll play like another little bit more. I'm thinking around 7 our time, which would be 4 their time. I don't think they're going to have opening statements after that, but we'll see. All right, hold on. Let me get this queued up. It is important testimony. I mean, he finds Karim. He finds Karim. So it's important testimony. Okay.
It was more in the grass, so with Karim's body.
So, on permission to publish this, Ron?
Okay.
And it should say that this is graphic, but not to the extent that we've seen. But
right, I'm including live streaming of pictures of the decedent's face and/or unclothed body. I'm allowing pictures that show wounds and otherwise.
all right, so Dr. Massey, looking at this photograph.
Oh boy. Feed might be wonky, you guys.
Pointing towards that yellow police tape, correct?
Correct.
We drew the stick figure right here, and that's just on the opposite side of Karim. Based on, I should say this, when you ended up performing or attempting to perform waxation measures on Karim, correct?
Correct.
When you did that, did you move his body to a different position from when you first saw it?
I did.
And which direction was that you moved to?
In order to do proper compressions, the body needs to be on a hard surface. So I removed his backpack. I slid his body to where his torso was on the concrete. I took his backpack and placed it under his legs so that the blood would flow into his torso, to his vital organs, and then started CPR. So I moved him to the left 2-3 feet total.
Okay. And so based on what you have drawn on this exhibit, would it be fair to say that the two bodies should have been shifted a little bit more into the grassy area?
That's correct. A foot or two to the right.
And this arrow that we had drawn pointing up to the yellow caution tape, that's the path that you were just describing takes you down into West Davis across Highway 113?
That's correct. And actually, I should point out in that image, that pole with the like the white sign on it is actually a light source, and you can see the foliage in front of it is blocking the light. So it's difficult to describe, but that would be the second light I talk about in my document. There's a light near the street. There's the darkness where the murder occurred, and then there's that light pole afterwards.
And so, just to make it clear on the record, in this exhibit, we're talking about this vertical pole right here along the edge of the path and the grass line just in front of that yellow crossing tape.
That's correct.
This lighting that we're seeing down here that's illuminating the area, that isn't lighting from Sycamore Park, correct?
That is from the camera, I assume. There was no lighting there. It was pitch black between those two lights, mainly because of the distance from the first light to where the murder occurred, and because the second light was dim and also had the tree blocking its view, so it was very dark at that spot.
Come back and approach you with this exhibit again. And if you could, we will use the red pen again, just because it'll stand out. Put with an X where you first saw Karim when you came to the park, before you moved him and started CPR.
Well, I was able to see figures from my back fence when I glanced over, so I would say technically the first time I saw people was at that time.
Okay, but when you got to the park, when you actually walked across the street, and you got close, like we were talking about yesterday, up to 15 feet away, and before you moved Karim to begin CPR, would you be able to say in this area with an X where his body was before you moved it?
Oh, I see. You want me to, so... Actually, this image may be a little easier to do it.
Okay, let's hold off on that real quick. So we'll come to people 63, and with 63, one thing I forgot to ask is if we look at the right side of the page of the exhibit, is that going in the direction of your house on Sycamore?
It is.
When we look at the left side of the page, is that going in the same direction towards 113 that you used as a diagram or as an arrow on here?
It is.
So, with that being said, we'll do the exact same thing we did on this one, starting with first with an X. Where was Karim when you first saw him?
Is it okay if I do a stick figure instead? I'll show the shift that I saw when I first got there.
Yes, if that's easier, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think that's all right.
Now, with the green pen again, could you draw where the bike was before the second male took it? And we'll switch to the blue. And the stick figure you drew, let's draw the second male and where he was when you first saw him. Great. I think we're running out of markers here. Let's go we'll go back with our green one. And with an arrow, can you draw the path of travel you saw the male go when he got up, when he grabbed the bike, and then when he left? Would you be able to draw where he moved from here to the bike as well?
Actually, that's not completely accurate. He ran over, he jumped over to grab something off the ground and then ran over to the bike. He just leaned over for a short period of time, so.
All right, we'll describe that in just a second. All right, permission to publish that?
Okay.
Now, Dr. Massey, with people 63 that you saw, or that you seen and marked up. Now, just so we're clear, it's a little hard to see in the overhead. This right here is the red stick figure that you drew, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's where green was when you first saw him.
That is correct.
Now this one right here on my exhibit, it looks blue, but it looks dark black on here. Is that where you saw the other male?
And yes, it is.
Now, when you first saw them, step back for a second. When you first saw them looking over your fence, were they both on the ground? Were they standing up?
They were both on the ground.
And so from the time you first saw them to the time you got to the park, no change in their position.
No movement, no change, no sounds, nothing.
And so then looking to the left of that blue stick figure, when I asked you to draw the path of travel, you drew this line up here to this area, correct?
That is
Above
correct.
the backpack?
Correct.
And then this one that goes along the fence line to where you drew what is a green bicycle.
Correct.
And then you drew this path of travel, this line that goes off of the page to the left side of the exhibit.
That's correct. The male moved toward the bike, leaned over to his right, grabbed something off the ground I did not see, and then grabbed the bike quickly and started running with the bike at his side toward the path.
Now going back to people 62 for a second. Now this, you're familiar with this bike path, correct?
Very.
And have you walked it over 113 before?
Yes.
When you saw the male get on the bike and start riding away, how far did you run after him?
I ran up to the light. So we both, I should, if it's okay, step back for just a moment to say why I chased him.
Well, let me ask you this, why did you chase him?
Because I was trying to process the scene. I did not suspect it was such a serious situation. I thought it might be a simple bike collision. But when he jumped up so quickly and took off running, that seemed suspicious to me. But I also thought maybe I spooked him or something. And so as I got closer with the iPhone flashlight, I could not see at all. But as I got close enough to Karim, I saw the extent of the injuries were very serious, more than you would expect with a simple bike collision. And that's when I took off running. But at that point, the male had already made it most of the way to that light post and was on their way to running away. I took off running after them, and to be completely honest, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I didn't want him to get away, but I also didn't know what was going on. There was a lot of uncertainty in the moment. When I got within about 10 feet of the male, I was closing on him as he was starting to try to pedal away, and he turned to his left. He didn't look me directly in the eye, but he looked over to see where I was at, and he said something along the lines of, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone." His voice sounded like a young male. He seemed concerned I was chasing him. He was acting in a way that made me disengage my chase because I couldn't imagine. When you see something like that, you imagine it's done by a monster or something like that, not from a young person. And so I thought I was chasing a scared young man, so I stopped and turned my attention toward the victim.
At that point, when you stopped, when you disengaged, did, you just described, did he continue to bike off?
Yes, I watched him to make sure he was safely away from me so that I could not worry that he might return. The last thing I saw was he was starting to pedal up over that footbridge, and then I ran back to Karim.
At any point when you were watching the other male pedal away and you described get across the footbridge, was that the last you saw him?
In that night, yes.
He never stopped, came back, or anything like that?
He never looked back. When I was chasing him, my focus was on his hands and his face, because I thought if he would attack me, those are what I've been taught are the things you'll see. People will telegraph their intentions. He had nothing in his hands. He kept his hands on the bike, and the only thing I saw of his face was when he turned it to the side, and I got a very clear view of the side and also of him looking back to see where I was at. But he never turned back to look at me. He pedaled away as fast as he could.
When you got that clear look of inside his face, his eyes, can you describe that?
So, to be completely honest as much as I can be here, I did not see a straight-on view of his face. He did not turn completely around. Imagine if you're being chased and you wanted to just glance over your shoulder to see how close the person was. That was the view I got. But it was enough that I learned a lot of details of his description. He had fair skin, no beard, no blemishes. He had very dark features, dark eyebrows, and as he pedaled away, the wind, he had hair, sort of long, curly hair that when he biked away, it sort of flowed out. It flung out in the wind. He was wearing some kind of zippered jacket or shirt and a white t-shirt underneath, and as he biked away, that also billowed out. And so I was able to get a good view of the contours of his face, the type of hair he had. I was close enough to see his body build, his height.
The sweatshirt you were describing, or what he was wearing over that white t-shirt, what color was it?
I honestly don't remember. I've thought hard about it, and I'm not sure.
Do you remember, was it light colored, was it dark colored?
I believe it was light colored, but it's not clear to me in my mind. I remember it was unzipped and billowed out, but I was looking very closely at his hands and his face when I was chasing him, and I do regret I did not sort of try to get a broader description of him. I was really worried that this was going to be a confrontation.
When you said you disengaged in the chase, you know how far you ran after him, like the distance you ran?
To the pole. It was not long. That pole we saw, yeah. So by the time I finished chasing him, I was standing under the light and he was biking away. And then I turned back into the darkness to check on Karim.
When we went back to check on Karim, what did you see when you saw him?
His eyes were open, and he had a look of terror on his face. There was a significant amount of bleeding, particularly from the left side of his body. His arms had wounds on them, and I went to the right side of him. I told him, "I'm sorry, this is going to hurt." And I know it's odd to tell someone who's unconscious that, but I, as a practice, do that with all my patients. I can't know if they can hear me or not. And I started to remove his backpack. At that time, actually, I should step back. Before that, I called 911. The first thing I wanted was someone on scene as fast as possible. So I called 911. That call was incredibly short. I essentially said, I have a person who's had multiple stab wounds. I'm a doctor. I need to start CPR. Please bring the police and the EMS as rapidly as possible. I need to go, and I hung up. The reason I mentioned I was a doctor is I didn't want help knowing how to do CPR. I didn't want to interact with them. I wanted to focus on Karim. While I was making the call, he was choking. He was choking. I thought about your question yesterday.
I want to hold off on
Okay,
a second.
sorry.
No, you're okay. So you called 911 and copy that 911 call. I want to play a portion of it. See if you recognize your voice, if that's a 911 call.
Sure.
So we have a stipulation now.
Okay.
And we have transcripts as well.
Okay. Like the transcripts marked court exhibits next in order. I think this should be the second. After the playing of the exhibit, would you return the transcripts back the way you got them?
You're on People's Exhibit 31.
court come. You want the witness to have a copy? This is the tool.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a man down. It looks like he was attacked with a knife.
Where?
I am at Sycamore, the corner of Sycamore and Colby. There's a school there in Davis.
Is he by himself?
He is by himself. There was an assailant on a bike. He's on the ground gasping for air. I chased the assailant. He ran away. He was a young...
And you know that he was stabbed. Does he have stab marks, or do you see him bleed?
He's bleeding out. I'm a doctor. I will start CPR soon.
Where is he bleeding from?
His entire body. His face, his arm, his body, his torso.
All right, hold on for 1 second. Okay, sir, we are sending medical attention as well as the police. What was your first name?
My first name is Matt, last name Matthew. I'm going to start CPR right now. They need to get here soon. The attack just happened.
Okay, do we have a suspect information?
I'm sorry?
Do we have suspect information?
I do not, unfortunately. It is a young man on a bike. He's got black curly hair.
I thought you said you didn't have suspect information. You do?
When I came in to see him, it was dark. I ran to him. I said, "Are you okay? What's going on?" He said, "Nothing, man. What are you doing?" He got on his bike and he ran away really quick. Left the person behind bleeding. So that's all I got. He went on a bike. He took off. I don't know if this person is.
Do you know who the bike was?
I don't. I'm sorry. It's so dark. All I know is he's a young.
You know the direction he went?
He went over the 113 bridge. There's a bridge here by the park. He took off on the trail over the 113 bridge. I really do need to start CPR.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
And Dr. Matz, that was you on that 911 call?
It was.
So, after you placed the call 911, did you attempt at that point to perform life-saving measures on Karim?
I did. As I mentioned, I removed his backpack, slid his body onto the path, put his backpack under his legs, and then started CPR. I knew immediately he had devastating wounds.
Why do you say that?
When you do CPR, you want your compressions to be about 1/3 the depth of the body. And when you do CPR, you feel a lot of resistance. I did not feel resistance with him as much. He was, with each compression, I was hearing air escape from his lungs. His abdomen distended, which told me he had internal bleeding. And at that time, I was really worried that he would survive.
Your attempts at CPR, did you get any sort of response from him?
He was just coughing on the blood in his airway, and then nothing. He never regained consciousness. And I should mention, when I moved him, his body was limp.
How long did you attempt CPR, or how long did you perform CPR?
Based on the camera footage, it would have been about 6 minutes, which was exhausting. I brought my document if we wanted to go over specific times, but it was around 6 minutes.
Sure. When you say you document, you referred to that a little bit yesterday. That's something that you typed up to sort of memorialize what you had seen.
That's correct.
Okay. So you had mentioned that you had some cameras that were pointed in the direction of Sycamore and part of the park.
That's correct.
And you provided those to law enforcement?
I did. I also provided it to the defense team as well as to your team.
And you've reviewed those since
Yep.
April 29th of 2023?
Correct.
Next, we're going to show you Exhibit 16.
What is this? What are we doing?
Oh, these are the videos.
Videos
from Dr. Massey's house.
Okay, and do we have a stipulation on this, Mr. Hutchinson?
I will stipulate to what they are. I think that's the foundation for the time. I don't have that information that Dr. Massey provided, I'm sure.
Thank you.
I provided that document. It's in the...
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll ask some follow-up questions on this.
Oh, apologies.
Okay. Right now, before we play, Dr. Massey, is this one of your Nest video cameras?
It is.
Which direction is this pointing to?
This is pointing toward the southwest side of my home. This is the front door, and it is pointing toward Sycamore, which Sycamore Drive is running along the top of the screen.
And you have that laser pointer in front of you?
I do.
If you could with that, just point to where Sycamore is.
Sycamore runs here, and this is Colby here.
What time on this camera, what time did it start recording?
So all my cameras are synchronized to network time protocol, so I can tell you to the second this starts at 21:08 on April 29th, 2023.
21:08, that's military time, right?
Correct.
So that would be 9:08
p.m.
Playing the video. Portion of it, Dr. Massey, is the video is a little bit over 5 minutes long. Is there a lot of time where you don't hear anything of significance to you in this?
That's correct. At this point, we haven't seen Karim's bike enter the view. I could have probably cut this to be shorter.
That's okay. As we're watching this portion right now, on your front camera, is there something that was captured that you had heard that night?
Yes, I heard Karim screams for help. I believe that's Karim's bike.
All right, seems like a good place to stop. We just got news that no jury has been selected. No jury has been selected, and Thursday. They're going to pick back up on Thursday. So we have to figure out if we're going to continue with this on Wednesday or if we're going to do something else Wednesday. So we have some decisions to make. Aaron and I have some decisions to make. So there, no jury was selected. They're taking off tomorrow. They're coming back Thursday. Do we just keep playing this for? What do you guys want to do? Do you want us to keep playing testimony? Do you want us to do something else? I could end that. I could end this poll too. You want us to just keep playing testimony or play something else? There's no other trials going on right now, so it would have to be Ego takes the stand, or let's see. We gotta think about this. What do you guys think? Ego takes the stand. This is fine with testimony. It's hard to switch gears, so maybe we should keep playing testimony. All right. Shannon saying something else. No jury yet. Yes, testimony. Did the parents testify? His dad did. Scent Bunny's enjoying testifying. We haven't played his dad or his sister, so we could definitely do that. Fresh Air Wednesday break with the Ego. Dima Tower for Ego takes the stand. Shan wants another testimony. All right, Gina, be well too. No, Egos, I mean, we could find an Ego that's only 5 or 6 hours. Well, we could also just go like 6 hours tomorrow too. We could do like 9 to 3. Okay. All right. So Aaron and I have some decisions to make. If we do, yeah. So we'll talk about that offline. So, yeah, Terry, whatever is easier for you, that's what it's going to boil down to. That's what it's going to. Deep dive day 3 is like, that's already done. To do an Ego, it's going to take time to do all that. So deep dive day 4 on top of it. Yeah. All right. We'll sort it out. We'll sort it out. It is 7:00 here on the East Coast, and we will let you guys go. All right. Super Ball's over there. There's a little Super Ball. And it's for you, Grampy. Super Ball's hanging out in their little sling. All right, you guys, thanks for joining us. Jury has gone home, or there was no jury, I should say. They're going to pick back up on Thursday. So we will figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. And they're still in jury selection on Thursday. So there's no guarantee they're going to seat a jury on Thursday. So we'll just keep moving forward. Keep moving forward on this trial, and eventually it will start. So thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you guys spending your day with us. We'll have something for you tomorrow. Not quite sure what yet, but we'll do something. And Super Bowl and the Super Bowl. Yes, another 3 paws. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And take care of yourself, guys. Again, rough testimony. I know it's hard to leave with Dr. Massey there. That's tough testimony, but we'll come back. We'll come back with something tomorrow, and certainly on Thursday we'll pick back up again. So have a good night. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.